Our protagonist, Cain later, Imperial Guard of the Emperor. He was a slave who ended up becoming the Imperial Guard, and he died protecting the Mad Emperor who had made a pact with a demon. Will he be remembered as a knight who never abandoned his loyalty until the very end, or perhaps as a foolish loser who failed to read the tides of time? But in the end, neither sits well with him. He just wants to vanish from everyone's memory. His best friend, the rebel leader, Yahello Reston, called Cain an idiot for giving in just like that. Cain grinned, a sword pierced in his stomach. He told Yahello that as an orphan, he had lived for 29 years making his own choices. So, as a last advice before he dies, he told Yahello not to start a fight for no reason. As his eyes closes, Yahello shouted at Cain, "You could have fled. Why would you make a choice like this?" Tears dripping down his face, he told Cain to wake. "You bastard, get up." But Cain was already dead. Now, Cain found himself walking in an unknown realm, naked. He had no idea where the place was. It was so peaceful that he wanted to live in such a free place forever. Though he recalled his friend Yahello crying because of him, he knows he'd manage okay on his own. Now he decided to savor his earned freedom, but then he noticed a light coming at him, and before he knew what was going on, his eyes opened again for the second time. This time around it was different. There was people in front of him. His father was happy at his birthday. His grandfather was also happy. He was amazed that the child wasn't even crying. Our protagonist had no idea what was going on. Though the grandfather was already old and wrinkled, he recognized him as Yahello, his best friend. Then the baby started crying. The grandfather thought he was the one who made him cry, but the baby was crying because he had no idea what kind of situation he's in. And so, years later, inside a building, an instructor was reading to our protagonist, telling him about the Knight Cain, later, who met death alongside the evil emperor 45 years ago. Though he could not stop his lord from straying onto a wrongful path, he has become a symbol of unwavering loyalty, standing by his lord's side until the very end. The instructor then concludes the Modern History Society. He then asked our protagonist, what is his thoughts? Our protagonist redirected the question. He asked the professor what does he think, what is his own point of view on Cain later. The professor replied, I think perhaps the Grand Duke simply wished to restore his friend's honor. After all, the story that Duke Yahello and Lord Cain were friends is quite well known. Our protagonist, now Karen Reston, 10 years old, third son of Yahello Reston, and only child of Count Pale, stood up and asked the professor if that's what he truly think. The professor asked what does he mean. He told his professor that he think his grandfather holds a grudge against his dead friend, that's why he's deliberately gilding his friend's name. The professor, surprised, wonder what on earth is the brat saying. He asked Karen to explain what he meant. Karen told him it's because his grandfather, rather than joining him on the road to revolution, Cain chose death, and his grandfather can't accept it. The professor was surprised to hear what he said. He never thought that Cain would wish for a quiet death. He thought to himself, of course, there are records that the duel between the Grand Duke and Cain later ended far too quickly for men of such similar skills, though it's only hearsay. But if they suppose Cain later chose death instead of joining his friend in his fight to death or in revolution, what Karen said would become a perfectly reasonable claim. He never thought that a mere 10-year-old could make such a deduction. But if he was to agree with such impudent opinion, the dukedom's knights might charge him with blasphemy. Thinking about this sent shivers down his spine. He then told Karen that he had never considered such a perspective before. Karen laughed. If I'm just kidding, why do you look so rattled? Minutes later, Karen was walking down the hallway. He said to himself that right now his name is Karen Reston, the youngest grandson of the Reston Kingdom, but that would be for the time being. Though it took him a while to piece the situation together, but in the end, he had been reborn as the grandson of Yahello Reston. He was pissed. That clueless bastard, how dare he make me a hero, he murmured. He should have understood without me saying it. As he walked, he saw his father in front of him, Yahello's youngest son. He coughed once, making it obvious that he's in the room. His father asked if his lesson has over. Karen replied yes, then asked his father if he was praying again. Is he still worried about his awakening ceremony? His father was surprised to hear that. He then apologized to Karen. Karen asked why is he apologizing. He told Karen it's because, unlike his two uncles, he never awakened magic power, so he worried he might have passed down that same burden to him. Karen tapped his father's shoulder, and with a smile he told him that no matter what anyone says, he's the greatest father to him. His father was speechless at his words, then hugged him and said, "You're the greatest son to me." Sometime later in Karen's room, while lying on the bed, he was throwing something that looked like a mana stone in the air. He was thinking about the awakening ceremony. He recalled in his past life, he asked Yahello what the awakening ceremony was. Yahello told him it's a family ritual, just a dusty old tradition. It's a ceremony to unlock one's innate magic power. Cain asked if magic is something he's born with, just like a silver spoon. But Yahello told him it's not like that. Not everyone can awaken magic power. And even if you do, it doesn't mean you qualify to become head of the family. Besides, there's said to be a tremendous secret passed down only to the family head. Cain asked if the secret is like some great treasure, or the location of a grimoire that grants wishes. Yahello told him no. If it's something like that, he might have been interested in the family's head position. Cain was disappointed. He hoped it was something like a wish grimoire that can grant him the wish to live quietly somewhere remote, away from everyone. Yahello laughed, then with a smile, he told Cain fine. When he become head one day, he'll tell him the secret specially. Now, back to the present. Charon stood up. Since the awakening ceremony is the ritual to awaken magic power, he told his father not to worry since he had already finished his magic awakening years ago. Sometime later, during the day, at the train port, Charon stood in front of the train entrance together with his father and mother and a few servants. His mother asked Charon if he's amazed to see a train. Charon replied yes, it's his first time. His mother told him many of the technologies used to build the train were made possible thanks to his father's sponsorship. His father shyly laughed, told his wife that she flatters him. The wife winked at him. Even if you say that it's truly something great, you know that, don't you? Cain told his father that he's really proud of him. Of course he was saying the truth. Though his father may not have awakened magic, but he alone supports 30% of the Reston dukedom's finances. With a mother who's always kind, and a father devoted to family, he deemed them both to be perfect parents. Now, as they ride in the train, Charon saw the Reston family's main estate, the Azure Sea Fortress. There is Yahello Reston, his best friend. He grinned. His friend dare make him into a great figure of history, so he was determined to become exactly the opposite, and make sure his troubles are in vain. He'll be the worst trash in Reston. The family steward came to welcome them together with some knights. His father asked the steward Heinrich if he's been well since it's been a year since they last saw each other. Heinrich told him he's always well thanks to the Duke. Charon took a peek. He wondered if they're the knights from the Sea Wave Knights. He realized that they've noticed he already awakened his mana. They're definitely different from the guys in their territory. Though he expected such a difference when comparing them to the Sea Wave guys. And it's only a matter of time before his grandfather hears about it. Well, not that he cares though. Now Heinrich told them to please follow him. He'll guide them to the main palace. Minutes later, inside the reception room, the maid told Charon to please wait in the room while his father greets the family elders. He should please feel free to call them anytime if he needs anything. Charon told her okay. He looked around. He noticed that the reception room is huge. The Azure Sea Fortress is really something else. He commented, saying he should have asked them to take him to the library since there's nothing to do in the room. But then, someone laughed. The boy asked why would he be going to the library as soon as he arrived at the main house. Just like the rumor says, he's a real bookworm. Well, since he's his uncle's kid, the chances of him awakening are slim, so he'd better hit the books if he wants to make a crazy amount of money like the commoners, just like his father. Charon was speechless, raging with anger. The boy activated his mana, angry at the fact that Charon wasn't replying to him, so he asked Charon if he want to have a go with him. If that's the case, he'd use a little bit of magic power to give him a preview. Charon finally spoke. So it seems like there is a mad dog growing up in the main house. The boy felt shivers run down his spine, but then he was shocked to see Charon has awakened his mana. No way, the guy commented. How? No, when did you awaken your magic power? My father never said anything about it. Charon told him of course, his own father doesn't even know. Now then, more importantly, we have a problem, dear brother. There's no need for two mad dogs in this house, is there? I'll be taking that role, so could you step aside, brother? Shocked, the boy asked Charon what in the world is he talking about. With that in mind, Charon told him it's time for a beating. Sometime later in a room, the uncles asked Heinrich if it's true that Charon has already awakened. Heinrich replied yes. The 3 captains of the Knight Order who accompanied him have confirmed it. Raphael Reston, second young master of the Reston family, told Pale, Charon's father, that he never thought his son would awaken his magic power, and not even inform the main family. What exactly are you plotting? He questioned. Pale told him of course not. He didn't know either. Tails Reston, first young master of the Reston family, told Raphael to refrain from baseless speculation. Pale hasn't awakened his magic power, so it's understandable that he wouldn't have noticed. Pale didn't say anything. Then suddenly, a servant came in. He told Heinrich that he needed to come quickly. He explained what happened to all of them. Minutes later, they arrived in the reception. Pale told Raphael there must be a misunderstanding, but Raphael didn't reply. He just went in angrily. His expression changed as soon as he saw his son's messed up state. Karen greeted him, but Raphael immediately lifted him up angrily. How dare this insolent pup who knows no manners hit his son? What on earth were you thinking, doing something like this? Karen told him it's because Leo insulted his father. With a sharp tone, he asked Raphael if it was his father. Would he have just stood by? Raphael shouted, "This bastard just spouting nonsense." Pale told him to calm down, but Raphael told him to shut it. It's all because of his poor upbringing of him. But then, Heinrich told them all to please stop. The lord of the family has said he will pass the judgment himself. Pale immediately took Karen from him, telling Raphael to let go of his son now. Worriedly, Pale asked Karen if he's all right. Karen replied yes. As they left to meet the Duke, Karen said to himself that it has been a long time since he met Yahello. They arrived in the room. The Duke, Yahello, asked Karen what is the reason for causing such a huge incident the moment he arrived at Azure Sea Fortress. Pale decided to explain, but the Duke told him he wasn't asking him. He will hear the answer from his son. He told Karen that he knows he's not so thoughtless as to cause trouble without considering the consequences. There must be a reason for his actions, so he should tell him every detail. Karen said to himself that acting so generous doesn't suit Yahello, since he wants to hear him out before punishing him. He then told the Duke that it is because brother Leo insulted his father. Raphael argued, told the Duke that Karen is saying nonsense again. The Duke scolded, slammed his hand on the table, and told him to be silent. How dare he raise his voice in front of him? Raphael apologized. The Duke told them they can simply call for Leo and confirm the facts. He then asked Heinrich if Leo's treatment is finished. Heinrich replied yes, he will bring him to the office. The Duke then told Karen he still has something to ask. Karen immediately knew what he wanted to ask. He told the Duke that if he is asking about his magic power, he awakened it 3 years ago. Everyone was surprised to hear he awakened 3 years ago. The Duke then asked, why has he kept it hidden even from his own father until now? The Duke was quite impressed that Karen awakened mana on his own. Karen told him he only realized it was magic power after reading a book later on, and after he found out about his magic power, he just wanted to keep it a secret. He said with a smile, having a secret is fun, isn't it? It was even more fun because the knights in his father's territory had no idea either. The Duke asked if that's really all there is to it. Karen replied yes. The servant then came in, together with Leo, who was all patched up. The Duke asked Leo if it's true that he insulted Karen's father. Leo, a bit anxious, was about to reply, but then Karen said with a saddened tone, I am sorry, grandfather. Even though brother Leo made fun of his father, calling him a vulgar man obsessed with money, and an incompetent, arrogant person who has no right to the succession. Despite that, I should not have hit my brother. I have committed a great sin. Leo, scared, almost tried to debunk Karen's words, but Karen gave him a sharp stare which sent shivers down his spine. The Duke then asked if what Karen said is true. Leo immediately replied yes. The Duke couldn't press the situation further. He told them that for now, since the awakening ceremony is tomorrow, he will postpone the punishment for both of them until after it is over. They should keep that in mind, but for today they're all dismissed to rest. As they left the room, the Duke asked Heinrich what does he think about Pale's son. Heinrich replied, he is not sure about other things, but he felt that there were many aspects that he would find interesting. Indeed, the Duke commented, the boy is an interesting one. Not only did he awaken his magic power on his own 3 years ago, but he has hidden it until now. Furthermore, he seemed to be questioning the skill level of the knights assigned to Pale's territory. It was as if he was subtly pointing out that by assigning such unskilled men, he as the father is neglecting Pale. Heinrich told the Duke he might be overthinking it. The Duke took a drink. He wished that was the case, but that child is different. If there is something special about him, we will surely find out tomorrow. After all, they cannot know everything simply from the fact that he has awakened his magic power. Whether he will complete the awakening ceremony safely tomorrow, and if he does complete it, what will he obtain there? He's extremely curious. The next day, outside the Reston Castle in a mountain, the Duke, together with his sons and grandsons, and the elders of the Reston family were walking down the forest. Karen said to himself that although the elders have retired from active duties, he can sense how incredibly skilled they are. Beside him is Tails, the eldest son of Yahello, and his daughter Leon, and also Raphael, the second son, and his son Leo. For the whole family to be making such a fuss, Charon deemed the awakening ceremony to be more important than he thought. They finally arrived at their destination, and in front of them was something. Charon noticed it's the Stone of Oath. Now, the Duke told them they should begin the awakening ceremony. When they pass through the rift opened by the Stone of Oath, a world the Stone of Oath shows them will unfold. They say the world shown by the Stone of Oath is different for every person. The ceremony will end when they use the weapon they obtain there to destroy the world. Charon told him he understood. The Duke stared at him intently. He then brought out his pendant and placed it in front of the stone. There was a reaction between the pendant and the stone. Then a ray of mana shot into the sky. The pressure from it was quite intense. The Duke asked Charon what is he doing, is he scared? His father also asked him if he's really okay. Charon told him not to worry, he'll be back. Charon walked towards the portal, said to himself that the mission of using the weapon he gets from beyond the rift to destroy the world is easy since destroying things was always his job. The Duke watched as he entered, told Charon to overcome his fears. Charon wondered what does he mean by overcoming his fears. Well, he fully entered the portal and appeared somewhere. He arrived in a place he had once forgotten. He wondered why on earth is the rift showing him memories of the place. Is it trying to make him feel guilty by showing him his innocent dead comrades? The door above the stairs to the main palace opened. Then he heard a voice. Your world is cruel and desolate, O child of the blue wolves. The time of the covenant has come, so I shall fulfill what was made with your ancestors. As Charon climbed the stairs, he asked the voice if it is a demon. The voice said to him, the blood that flows in your veins cannot be invaded by a mere lowly demon. So, overcome your fear and ascend to the throne. What you desire is there. Charon pushed the door open. He said to himself, it's been a while. It looks like there's something on the throne. It is a throne that the emperor wanted to protect so much that he even made a deal with the demon. He didn't know that his comrades and he would die just because of that. As he walked forward, it felt like he's walking on the corpses of his comrades. He arrived at the throne. The voice spoke again. Child who has received the blessing of the cold North Sea, though your soul has lost its way, you have finally arrived here. And on behalf of the Blue Clan, I welcome you. Charon saw his sword, his beloved weapon that the emperor bestowed upon him, the demonic sword Ruin. The voice told him to infuse his mana into it. Charon asked the voice, what does it mean? That's a demonic sword, it eats the user's soul. The voice said to him, the evil thoughts that dwelled in it have already been extinguished by your grandfather. What you're seeing is merely a distorted form placed by a demon. Awaken your sword, child. Only you can awaken it. Charon wondered if it's okay to touch the sword. What if he returns to his past self, who took countless lives by obeying the emperor's orders? He then recalled the Duke telling him to overcome his fear. He grinned as he realized what those words meant. Yahello is being unusually kind, he commented. He walked forward, said to himself that the true purpose of the awakening ceremony isn't just to obtain a weapon, but for the family heir, who has awakened the azure clarity, to overcome the source of his fear. In that case, he placed his hand on the sword and something happened which he never expected. Within seconds, he found himself somewhere, the azure clarity. And in front of him was Ruin's form, which is gradually being cleansed by the azure clarity. The voice told him that he doesn't know why the sword met him in such a form, but that sword is originally the sword of the progenitor rail. Though the sword your grandfather took is also a progenitor's sword. But unlike your grandfather, the reason the sword was not even recorded in historical texts is that the power it possesses is of nature, which is extremely different from the power of your family. Charon felt sharp pain all over his body. As he held the sword, he asked the voice what is going on. The voice told him to endure it since the mana within the sword is being engraved into his body. The mana energy flowing in his body has become even more intense. He grinned because for the mana within the sword to have such an amazing effect, the azure mana is really incredible. He then asked the voice, what is the real name of the sword? The voice told him the sword has beheaded countless demons and devoured their powers. A sword that even demons feared, that its very existence was erased from memory. A sword born from the deep sea of the north, a place dark yet pure. The execution sword, guillotine. That is the true name of the sword. It's a sword that resembles the deep sea's darkness. It suits your destiny so well, child. Anyway, Charon asked the voice, who is he? Judging by the way he calls himself part of the Blue Clan. You're the Blue Dragon, our family dragon, aren't you? The voice told Karen that he doesn't have the skills to handle its true name yet. If he can one day dominate the sea with his power, then he can come find him in the North Sea. Karen was speechless, he agreed, then asked the voice how can he get out of the rift. The voice told him he should have already known the answer. Karen knew he would have to cut the throne. Well, he deemed it to be great since he has always wanted to try it. He then cut the throne in half. Now outside, Pale was worried about his son. His father told him not to worry too much. He knows it must be painful to watch his son walk a path he's never been on. He knew it's not easy, but that's all the more reason for him to compose himself. But to their surprise, the stone of oath began to break. They shielded their faces from the ray of light. The Duke wondered what on earth is going on. Karen finally came out with his sword. Shyly, he asked them where did the stone of oath go. He then looked at his surroundings. That was when he realized that the stone of oath had been broken. Pale was panicking since Karen broke the stone of oath. Karen himself had nothing to say about that. What's more, the Duke was shocked to see the guillotine, the beheading sword of their ancestor Rael Reston. He said to himself that the sword was erased even from the family's history, passed down only orally to the head of the family and the elders. So why has it suddenly appeared now? Could it be the time of the covenant is approaching? He then asked Karen if he's not afraid of the sword. Karen was speechless for a moment, then replied no. The Duke didn't question further. He said to himself that long ago their ancestors who could not fulfill their covenant with the blue dragon to annihilate the demons crossing from the world's end, left behind the stone of oath as proof of the covenant, vowing to the future, waiting for the one who would one day carry out that covenant to appear. He then wondered if Karen is the one to succeed the covenant. The Duke then announced, on behalf of his name, Yahello Reston, declaring that Karen, son of Pale Reston, is a rightful member of the Azure Fortress, a direct descendant chosen by the guillotine and worthy of inheriting the Spirit Sea style. Raphael couldn't hide his anger. He never expected the brat to receive the Spirit Sea style. Even the first child tried hiding his anger. He looked at the guillotine sword. It's something he had never heard of before. He thought he knew every sword handed down in the family, but he had never even heard of this sword. Moreover, just looking at it sent chills down his spine. He was impressed to see that Pale's son is walking down the path he had never tread. But he refused to let the matter of succession be swayed by the variable of his son. The Duke told them the awakening ceremony is over, they should all return. Raphael asked his brother if he's just going to stand by and watch. The brother told him they'll have to speak in private. By the way, Raphael asked him if he knew of the guillotine sword. The brother replied no. Raphael couldn't hide his fangs. He told his brother that he cannot possibly understand the situation. Why does it have to be Pale's son of all people? The brother didn't reply. He told him what matters now is that this is not the time for them to fight among themselves. The next day, it was sunny in the train station. Pale asked Karen if he would be fine being left alone. Karen replied yes. Heinrich told him there's no place safer than the Azure Sea Fortress. Pale knew that's true, but although it's safe from external threats, what he worried about is internal threats. Of course, with his father around, he doubted his two brothers would act rashly. Heinrich then told Pale that the one assigned to conduct the Spirit Sea-style inheritance for young Master Karen is Lady Sabina. Pale was relieved to hear it would be his aunt. Karen also knew her. Sabina Reston, Yahello's sister, known as a master no less skilled than Yahello. She was once called the White Wolf. Pale told Karen that his aunt always doted on him greatly, so he should make sure not to show any disrespect to his aunt. Karen replied yes, he would do his best. Heinrich added, there's one more thing. A message from the head of the family. The Duke said he would prepare a residence for him in the Azure Sea Fortress, so he may visit any time. Pale was surprised and happy by this news. Thanks to that, he can leave without worrying. He then thanked Heinrich. He told Karen to take care of himself. If he needed help, he should contact him any time. Karen replied with a smile, yes, father. A few hours later, after driving in the train, Karen was climbing the stairs with Heinrich. Heinrich told Karen they shouldn't be slow. Lady Sabina is waiting. Karen replied, okay, he mustn't keep Aunt Grandmother waiting. Heinrich looked at him and told him he would like to offer him a piece of advice. Lady Sabina dislikes being called grandmother the most, so it would be best to refrain from using the term Aunt Grandmother. Karen replied, okay, he would keep that in mind. But he wondered what's wrong with calling a grandmother. They arrived at the entrance. Heinrich told him that only direct descendants of the family may enter the cultivation chamber in the Azure Sea Fortress, so he should please go in. Also, young Lord Leo is in the place as well. Karen couldn't hide his happiness to be with his brother Leo. Well, he can't wait to bully him again. He then ran towards the entrance. Heinrich knew it would be lively again after a long time. As Karen arrived at the entrance, He could sense the immense magic power. He opened the door, announced that Karen Reston, son of Pale, greets respectfully. As he entered, he was surprised to see her. She asked him what's wrong. Is he surprised she doesn't look as he expected? To think you're the son of that darling Pale, how time flies. Karen wondered if she had reconstructed her body with magic power. That means she should be in the 8th star realm, but he deemed that to be ridiculous. Karen stood at the door, staring blankly like some lost child at a temple gate. Lady Sabina arched a brow and asked if he planned on rotting there all day. She told him to quit dawdling, sit cross-legged, and get his act together. Then, with a sly grin, she added he could sit right next to Leo. When Karen's gaze drifted toward Leo, he muttered, "Oh, brother." Poor Leo froze like a rabbit in front of a wolf. Karen sat beside him with a menacing calm, his presence heavier than iron shackles. "Looks like we'll be seeing each other often," he whispered. "Let's get along, big brother." Leo, sweating like a child caught stealing sweets, managed to reply, "Yeah." Sabina chuckled softly. She admitted she never thought she'd hear the title White Wolf from someone so young. Karen shrugged and said he simply liked history, had read it in a book. With a sigh, Sabina told him he was an interesting child, just as her elder brother had warned. Curious, Karen asked what her grandfather had said about him. Sabina recalled Yahello Reston's words but kept the sharp truth buried. Yahello had said Karen was a child destined to sail vast oceans, one who would one day rule them. He had told Sabina to guide that boy, to become his lighthouse. Yet she didn't reveal it all. Instead, she told Karen that her brother had simply said she would grow fond of him. And now, seeing him, she admitted she understood why. Sabina watched the boy's aura blaze like untamed fire. Inwardly, she compared him to a storm wave, rough, wild, but with the terrifying potential to swallow entire seas. She smiled, thinking how entertaining it would be to train such a child. Then, standing tall, she declared the session would begin. She explained that the cross-legged stance was the foundation of mana training. Once they advanced past the introductory stage, sitting would no longer matter. With a mere gesture, Sabina erupted with mana. It roared out like a tidal wave, pressing down on the children. Leo almost toppled over, while Karen, unfazed, calmly observed. He whispered inwardly, "Azure mana." Without a doubt, Sabina told them the sea domination technique was literally a method to rule the oceans. By creating and operating seas within their bodies, they grew stronger. 8 seas meant reaching the 8-star level, while uniting them into one vast ocean meant 9-star, a feat only 3 people had ever achieved, and only 1 in the Empire. Karen smirked knowingly. "That must be grandfather." Sabina nodded. "Yes. The only 9-star user alive is Lord Yahello Reston." The boy clenched his fists and vowed silently. This life he would catch up to Yahello no matter what. Seeing that ferocious will in his eyes, Sabina marveled again. This kid wasn't just hungry for power, he was starving for it. Training continued. Sabina instructed them to let mana flow through the passages opened by the awakening ritual, reminding them the power of the sea wasn't something to dominate, but something to accept. Waves had to be guided from the heart before they could be controlled by the mind, yet the difference was clear. Karen's mana flowed like a raging tide, carving new passages by sheer will, while Leo's flickered weakly despite 2 years of practice. Sabina was stunned. Karen was doing instinctively what most needed years to attempt. Then, as Karen trained, his body screamed with pain, as if it were being torn apart. He abruptly stopped. Sabina's eyes widened. He had the self-control to halt before breaking himself. Impressive. She was ready to praise him when she noticed Leo sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. Lady Sabina quickly rushed to Leo, picked him up and snapped, "Didn't I tell you not to force yourself to operate your mana?" Leo, trembling and pale, whispered a weak, I'm sorry." Sabina sighed, inwardly scolding herself. She had been so focused on Karen's monstrous talent that she'd almost forgotten. Even if both boys had awakened their mana, they were still children. That was why she was here in the first place, to stop them from wrecking their bodies with childish recklessness. But then she looked at Karen again. Unlike Leo, who collapsed like a sack of flour, Karen had stopped training right at the brink, perfectly gauging his own limits. Amused, Sabina thought, this boy doesn't need a lighthouse. He's already steering his own ship. Out loud, she called Karen's name. He answered calmly. Sabina told him that for 3 years, she would guarantee his safety. During those 3 years, he must build the strength to protect himself, and most importantly, maintain his composure, no matter how strong his hunger for power grew. Karen bowed his head slightly. Yes, Lady Sabina. Later, training grounds at night. The training grounds echoed with a clash of steel. The knight leader barked at the rookies. Don't be sloppy. Swing your swords like you mean to kill, not like you're buttering bread. Then he noticed two figures approaching, Charon and Leo. As they walked, Leo leaned toward Charon nervously. Are you really planning on using that sword for training too? Charon shot him a cold glance. Yeah, why? Got a problem with it? Leo stammered. No, it's not that I dislike it. But isn't it too risky to use a real sword? Charon laughed darkly and barked loud enough for everyone to hear. Everyone keeps whispering that its aura is menacing. Even with the scabbard grandfather gave me, they act like it's cursed. Tell me, Leo, do you still hate it? Before Leo could answer, the knights in the yard all turned and bowed. Welcome, Lord Charon, welcome, Lord Leo. One knight stepped forward. Clad in wolf-emblazoned armor, he introduced himself with a firm voice. From today, I will be in charge of Lord Charon's sword training. I am Sir Xerus, commander of the Sea-Wolf Knights. Please feel free to call me Sir Xerus. Charon studied him at a glance and smirked inwardly. This man's no lightweight, definitely an 8-star master. Out loud, he said smoothly. A pleasure to meet you, Sir Xerus. Xerus gave a small bow, but his tone carried a firm edge. He made it clear that he would not address Charon with the title of Lord Pale's grandson until the youth was acknowledged by the Blue Wolves. For in that order, respect was earned through skill rather than bloodline. Charon's smirk only deepened at the remark. He welcomed the idea, showing no attachment to the weight of his family title. His mind circled around the tradition of the Blue Wolves, where only through battle could true respect be claimed. The response forced Xerus into a pause. Most nobles would have reacted with outrage to such a statement, and already Lord Leo was glaring with his usual sarcastic, bratty expression. Yet Charon revealed a sharpness in thought that stood out from the common pride of aristocrats. For the first time, Xerus began to wonder if a proper successor might finally have appeared. Then, without warning, Charon's expression shifted into something grim, something laced with danger. His gaze locked on both Xerus and Leo. He revealed that he had never grown accustomed to the title of the Duke's grandson because in the end, everyone before him would one day lower their heads. Leo froze in sudden panic, while Xerus stiffened as a cold shiver crawled down his spine. Inwardly, he realized the truth. Within this family, a true demon had begun to sprout. The sparring soon commenced, steel clashing beneath the night sky. Yet even as the blows rang out, the weight of Charon's earlier words lingered heavily in the air. 3 years later, and somehow the Azure Fortress still smelled like cheap liquor and family disappointment. Yahello Reston sat in his chamber, drinking like a man who thought wine could disguise mediocrity. Sabina lounged nearby, smug as ever. Xerus lingered too, silent but with the permanent face of someone who regretted attending. Sabina praised her brother's liquor, because apparently sycophancy was her love language. Yahello complained she was stealing it. Cute sibling banter, if you enjoy listening to aristocrats argue about drinks while the empire burned outside. She fired back, reminding him she'd wasted 3 years tutoring his grandson, as if babysitting Charon was equivalent to sainthood. Yahello chuckled, finally realizing it had been 3 years. Brilliant observation. He asked Sabina what she thought of the boy. She didn't hesitate. Monster. Yahello frowned like someone had insulted his haircut. Sabina doubled down. Even calling Charon a genius would be insulting. Xerus got dragged into it, saying Charon might even outshine Hugo Tales, the Empire's poster boy for talent. Yahello nearly choked on his cup at that one. Trouble in the succession line, Sabina pointed out. If Charon's brilliance spread, Yahello's precious sons would look like filler characters. Yahello barked at her, accusing her of suggesting his sons would see their nephew as a threat. She calmly confirmed it. Ouch. Sabina had a talent for twisting the knife. Yahello snapped, calling her talk absurd. He muttered about stones breaking and new ones rising. Some old prophecy nonsense no one cared about until it was convenient. Sabina smirked, impressed it was news reserved for heads of House Reston. Heavy shoulders for their cute youngest, she teased. Charon's name came up again. Yahello promised he'd tell Charon when the time was right, which meant never. Meanwhile, in Lord Pale's mansion, Charon's father read a letter. A letter so painfully polite, it could have been written by a schoolboy begging for lunch money. Charon apologized for not visiting. Training was apparently more important than filial piety. He told his father to dress warmly, because apparently, reminders about coats were the duty of empire-shaking geniuses now. Karen bragged about mastering the 4th stance of Jihi and the 4th form of harangue swordsmanship. Cute. He also mentioned taking care of Leo, as if babysitting his brother was some monumental achievement. And then, the kicker. He ran out of allowance. The mighty prodigy, begging for pocket change. Lord Pale laughed like it was charming. It wasn't. He dropped the letter with a sigh, speaking with Heinrich, his own father, about how worried he'd been when Karen was sent to the Azure Fortress 3 years ago. So, apparently the Azure Fortress had a new reputation. Noisy halls and endless chaos, all thanks to one kid. 3 years, and the place had gone from fortress to circus. Heinrich called it lively, cute euphemism. Heinrich told Lord Pale that the young heir couldn't help standing out. Lord Pale sighed, complaining he'd told Karen not to shine so bright. Heinrich countered that even a jewel sparkles when buried. Translation: too late, the boy's already exposed. And yes, the worst news possible. Karen might be sent on a mission, assigned by the Blue Wolves no less. Lord Pale tried to hide his nerves, but everyone knew what he really feared, his 2 older sons watching Karen rise like storm tide. Jealousy was guaranteed. Heinrich added fuel. Sabina adored Karen. That was supposed to be reassurance. Lord Pale chuckled, pretending monthly allowance letters made him a nurturing father. Then Heinrich dropped the kicker. The knights themselves had given Karen a nickname, the young mad dog of the Azure Fortress. Out in the yard, Karen earned that nickname the hard way. Wooden swords cracked, men surrendered, and one bulky knight begged for mercy. Karen mocked him for twisting his blade instead of fighting properly. Balloon muscles, he called him. The knight was stunned, injured, and insulted in one go. Karen wiped sweat, casually roasting him while training harder than anyone else. The knight muttered that even last year, facing Karen without magic wasn't this painful. Now, it was humiliation. And worse, rumor had it Karen might soon be deployed. Not by the family head in the capital, but by Xeris. A real mission. Beast-infested granaries in the west. Karen grinned. Finally, he turned to Leo, shouting about deployment. Leo wilted instantly. The thought of sharing a mission with Karen drained the color from his face. Even during sparring, he couldn't focus. Leo, meanwhile, thought only of recognition. A mission completed well meant a nod from his parents, or maybe just another excuse to sharpen himself sharper. Back at the mansion, Lord Pale had darker worries. He handed Heinrich a sack, inside narcotics, smuggled straight from Beirut. Heinrich sniffed it like a connoisseur, earning himself a brief high while promising an investigation. Professionalism at its finest. In the next scene, a guy hopped off a train at the Azure Fortress. As he came down, he exclaimed that the fortress is very huge. The Azure Fortress mansion looked calm on the outside, knights patrolling like loyal watchdogs. Inside, Karen slipped out of Xeris's room with a stolen bottle of liquor, grinning like he'd just robbed a crown jewel. It was always a thrill to mess with Xeris's stash. Just because he wore a child's body didn't mean he'd forgotten the taste of alcohol. He paused. Someone was approaching, a face he hadn't seen before. Turned out to be a young baron, whispering urgently with a butler. The boy was asking if Lord Pale was really absent. The butler confirmed. Pale was in the capital, kissing up to the emperor. In his absence, the knight commander handled things. Karen casually strolled into their conversation, bottle in hand. He asked what brought the baron out so late. The butler stammered an introduction, Baron Rohan of House Balus, with an urgent request concerning Shang Tsung's song. Karen smirked and agreed to hear him out. The butler nearly choked, insisting this was a matter for Xeris. But Karen pointed out that if the baron came in person, the matter was truly urgent. A noble should receive him. The butler conceded, agreeing to inform Xeris separately. Rohan studied the boy. So this was the young heir, son of the prince who'd been pushed aside in succession, yet already awakened to magic and training like a wolf among sheep. His eyes fell on the liquor bottle and his thoughts soured. Was it really normal for a child to swagger around drunk? He sighed, muttering inwardly that the Restons must be born reckless. Karen led him inside. Rohan laid out his problem: bandits in the eastern mountains. Karen listened, sipping liquor like it was water, then summed it up with mock impatience. Yes, bandits in the east, causing trouble, same old story. Rohan admitted it was worse than that. Drugs were flooding the land, commoners kidnapped and sold, while Bella's soldiers had been crushed. His father, the Baron, was bedridden after leading a failed assault. The young Baron practically bowed his head in shame. Karen slammed the bottle on the table. Bastards like that deserve to be ripped apart. Still, something didn't add up. Regular bandits don't break armies. Rohan admitted there were rumors, deserters from the Southern Kingdom's war. That explained the unnatural strength. Karen thought inwardly how predictable it all was. Ever since the dethronement of the so-called evil emperor, the empire had been bleeding strength. The army downsized, stuck grinding its teeth in the Southern War, leaving the North full of holes for deserters and criminals to crawl through. So yes, the theory about bandits being ex-soldiers made sense, too much sense. He raised the liquor bottle and offered Rohan a drink, mocking civility. From his position, he couldn't overlook Balus's plight. He even suggested going himself. Rohan thanked him politely, though inwardly he wondered how it was acceptable to drink from a child's hand. But before he could hesitate, Karen flashed a grin and dropped the real punchline. This bottle was swiped straight from Xeris's collection. Rohan trembled at the thought. Xeris, the infamous Blue Knight commander, and just like that, the man himself walked in. He scolded Karen for stealing liquor, but quickly smoothed over his tone when he realized Rohan was watching. Polite words, courteous apologies, all wasted the moment he spotted Karen drinking like an old drunk. He snapped, tore the bottle away, and told him alcohol wasn't for his age. Karen sulked, mourning his lost prize. Then Xeris turned to business. He told Rohan the Blue Wolves wouldn't sit idle. Reinforcements would be dispatched to Balus. Rohan brightened, thanking him as though hope itself had just been restored. But Karen chimed in, saying that he would like to go, but Xeris declined. Karen then told Xeris that overprotection is bad, he needs to experience war sooner or later. Xeris replied that they don't know anything about the bandits, their strength, or how powerful they are. He would rather send Karen to the west to fight an enemy they know of. Karen tilted his head and promised an offer Xeris couldn't refuse. For a second, both Rohan and Xeris froze, wondering how a boy's smile could feel like a threat. Morning came. Leo dressed for deployment, looking like a condemned man in uniform. He cursed his luck, forced onto the same mission as Karen. Beside him, Karen teased relentlessly, buzzing with excitement as if this were a festival, not a march toward death. Xeris observed quietly, thinking it was fortunate Sabina would be accompanying them. Even he admitted her presence was a safeguard. Sabina, the legendary White Empress herself, smiled at the two brats. She reminisced that she too once burned with excitement before her first mission. Rohan, however, watched the scene with unease. Could two children really take down bandits, even with a powerhouse like Sabina nearby? If the heirs of Reston were harmed, Belus would shoulder the blame. As if reading his worry, Xeris reassured him. Nothing would happen under Sabina's watch. Except Sabina herself smirked and said otherwise. Unless the boys were on the verge of death, she wouldn't step in. The shock was instant. Rohan was horrified. Leo nearly fainted. Even Xeris questioned her resolve, but she stood firm. There was a reason she couldn't intervene, one she'd reveal later. Xeris accepted it with a heavy nod. Rohan couldn't. Then came the call. Time was up. The mission began. Leo's hands shook as he stepped toward the train, teeth clenched. Karen walked in beside him, grinning like a man eager to dance with death. Sabina whispered to Leo that nerves were natural, but this was his chance to prove himself as a true blue wolf. Leo nodded weakly, still unconvinced. Karen, of course, couldn't leave it there. He leaned in and mocked him, asking if Leo always needed a push from behind to move forward in life. Leo barked at him to shut up. Karen grinned wider, dragging his brother onto the train. The announcer's voice rang out, cutting through all doubts. The magic train was departing Shanghai Castle, bound for Belus Barony. The train rattled on through the night, and Sabina leaned in close to Rohan. She told him her presence in Shanghai was classified. If word got out, the bandits would scatter like rats into the dark. He wouldn't want that, would he? Rohan shook his head. Of course not, White Empress, but inwardly he doubted. Entrusting this mission to two children, one boy dozing as if the meaning of first mission didn't exist, and the other sweating bullets just from breathing. It was laughable. Leo's mind wandered to his mother's voice, sharp and cutting as always. She'd reminded him that Karen wasn't his friend but his rival. How could Leo smile with the same boy who had humiliated him 3 years ago and dragged their father's name through the mud? She asked him if he even had a brain in his head. Leo had answered then with trembling honesty. Karen was no rival. Even Hugo, their so-called genius of a brother, hadn't touched 3 stars until 14, while Karen had soared past 4 stars at 13. Leo himself had only scraped 3 stars this year, at 15. Rival? Impossible. Karen was a peak he could only chase. His mother scolded him for his inferiority, but Leo had called it truth. Karen's existence forced him to move, to struggle, to try. His mother sighed, accusing him of staring at trees and missing the forest. Sabina's voice cut through his thoughts. "Leo Reston." He jolted, answering clumsily. She asked why he trembled so badly. He admitted the nerves. She smirked, told him nerves were fine, but asked if he could cut someone down when the time came. She said Karen would sell his own kin if it bought him survival. Leo, though? She told him not to doubt. She knew how hard he'd worked. She was the one who had hammered him into shape. Leo bowed his head and called her master. The title rolled off her lips with amusement. Master. It suited her. The train whistle screamed, and the announcer declared 20 minutes to Belus. Sabina rose, commanding them to address each other as master and disciple for the mission. Leo answered firmly. Rohan watched, confused as she strolled to the window. She explained coolly that if she appeared at the station, panic would spread instantly. She would slip ahead. Rohan's eyes widened when he realized what she was about to do. The train was still moving. Surely she wouldn't, but she would. Leo and Rohan nearly fainted as she placed her hand on the glass. Karen, of course, grinned with admiration. His master, bold as ever. Sabina reassured them one last time. Their grandnephews would be watching nearby. No one would hold Rohan accountable if anything happened. Not that anything would. The boys shouted her name in disbelief. And then she leapt. Out of a train screaming at full speed, she vanished into the dark like it was nothing. Leo and Rohan sat pale and hollow-eyed, their souls half escaped. Karen chuckled, used to this kind of madness. When the train finally reached Belus, Karen and Leo were ushered into the mansion. The Baron, pale and coughing in his bed, greeted them weakly. He apologized for meeting them while sitting down. Karen brushed it off and even asked about his wounds, like a polite guest. The Baron thanked him and reminisced about meeting Karen's father a decade ago. He called Karen splendid, claimed Lord Raphael must be proud. Karen smiled thinly and told him to cut the etiquette. Just call me young lord if you must. All these courtesies are exhausting. The Baron chuckled, then asked if Karen really had reached the 4th star at his age. Karen confirmed, and because he couldn't resist twisting the knife, he pointed out Leo was still stuck at 3. Leo froze. Why mention that here? The Baron laughed anyway, saying both boys must be highly valued to be dispatched. Karen, of course, shot back that failure wasn't an option. The Blue Wolves didn't exist to disappoint. He forced Leo to agree. Leo stammered through a half-hearted yes. The Baron wheezed harder, and Karen mercifully suggested they take their leave. Outside, with the guide leading them through the streets, Leo whispered doubts. Could they really trust this man? He might be working with the bandits. Karen smiled. Finally, his brother's brain had switched on. He agreed the guide was likely the traitor. Leo gasped, demanding proof. Karen explained he had already spoken with Rohan back at the station. The young Baron admitted they would rely on a traitor to find the bandit camp. Karen had smiled at that plan, and here it was unfolding right before their eyes. Leo fumed, asking why Karen kept it secret. Karen answered simply. Leo had been too wound up in nerves to hear it, which was true, and Leo knew it. Still, the thought of Rohan knowingly using a traitor disturbed him. Karen countered that it was brilliant. Keeping a snake close made it easier to control the nest. The fact that the guide hadn't been punished all this time only proved Belus was desperate. Karen went further, laying out the ugly truth. Noble sons traveling through this mess were perfect ransom bait. If the bandits grabbed them both, Belus would pay dearly. Leo could only agree. Then Karen looked ahead and muttered that the reel had been cast. Sure enough, the bandits stood waiting. Their leader tossed a sack of coins to the guide, thanking him for the delivery. Since the targets were noble brats, he'd even sweetened the payment. The guide bowed, grinning. One bandit whispered to his boss that these kids didn't look like they'd come quietly. The boss agreed, eyeing them. Leo's hands shook. But Karen stepped forward, calm and bold, eyes sharp enough to cut. He sneered and called them what they were, vermin spreading narcotics in his father's lands. Back in Belus Mansion, Rohan worried over his father. The Baron coughed but brushed it off. He told his son that Blue Sea Castle wouldn't have sent Karen and Leo without faith in them. He even said Karen reminded him of Lord Halo's younger days, bold, confident, a little too calm. That reassurance sounded nice, but it was worth about as much as the cup of water Rohan had just handed him. Meanwhile, in the mountains, Karen proved the point. His blade carved through bandits, heads flying as if it were routine. Leo froze, horrified, realizing his brother wasn't human. He was a monster dressed in noble colors. The deputy begged the leader to retreat. The leader snarled, refusing to lose to a boy, and charged with a red aura blazing. Karen sighed at the noise, called it annoying, and split him in half with one strike. Leo's jaw nearly hit the snow, and Karen mocked the man for ruining his clothes. The survivors broke fast. Orha, shaking, dropped his weapon and surrendered. Karen grinned and asked if he had a rope. Next thing Leo knew, Karen had ordered the man to tie them both up like real captives. Leo gaped, asking why. Karen explained that if they wanted bait to work, it had to be convincing. On the march, Karen pressed Orha for information. The bandits spilled it all. Deserters from Caius, 130 men, 2 mages and guard knights. Leo frowned, realizing the problem. Karen caught the lie too. Why would deserters with elites waste time in a poor barony like Balus? The story stank, so Karen decided to see for himself. At the hideout, guards questioned Orha, who lied smoothly about chasing escapees. They mocked him but let him in. Karen noticed the slack discipline, but his unease sharpened when his sword reacted. Bird carcasses hung as sacrifices. A black magic circle bled power across the ground. He snapped orders. Orha, untie him. Leo, draw Sylphid. Then the circle ignited, and skeletons clawed out of the dirt. Orha panicked. The bandit leader stepped out, sneering at the hostages. Karen looked for the mage and found nothing. He seized Orha, blade at his throat, threatening to kill him if they attacked. Leo recoiled, horrified at the breach of honor. The bandit leader mocked him for acting beneath nobility, but Karen only asked why not. The leader shrugged, saying Orha was worthless anyway. Worthless was right. He shoved the man toward Karen. Leo, sweating, asked for a plan. Karen smirked. Simple, kill the leader. He told Leo the skeletons were his problem. Before Leo could protest, Karen launched forward, aura blazing. His blade tore into the leader, severing his hand with a strike from the third form of the sea wolf. The man howled, calling him a brat. Karen mocked him again, saying if he was going to attack, he should have done it earlier. The leader demanded to know why Blue Sea Castle was interfering. Karen answered coldly. This barony bordered his father's land. He wasn't here to kill him, but to drag him back alive. Leo, meanwhile, fought the skeletons harder than ever, finally swinging with some backbone. Karen encouraged him, reminding him the sea wolf sword was about brute strength, not nerves. Karen pinned the leader, stabbing him in the leg until he screamed his name, Michael Knox. Karen forced him to order his men to surrender. Knox, groaning, warned that when they arrive, even House Reston couldn't stand against them. Karen guessed he meant the black mages and laughed at his hope. Did he really think the Restons sent just 2 children alone? The magic circle flickered out as if on cue, then the explosion. Karen cursed, too late to catch the mage. Sabina appeared, head of the black mage in hand. Leo nearly vomited. Sabina declared the mission a failure. The most important clue was dead. Karen smirked and asked if she was impressed. She beat Knox unconscious before answering, then scolded Karen for his recklessness. Still, she admitted it was Reston blood. Audacity earned points, but hostage-taking lost them. Karen justified it, saying no one expected a noble to stoop so low. Sabina laughed, called him a creep and said he was insane. Knox, half dead, agreed silently. Sabina ordered a return to Bellis Castle, where questions waited. Freed villagers reunited with their families, tears everywhere. Karan spotted Orha brooding in guilt. He mocked him for growing a conscience, telling him it was too early. His fate was still in chains. He'd be hauled to Blue Sea Castle with his captain. Leo asked if it was wise to leave him untied. Karen answered they needed his muscle to carry Knox. One villager spoke up for Orha, claiming he'd shown kindness. Karan listened as the villagers defended Orha, swearing he had fed the hungry and hidden medicine for the sick. Sabina turned to Karen for judgment. Karen eyed the trembling bandit, then said he'd consider mercy since Orha had guided them to the hideout. Orha nearly collapsed with gratitude, swearing loyalty until death. Leo dragged Karen away to show him something more interesting, a barrel holding a massive glowing magic stone. Karen's smirk sharpened. Now the reason for the bandit infestation made sense. A secret mine the Belis family hadn't even known existed. Leo noticed the scheming look in Karen's eyes and asked what he was plotting. Karen didn't bother answering before Rohan and his father arrived. Rohan ordered the prisoners into the dungeon and asked Sabina for the stone. She waved him toward her students. Karen held it up with deliberate arrogance, revealing Belus's own secret. Rohan froze. Realizing his poor barony sat on wealth he had never imagined, Karen declined Rohan's offer of a banquet, claiming they had to return to Blue Sea Castle. When Rohan admitted he couldn't pay the mission fee in full, Karen's face turned cunning. He mocked Balus as a remote wasteland, then dropped his proposal: joint development of the mine under House Reston's protection. Rohan was shaken, but he quickly realized it was a deal he couldn't refuse. Karen made it clear that he wouldn't haggle shares with a mere child's voice. That was for Rohan and Lord Pale to discuss. Rohan, already cornered, agreed. Later, Karen asked Sabina why she'd been so wary in the hideout. She explained that the mage they faced was no rabble sorcerer but Todd de la Jada, Sixth Circle, second-degree wanted criminal. Karen accepted her rebuke calmly. As Lady Sabina conversed with Charon, Leo said inwardly that he felt strangely left out. But just then, Leo, however, received rare praise. Sabina admitted he'd done far better than she expected for his first time against undead. Leo lit up like a child handed a medal. Back at Blue Sea Castle, Yahello Reston returned from the capital. News came immediately. The Emperor had summoned Charon personally. On the train ride back, Orha carried his battered captain, who tried to tempt him into escaping. Orha struck him down, reminding him bitterly that he'd once called him useless. Loyalty now lay elsewhere. At the castle, Charon was greeted by relatives. Lord Pale welcomed him warmly, but Charon fired back sharp retorts at his cousin's sarcasm. Sabina watched. Certain Yahello had summoned Charon to answer for the chaos he'd caused. Pale congratulated Leo with uncharacteristic pride. Leo basked in it, believing for once that he was not overshadowed. Charon excused himself, claiming exhaustion. Sabina pressed Pale about the Empire's situation. He explained that great houses were uniting under the Duchy of Salmon and the Marquis of Diaz, the very powers that toppled the old emperor. Yahello had cancelled all his own talks after fruitless meetings with the throne. Sabina noted grimly that peace was ending. Yet Karen's reckless mind scheme might have been exactly the excuse House Reston needed to expand its reach. She admitted the boy was useful, even if she called him crazy. Sir Xerus arrived to handle the prisoners. Karen casually claimed Orha as his personal servant, justifying it as reward for his cooperation. Xerus didn't object, but he told them they must write a report on the mission for proper paperwork. When Karen tried to escape paperwork, he shoved the mission report onto Leo, persuading him it was a chance to earn praise from their uncle. Karen grinned and slipped off to the training hall, eager to test the fourth form, leaving Leo to grind ink instead of steel. Meanwhile, Yahello convened the family council. Heinrich was summoned. Xerus presented demon skin from the Western Dome. The mana was unmistakable. Yahello announced two chilling possibilities: the fallen emperor's lingering will, or his survival. Which means, the mad emperor whom they once killed might still be alive. Either way, the connection to recent events was clear. And then came the emperor's invitation. Karen had been summoned to the capital. Yahello said he would send Leo and the Seawolf to accompany him. But first, as always, he wanted to hear Charon's opinion. And more importantly, he wants to hear why Karen made such a deal with Baron Bellis's son, so he told Xerus to bring Karen here. Now in Karen's training room, as Karen was training, he asked Xerus, who was standing behind him, when did he arrive? Xerus replied, not long ago. While standing up, Karen told Xerus that he heard the only one besides direct family allowed in was him, but he didn't recall him entering the laboratory, so he asked if it's something urgent. Xerus was speechless for a moment, then told Karen that soon, he'll likely have to go to the capital. The head of the family has summoned him to the council. He'll hear the details directly from him. Minutes later, they arrived at the council entrance. The servant announced Karen's arrival. The Duke told him to come in, then told Karen that the reason he called him here was because of what happened in the barony of Bellis. He asked Karen why did he act independently with the Bellis family when he doesn't yet have the right to represent their house in business negotiations. Karen realized the Duke didn't call him over to praise but to scold him. The Duke said to him, "Did it never occur to you that your arrogant behavior was a grave discourtesy to the Bellis family?" Karen replied no. He merely proposed one deal to the Bellis baronet. He accepted the proposal of his own will, and moreover, he judged there to be something far more important than the formal etiquette of nobles. The Duke, surprised, asked what could be more important to a noble than courtesy. Karen confidently replied, "The honor of the family." The Duke was shocked by Karen's response. Considering the value of the deal, Karen could have boasted about his own achievement. Yet instead, he put the family's benefit before himself and stepped back. The Duke deemed that to be an excellent tact. The two uncles looked at him speechless. Karen noticed how the two kept watching each other warily. "Very well," the Duke commented. "In the end, the deal you brought will be of great benefit to the family, so his father Pale should handle the negotiations since there's nothing wrong with a father shining with the merit his son brought." Pale agreed, saying he'd depart for the barony of Bellis at daybreak. The Duke continued. The next thing they would be talking about is the letter from His Majesty the Emperor. He told Karen that His Majesty has summoned him. Words of him have already reached the capital. Karen thought to himself that according to Xeris, even before Yahello returned to Azure Sea Fortress, the Emperor's letter had already arrived. It seems like the Emperor's intelligence network is good. To put it simply, the current Emperor is just a puppet. It must be the powerful noble factions network. Seeing that Karen was thinking, the Duke told him that he doesn't have to go if he doesn't want to. The Duke knew that by now, Karen must have realized what it would mean to head to the capital at this time, and the noble houses there would surely want to confirm who Karen really is. So it may be wiser not to draw attention, so avoiding the capital is also an option. Pale noticed the worry in his father's eye. Normally the Duke doesn't have to give Karen the choice, so he wondered why is the Duke worrying. But then, Karen told the Duke he'd go to the capital. He'd even get to see his grandfather on his mother's side after a long while. He then asked if he's going alone. His brother Leo also carried out the mission with him. The Duke told him Leo will also accompany him if he goes, and Hans's squad will escort them both. Surprised, Karen asked the Duke if they really need an escort. The Duke told him not to flatter himself. They're not assigned because he's special. It's because no one knows what trouble he might cause. Karen couldn't refute what he said. The Duke then told him to leave now. He should depart in 3 days. The next day, inside the room, around a table, Pale wrapped up the negotiation of the mine. He asked the Bellis baronet if his father is aware of the terms as well. The baronet replied yes, his father also agreed. Pale told him the mine shares will be 80% Reston, 20% Bellis. Since magic crystal stones are so profitable, even a small share ensures considerable wealth, but the condition of giving 5% out of their 20% to Karen and Leo is puzzling. Isn't that rather unfavorable for the Bellis family? The baronet told him they deserved it. The two did an excellent job fulfilling Bellis's request, but for a mere commission fee, it seems excessive. Pale told the baronet that there must be a reason that he, the top graduate of the Imperial Academy, made such a decision. The 5% is too great a reward to be just a commission fee. The baronet told him bluntly, without trying to hide it, that he did it to win the favor of the two young wolves. Their family is making an investment in the two who will one day lead Azure Sea Fortress. Pale told him okay. For him to make such a bold decision, Baron Bellis is fortunate to have such an outstanding son like him. The baronet chuckled. I am nowhere near as brilliant as Lord Pale, of course. Karen also accepted the commission. He told the baronet they should continue to build a strong bond from here on. Sometime later, somewhere around the train station, Leo asked Karen how will they split the shares they're getting. Karen told him they would naturally split it 9-1. Leo, shocked, asked why would he take that much. Karen placed his hand around Leo's shoulder and said to him with a grin, Brother, haven't we been getting along well lately? How can you even say something like that? Leo immediately agreed for Karen to take 9. Karen threatened, Just remember what happens if you change your mind later. Pale laughed. He thought the two were now becoming friendly with one another, unlike when they were always at odds with each other years ago. Night reached. Inside a room, Leo told Karen that he have only heard rumors about the capital. He don't actually know anything. What should he do? Karen told him not to make such a fuss. Leo commented, We're about to meet His Majesty the Emperor. Isn't it natural to fuss a little? He blushed. We'll be able to go to social parties, right? I heard there are lots of beauties in the capital, Dacus. Karen sighed, told him he's not a kid. But then, from behind them, on top of the window, their master arrived with a drink in her hand. She told them Dacus is a very fun place, with lots of people, including strong ones. It would be a very good experience for them. She came down, asked if they don't have any wine goblets. She came to celebrate their first mission. Karen told her there's no way she can see a wine goblet in a 13-year-old's room. There are water cups, though. She decided to use the water cup as long as it can hold wine. She gave both of them a cup. She knew that Karen had been stealing and drinking wine every day, but she asked Leo if he had ever drunk wine before. Leo replied yes. Karen gave him some a few times. She sighed. It seems like he made you an accomplice. Karen told her it's better to get scolded together. She then poured Leo a drink, told him to take. There's no need to hesitate since it's poured by his master. She also poured for Karen. She placed the wine bottle on the table. She told Karen it's a little disappointing she won't see the havoc he'll cause in the capital. Shaking slightly, Karen told her he heard she'll soon return to the North Sea. Does that mean they won't see her again? She asked him if he would even be able to talk to the women of the capital with this much sentimentality in him. She then told him that if he wanted to go to parties, it would be best not to go with Karen because considering his looks, talent, and silver tongue, all the girls will definitely flood him and he'd be left with nothing. Leo worriedly placed his hand on Karen's shoulder and told him not to ruin his chances at marriage. Karen scolded. Just how far are you imagining things, you simpleton? Their master told them to stop arguing, they should just drink. Now, another scene. The Duke was drinking in his office before Pale announced himself at the door. He came in and greeted his father. The Duke told him he heard he wrapped up negotiations with Bellis. Well, he never expected them to hand over part of their share to Karen and Leo. Pale commented. It seems the young Baron's opinion was strongly reflected. He called it an investment for the future. The Duke remarked at how clever Bellis's son was. In any case, he deemed it to be good. Having a reliable ally is never bad. From now on, he entrusted the matters concerning Bellis to Pale. He poured a drink in the cup and gave it to Pale. Pale said to himself that his father is a man sparing with praise. So there must be another reason he called him, and it's most likely something to do with Karen's trip to the capital. The Duke then said to Pale, As you know, His Majesty has never summoned anyone but me directly. In that sense, Karen being called to the capital is extremely unusual. When I was talking with His Majesty privately, I once saw His Majesty's fearful gaze toward me. It comes from the fear that, just as I overthrow the evil emperor, I might overthrow him as well. That's why I think perhaps another's influence played a role. Pale asked if he think it's political. The Duke replied yes. Pale added, Considering the political situation in the capital, where powerful houses are rallying, couldn't you have refused His Majesty's request, and yet you didn't? The Duke replied, Yes, the reason was because he wanted to know the measure of Karen. He was chosen by the ancestor's sword, guillotine. So whether he like it or not, it means he's destined to stand at the center of the family. Not only that, as a member of Reston, he will inevitably face checks from outside forces, and he will continue to face countless threats. That's why he didn't refuse His Majesty's request. If he is to shoulder the future of Reston, he must be able to endure it. The Duke asked Pale if he's worried. Pale drank his drink in one gulp, then told his father that he trusts his son. The Duke exhaled, a fine answer indeed. The next day, Sabina was heading out with her horse. Xeris asked won't she say goodbye to the two young masters separately. She told him no, it's fine. Last night she shared drinks with them and had a good time. Xeris was dumbfounded. It was his liquor she shared with them. Besides, she commented, they'll be busy leaving for the capital today, so it's better to leave quietly. Then she told Xeris she will look forward to the day they meet again. Xeris told her until then, he'll keep the wine stocked. She noticed Karen at the window. Karen bid her goodbye with a bow. She then rode on her horse and left, returning to the North Sea, the place that's like her home. Karen laughed slightly. It was quite shocking she left for the North Sea with only a letter left behind. He knew clearly that now that his master has left, even his uncles will start moving. Just as he thought, Tails was the first to approach him, not even wasting a single second. The next day, Leo and Karen were preparing to head out. All their luggage was thoroughly checked through to make sure nothing was missing. Karen worriedly asked Xeris if they really have to make such a fuss about going. Xeris replied of course it's needed since they will both be meeting His Majesty as representatives of the family. Karen agreed to that, but he asked why on earth is Han's squad coming with them. Xeris replied, it's to protect them both. Hans told him it's more like because the Duke is worried they will both cause trouble. Karen told Hans to be quiet, they're quite the nuisance. He recalled meeting Tails earlier. Tails asked if he's going to the capital. Karen replied yes, His Majesty the Emperor has invited them. Tails then asked Karen if he can ask him for a favor. Karen replied yes. Tails then told him that he hopes he won't behave in the capital the way he did in Azure Sea Fortress. He should know well enough what he meant. Karen replied yes. He then said to himself that Tails is so outright admitting to have kept a close eye on him. He told Karen there are so many enemies in the capital who want to tear their family apart. So if he do give them an excuse, he will punish him harshly by himself. Karen was speechless by his words. With a smile, he thanked his uncle for his wise words, saying he will definitely live up to his expectations. Good then. Tails turned around, told Karen to return safe and sound. As Tails left, Karen grinned as he said to himself, Harsh punishment, my foot. You think you can suppress me with the status of firstborn? I'll make that arrogant face twist in pain. Just wait and see, Tails. And so, the preparation for the departure became complete. Charon told Hans that he won't let it slide if he causes trouble. One of the bandit guys from earlier then came running towards Charon. He thanked Charon again for giving him another chance. But Charon told him that the reason he's bringing him to the capital is to throw him into its prison. That's why he told him not to let his guard down. Hans then got a message from his communication device that all should board the train. He then told Xerus they'd be heading out now. Xerus told him alright. He faced Charon and Leo, telling them both to make sure not to cause trouble in the capital and come back safely. Charon told him that might not be the case because anyone who sees them will think they're delinquents. As soon as they were about to depart, Pale came running towards them. He told Charon to wait. Charon told his dad, who was breathing heavily, that he never knew he was in Azure Sea Fortress. Pale replied back, saying the Duke called him over. More than that, he wanted to see him once before he left, and also his grandfather on his mother's side is looking forward to his arrival in the capital. Charon commented, I can't wait to see him too. I bet he's prepared a lot of gifts for him. Pale was speechless. He then told Charon to please return safely. He should try not to cause too much trouble. Leo laughed at him. Charon immediately scolded him to stop laughing. Now, in Tails' office, Pale said to himself that they've obtained information that the second prince's wife is plotting in the capital. Well, it's not like they need to get involved. Now inside the train, Charon nonchalantly asked Hans when are they arriving, how long will it take to reach the capital? Hans replied in about 6 hours, they'll be going through the TB Autonomous Territory. Charon had no idea what the TB Autonomous Territory was, but Leo excitedly commented, the TB Autonomous Territory is an unusual city where commoners directly elect their mayor. And unlike farming, commerce and industry are more developed there. Charon asked if it's a place where the most money circulates in the empire. Hans replied exactly, which is why money equals class there because they exercise influence within the empire with vast capital. They are also often severely checked by the lords of other regions. Charon told him he's right. He recalled learning that sometimes serfs escape the tyranny of wicked lords and flee to the territory, but they're friendly with the Reston family. Hans told him yes, that's true. They sometimes commission large-scale requests from its order of knights. Charon commented, if he get them chance he'd like to visit the place sometime. The train then announced they'd be entering the TB Autonomous Territory. Charon then suggested to Leo they should sneak away after the schedule's done. Leo agreed to the idea. But then, Charon noticed that Guillotine is reacting to something. For Guillotine to react, that means it's sensing danger. Charon thought maybe the danger is as a result of Tails and Raphael planting someone among the entourage. But he deemed that not to be the case, since they're not foolish enough to risk that much. Charon then told Hans to contact the TB Autonomous Territory immediately. Hans asked why should they contact them all of a sudden. Charon shouted, told him there's no time to explain, he should alert the other knights to prepare for attack. Hans replied, understood. He told all entourage to prepare for attack. Charon also prepared himself. He looked outside the window. If the threat is from outside rather than inside, he wondered how will they plan to attack a moving train. Now, outside, a distance away from the train, a masked man stood where barrels of fuel are, and he signaled to his men to start the plan. They lit the rope connecting to the main explosives that's on the trail. All preparations were done, and all attachments have been completed, and now they all braced for the explosion. The train then ran through the fuel, and the explosion went off immediately. At the same time in TB Autonomous Territory, inside one of the thousands of houses there, people were talking about the National Tax Service that is really putting the screws on them. Another argued, isn't it because you guys got caught money laundering? The guy disagreed, saying they aren't the only ones doing the money laundering. A lady countered, pointing fingers, telling the mayor to punish these criminals immediately. The mayor looked speechless. He sighed, saying he really shouldn't have come. This is why they say you can't have a conversation with commoners. He should have retired after becoming the Minister of Finance. Why did he agree to be mayor? He said to himself that he thought this was a charming city where everyone had an equal opportunity regardless of status. But this place is where commoner merchant groups and noble merchant groups constantly clashed. His head hurt. The place was no different from a chaotic mess. But then, someone came rushing in, calling the mayor. He whispered important info to the mayor. The mayor told him okay, he can leave now. Someone asked the mayor what kind of urgent news is so important that he had to interrupt a meeting. Is it related to the tax audit by any chance? The mayor lit his cigarette. then told the guy not to worry. The tax audit is nothing now. Happy, they asked what he meant. Has the tax audit been cancelled? The mayor took a puff. He replied, no, it hasn't. The tax audit can go to hell because 5 minutes ago, a train bound for the capital that departed from the Reston dual family exploded, and it said that the grandsons of Grand Duke Reston were on board. Surprised, they asked him what he was talking about. He carried his cigarette and put it into the drink, told them that what he meant is that they're all dead now if anything happens to the Reston grandsons. Now, inside the exploded train, Charon survived with just a small scratch. Same goes for Leo. Hans immediately asked the others to give a quick situation report. From the report, there were a total of 11 members on the train, 1 seriously injured and 2 lightly injured. The seriously injured is Dale. Orphan also reported 2 casualties on their side. Charon said to himself that the situation must be serious if even the lowest-ranking Orphan is reporting. He then asked Hans about their current location. Hans replied, they're about 10 kilometers away from the TB Autonomous Territory. He had already contacted the Autonomous Territory before he woke up, so they should be mobilizing by now. He then suggested Charon and Leo run away as far as possible while he and his men buy some time. Charon didn't listen to what he said. He was looking at his sword. Guillotine was reacting again, which means an attacker is nearby. He saw the leg of the attacker. He apologized to Hans. He told him they can't run away. They're the ones who destroyed the railway, which is a precious asset of the Emperor. They've committed such an act which is no different from treason, so how far does he think they can run against such people? Leo's leg is also hurt, and the only option left now is for them to fight. Charon then cut the guy's leg with his sword. The guy fell to his knees. Fear covered his body as he saw the smile on Charon's face. Charon then blasted the guy away with his sword and came out with Hans and Leo. Other knights came out of the train to protect the young masters. Hans told Charon that those guys are all skilled fighters of rank 3 or higher. Besides, the one at the very front is rank 6. The guy, using a voice distorted by magic, told Charon to abandon his weapon and surrender. If he cooperates, he'll willingly let his knights and servants go. Charon wasn't ready to hear such bullshit. He cut someone down and told them all to come at him at once. Or should he be the one to come at them? The attackers hesitated. They deemed Charon not to be a normal child, and it wasn't part of the conditions for the mission. The leader told them all to get out of his way. He'll handle Charon himself. But then Hans immediately stepped forward, which surprised Charon. He told Charon that the guy is a dangerous opponent, so he should please step back. The guy drew out his sword, told Hans he's just hurrying to his death. Hans told him he won't know until he tries. Hans closed in with fast, coordinated strikes, their blades meeting Hans head-on. Hans braced himself and forced the first clash aside, the shock running up his arms. The pair tested him with sharp feints, but he refused to budge. Their silence sharpened his focus until one misjudged movement revealed their intent. A sudden downward slash kicked up dust, but Hans steadied himself, eyes narrowing as he caught the rhythm of their attack. When both assassins lunged together, Hans met them again, deflecting their momentum. His counter sent them sliding across the ground, and he steadied his breathing. The assassins paused, reassessing him with a cold stare. A burst of hostile mana flared around one of them, twisting the air with faint green light. Hans recognized the movement immediately. It matched the stories he'd heard of a distant knight of the Pawar Sultanate. The thought unsettled him, yet he held his stance. The technique belonged to a warrior whose presence here made no sense. Hans kept his guard while trying to make sense of the situation. The Empire and the Sultanate were bound by a non-aggression pact. Someone like this shouldn't have appeared in a border village. He weighed the battlefield around him. The mercenaries and soldiers were already engaged with other attackers, and Charon was carving his way across the field with controlled precision. Each strike left another enemy crumpled in the dust. Hans barely had a moment to process before another surge of mana cut through the air. The assassin sprinted forward with enhanced speed, forcing Hans to meet the blade again. Sparks scattered between them. Hans felt the pressure growing as the assassin pushed harder. The enemy's low voice carried a taunt about his slipping guard. Before Hans could respond, the assassin shifted angles and drove in for a decisive blow. Hans countered with renewed force. His aura snapped awake, crackling with blue energy that pulsed around his arms and blade. He steadied himself despite the strain, and recognized the name that fit the assassin's technique, Sion Hakimi. His aura roared outward as he reinforced his stance and struck back. Hans held his ground as the assassin soared above him, declaring resistance pointless. The threat barely registered. Hans focused on the shift in the attacker's stance. The assassin paused, realizing their formation had already broken apart. More bodies fell around the battlefield. Imperial soldiers closed in while the remaining assassins reconsidered considered their chances. One of them surveyed the scene and acknowledged the collapse with a quiet, resigned thought. Assassin stepped forward, offering a final chance to surrender, yet also admitting he had no intention of leaving alive. His blade swirled with violent mana as he prepared to fulfill his mission at any cost. His eyes reddened as the strain overtook his body. Bursting capillaries signaled the start of a dangerous mana backlash. Hans noted the uncontrolled surge, mana reflux, dangerous and self-destructive. Still, the assassin charged without hesitation, accepting death if it meant accomplishing his objective. Hans steadied himself, confused by the man's lack of fear. If this continued, the assassin would die before landing a killing blow, and the young master, Karan, would be left in danger. Hans drew deeper into his own mana, preparing to intercept. Blue energy wrapped around him with controlled force as he committed to stopping the suicidal charge. The assassin rushed in, flames spiraling violently around his body. Hans answered with a full burst of his own aura, clashing directly against the invading force. As the strain peaked, Hans clenched his teeth. Karen's voice cut sharply into the moment. Firm, disappointed. Karen stepped in with steady confidence, his own mana rising with precise control. He reminded Hans why he had been following him in the first place, to prevent situations from spiraling like this. Karen's blade moved like calm lightning, guiding the flow of battle back under control. The assassin sensed the shift too late. Karen's presence bore down on him with chilling clarity. The attacker flinched, but Karen pressed forward unfazed. His next words carried a simple challenge, asking if the assassin planned to give up already. The assassin tried to respond, but Karen was already closing the distance. Blue currents wrapped around his sword while the assassin's unstable flames cracked dangerously. Assassin called out Karen's full name aloud. He acknowledged Karen's confidence with a strained murmur, but Karen answered him without hesitation, stating his name as if stamping the moment into the ground. Karen's sword cut through the assassin's guard in one decisive strike. Blood scattered. His voice carried a mixture of disbelief and grim acceptance as he labeled Karen a monster. Karen only offered a light, almost casual response, neither accepting nor denying the remark. A sudden shift nearby drew Karen's attention. He sensed a disturbance in the flow of mana and quickly realized something was wrong. The last assassin, still wrapped in unstable flames, murmured an apology directed at him, not out of remorse but out of conviction. Karen understood the danger a moment too late. The assassin's body swelled with violent mana, building toward a destructive release. Hans recognized the threat at the same time, shouting for the squad to protect Lord Leo. Leo froze, stunned by the sudden surge. His guards rushed in, forming a defensive circle. Before they could act, the assassin's energy spiked again, twisting the air with raw pressure. Hans pushed through the scattering flames and slammed into Karen, dragging him back with all his strength. Karen tried to understand what Hans was doing, but Hans only tightened his grip. The rising heat confirmed it. This wasn't an attack, it was a self-destruction spell. The assassin's unstable core continues to pulse, revealing that the man still clings to life. The killer's body swells with the ominous heat of self-destruction. Flames spiral violently around the killer as he accepts his own end and apologizes to Charon before triggering the explosion. The blast erupts. Hans throws himself over Charon, shielding him in a desperate instinct born from duty. The explosion tears through the ground, sending debris flying as the shockwave knocks both of them away. Charon's eyes widen, sensing the explosion's force collapsing inward. A surge of lightning follows, an ancient presence awakening within the sword. It scolds Charon for provoking it, but acknowledges the fresh taste of Knight's blood spilled after so long, offering its aid with a grudging tone. It warns Charon to shut his eyes tight if he wishes to keep them intact. Lightning splits the ground as the elemental power stabilizes the aftermath of the blast. Charon calls out for Hans, finding him unconscious but alive. Hans struggles awake with a groan, shaken but breathing. Charon steps toward him, scolding him lightly for being knocked out for so long. Hans snaps in irritation, shouting about risking his life to protect him. Charon brushes it off with the same calmness he always carries, remarking that, if not for him, Hans wouldn't have survived either. He then examines the remains of the battlefield, noting that the explosion could have erased them completely. With dried blood on his uniform and a steady grip on his sword, he remarks that Hans should be thanking him instead. Charon inspected the lightning dancing along his sword, while the voice inside it kept calling for his attention. The idea of a talking weapon unsettled him, but the presence in the steel showed no hesitation. Behind them, the battlefield revealed the full impact of the explosion. A massive crater carved into the ground. Soldiers gathered around it, stunned by the scale of destruction. Nearby knights supported their injured and whispered about ego swords. Charon dismissed the notion, stating his blade wasn't one of those cursed creations. Hans approached and mentioned the old rumor about swords forged from deranged blacksmiths' souls. The blade bristled immediately, snapping at the comparison and threatening Hans in irritation. Charon asked why it saved him. The sword grumbled that he would have died without its intervention. Charon sighed, wondering why it complained if it cared enough to act. Hoofbeats drew closer. Hans reacted quickly, but Karen stopped him, assuring him it wasn't another threat. Fatigue crept into his voice as he lowered the sword. He asked the blade if there was any way to store mana besides fighting. It told him he could absorb it through his blood if needed. Karen considered the idea while the remains of the battlefield settled. A rider approached, the red-haired commander of the nearby town's defense forces. Introducing himself, Hans studied the weapon's glow and muttered about the way it reacted to Karen's blood. Karen ignored him and introduced himself, prompting Hans to do the same as the second squad leader of the Sea Wolf Knight Order. From the scabbard, the sword complained again, claiming silence was forced on it when hidden. Karen tightened the sheath and told it to stay quiet. A soldier approached, recognizing Karen and informing Hans of his lineage. Hans stiffened in surprise while Karen simply stepped forward and stated his name, Karen Leston. The armored rider lifted his visor, voice steady despite the chaos, claiming the Thebes Autonomous Region bore the blame for dragging them into this mess. He announced he'd come under the mayor's orders, tasked with escorting the great ducal family to safety. Karen accepted it with a short nod. If they were wounded, he would leave them in their care. The convoy pushed forward, horses kicking up dust as the carriage rattled along the road. Inside, Karen slumped back in his seat, exhaustion pulling at his posture while the sword at his side hummed in quiet agitation. Hans hesitated before speaking, asking if he truly didn't intend to return to Blue Sea Castle. They couldn't predict when the investigation would wrap up. His brows tightened further as Karen asked the more pressing question, whether the man who self-destructed was someone Hans knew. Hans explained that the man was the 6-star knight of the Pavar Sultanate Soin Hakimi. The name soured the air instantly. The Pavar Sultanate, the eastern neighbor across the silent desert, the very nation with whom Duke Yahello had personally forged a non-aggression pact. Was it already collapsing? His thoughts sharpened. Things were unraveling faster than he'd expected. Hans tried to offer some stability, insisting the tension between the Empire and the Sultanate hadn't reached the point of triggering something like this. But even he couldn't deny the act could be used as justification for war. Karen asked what Leo think about this, whereas Leo nodded that he wasn't sure. He hadn't heard the questions, as his mind still drifting through the events earlier. He wiped the dried blood from his hands. He stared at his palms as if seeing them for the first time. Karen realized that for Leo, the shock of taking a life for the first time finally caught up with. It wasn't surprising. The weight of killing never settled easily. He told Leo that anyone would feel shaken their first time. Growing accustomed to ending a life was something no knight learned quickly, but it was something Leo would have to overcome. Outside, the carriage continued along the stone road. The escorting knights encouraged them to stay patient, saying they would reach the autonomous region soon. Karen leaned toward the window as immense buildings rose into view, towering structures stacked like layered citadels, gears and metalwork gleaming in the sun. The place was extravagant, far more than he expected. The carriage rolled through the gates. Karen muttered his agreement, unable to deny the scale of the region's wealth. Mayor stood waiting before the grand hall, offering a booming welcome, relieved they had arrived safely. He promised the region would do everything it could to uncover the mastermind behind the attack, and would fully cooperate with the Leston family's investigation. Hans answered confidently, assuring the mayor that the region wasn't under suspicion. Mayor seemed taken aback, asking if that was true. Hans tried to lighten the mood, joking about how different Mayor seemed compared to his days as Minister of Finance. Mayor brushed it off with a tired sigh, muttering that taking the mayoral seat had been the real mistake. The mayor suddenly caught himself, flustered at the thought of speaking so casually in front of Karen. Karen told him to relax. Hearing an elder speak too formally only made him more uncomfortable, but the mayor stiffened anyway. He insisted that someone of Karen's bloodline couldn't be treated lightly. If Karen truly wanted comfort, then he suggested the boy accept a kneel instead. Realizing he'd gone too far, he corrected himself quickly. He accepted Karen's goodwill and stepped aside, offering to continue the discussion elsewhere. Karen agreed, following him into a quieter chamber. Wine was poured. Karen watched the glass fill before speaking. The attackers had used explosives, not mana. That meant someone had smuggled them in. Karen explained that explosives were tightly controlled. Nothing entered distribution without passing through the Department of Military Supplies. The mayor confirmed it reluctantly. The Empire kept a firm hand on such materials. But if the weapons came from outside the Empire, things changed. Karen mentioned the Pavar Sultanate, one of the only nations capable of producing explosives on par with the Empire's. The mayor froze at the suggestion. Karen pressed gently. If merchants here were connected to such smuggling, it would trouble the mayor more than anyone. The mayor forced a laugh, uneasy at how sharp the boy's deduction was. He shifted the topiv while trying to steer the conversation away, agreeing quickly so he wouldn't appear suspicious. He realized that the chaos outside only worsened because smugglers kept stirring trouble. Karen watched him quietly, expression steady, offering no reaction beyond a polite silence. When the mayor finally dropped his guard, Karen reminded him of a single thing. The mayor hesitated, wary, asking what he meant, only to freeze as the weight of Karen's words settled across the room. Karen spoke calmly, as he made it clear that the Seawolf Knight Order and the entire population of Blue Sea Castle had suffered because of this incident. The mayor's eyes flickered, dread crawling up his throat as he wondered if he was being cornered. He stiffened when Karen mentioned the Lezen and Wedia families, powerful lineages who would magnify any trouble 100-fold. He realized that defiance meant ruin. If he didn't fall in line, he was finished. Desperate, he scrambled to steer the conversation somewhere safer. The mayor awkwardly shifting to small talk, asking after his father. Karen returned the question with mild curiosity, wondering how well the mayor truly knew him. Mayor brightened with false confidence, claiming familiarity through Karen's maternal grandfather, Sir Gale. Karen observed the mayor with a faint smirk, amused by how quickly he switched to flattery. Karen asked if anything was more important than connections. Before the tension could settle, the doors burst open with a clatter. A panicked guard stumbled in, calling for the mayor as he announced an urgent message from the capital. The mayor waved him off irritably, already aware that the Imperial Guard had departed. But the guard raised his voice. This wasn't just the Imperial Guard. The Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service had personally taken command of the Special Division and left the capital himself. The mayor couldn't believe what he was hearing. Gale Periton, Karan's grandfather, the man the Empire feared, wants to save his grandson. Save his grandson. Scene shifts and we see the TB autonomous territory. The city moved as if holding its breath. Lanterns flickered against the old stone towers while crowds spilled through the streets, their voices merging into a restless hum. Soldiers marched in formation, their armor catching brief flashes of firelight, and the tension that trailed behind them spread through the people like smoke. At the head of the column walked Karen's grandfather, Mr. Gale, his presence enough to quiet even the boldest whispers. Inside the merchant hall, panic churned. Voices rose in frantic waves as accusations, protests, and fear collided in the smoky air. A sudden tax investigation, tonight of all nights, felt like a death sentence to men who lived off ledgers half-truthful at best. Even the mayor, usually composed behind his spectacles, struggled to hide the tremor in his hands. Then Karen stepped forward, measured, poised, his gaze cold as polished steel. He dismantled their excuses with quiet precision, reminding them of the attack on Blue Sea Castle and the grandson of Grand Duke Leshen. Each word tightened around their throats like a noose, forcing them to confront the suspicion that the crisis had grown beyond petty smuggling. By the time he finished, no one dared speak. Only a suffocating silence remained, but silence shattered when the doors swung wide. Special Division 1 of the National Tax Service entered in a surge of disciplined footsteps. The division feared enough to mobilize even the Imperial Guard. At their center stood Commissioner Gale Periton, the man whispered about as the Demon King of Taxation. His presence alone drained the room of breath. With a single raised finger, he declared the investigation underway, citing smuggling, tax evasion, and hidden wealth. Merchants whimpered. Officials stiffened. Karen merely watched, unreadable. The commissioner's gaze drifted to his grandson, and the hardened lines of his face softened. 3 years had passed since they'd last met. Their reunion carried a warmth that almost felt out of place amid the chaos. Later, under the moon's pale glow, the two walked through the quiet streets. The commissioner asked whether Karen was truly well without treatment. Karen answered with a practiced smile, but his eyes betrayed exhaustion. When asked if he knew who to partner with for the coming conflict, he said he did not, yet, but the commissioner saw deeper, his voice low as he examined the fractured clues. This wasn't a family dispute, he reasoned. If Karen's uncles were involved, there'd be no trail at all. Instead, the attackers had left traces, deliberate ones. Karen concluded that whoever staged the attack hadn't tried to hide anything. If anything, they had left the clues on purpose, almost guiding them toward a single conclusion, that the Pear Sultanate was responsible. The thought unsettled him. No professional assassin would be this careless unless they wanted the blame to fall elsewhere. Mr. Leston agreed, noting that the perpetrators hadn't bothered to cover their tracks at all. As he spoke, Karen felt a strange heaviness settle on his shoulders. Before he could respond, his grandfather placed a hand on his head, a rare gesture of worry, and called his name. Karen looked up, caught off guard by the sudden warmth in the old man's eyes. Mr. Leston's tone sharpened again as he asked whether Karen intended to hunt the culprits himself. Karen hesitated, and the silence that followed was enough for his grandfather to read his intentions. Mr. Leston made it clear he opposed the idea. The world was far wider than Karen realized, and the strong were countless. Talent alone wasn't enough. Threats were still lurking around him, even within this territory. The old man Gale voicing his concerns with quiet certainty. He urged Karen to stay put for the night. At dawn they would return to the capital. The Emperor himself had ordered it. Adults, he said, would handle what came next. Karen nodded, forcing a small smile. Mr. Leston added that he expected him to behave, and for a moment Karen agreed, but he muttered a quiet curse under his breath. He had no intention of keeping that promise. Across town, panic rippled through Owen's residence as staff rushed to load the final carriage. Owen's family pleaded for him to join them, but he stayed behind, sending them ahead with forced reassurance. As the horses thundered into the dark, he muttered a curse. The pursuit was closing in fast. In the shadows beyond, the hooded assassins sensed the hunters drawing near. Their leader whispered orders for a flawless cleanup. Their silhouettes vanished into the night, quick and merciless. Whereas far from that, Karen quietly unsheathed his sword under the glow of candlelight, steel whispering against stone as he sharpened the blade. A towering shadow stretched across the room. Sir Xerus had arrived. He mentioned Gael's prohibition, but Karen only smirked, asking if Xerus meant to stop him too. Xerus exhaled, admitting he'd only come to deliver Gael's message. Karen's fingers stilled on the whetstone. Gael's message? As Xerus recited the order, Gael Leston, patriarch of the House of Leston, commanded the youngest Leston heir to seek out the culprits immediately and exact the blood price for the dead. He ordered him to make the law of Blue Sea Castle unmistakably clear. Karen laughed with a creep smile, as Xerus was quite surprised with his laugh. Karen's expression shifted. He tightened his grip on his sword as mana surged through it. A predatory smile formed as he announced the hunt had begun. The scene cut away to the crowded eastern district of Tebi, where torchlight glowed against stone walls and uneasy chatter filled the alleys. Karen and Leo slipped through the crowd, Leo whispering doubts about how far Karen was pushing them just to meet an informant. Karen reminded him that the black market opened only in this district. They had no other choice, their masks and cloaks hiding noble silhouettes. Leo adjusted his hood with a frustrated sigh, complaining about being forced into the servant role, while Karan walked ahead with calm certainty, explaining that nobles wandering alone would only draw unnecessary suspicion. They descended deeper into the city's forgotten side streets, the lanterns thinning and the air turning colder. Leo tried to protest again, but Karen hushed him. Ezra's description matched this area. They were close. A strange figure watched them from the shadows above, and as the two boys stepped into a narrow alley, the air shifted. Leo whispered that the place felt wrong, urging caution. Karen answered with steady confidence, though his eyes stayed alert. Then a hooded man lunged from the darkness saying the young master shouldn't be here, but then he realized what their arrival meant. Karen said nothing. He simply raised his hand, silence stretching like a blade between them. A hooded man stepped from the shadows, bowing his head as he greeted Karen and Leo. He explained that he had been sent by Xerus, and considered it an honor to guide the young master. When he lifted his hood, he introduced himself as Julio. Julio suggested they move to a safer place, mentioning that a location had already been prepared. The three of them walked deeper into the narrow alleys until they reached a heavy, torch-lit door. The metal groaned as it opened, revealing a dim room within. Julio explained that the inside was fitted with devices meant to prevent eavesdropping, allowing them to speak without restraint. Karen stepped forward, asking about Julio's origins. Julio admitted he wasn't an outsider at all. He was born in Tebi. Karen questioned how someone local ended up serving as an informant for the Leston household. Julio answered without hesitation. He was repaying the kindness he received from Xerus when he was a child. Karen accepted the explanation and shifted to the real purpose of the meeting, urging Julio to be direct. Julio agreed. Karen revealed the intelligence they had obtained. Someone was preparing to strike at House Leston. The attackers planned to smuggle in explosives and exploit the news that the Lestons would soon leave for the capital. Karen wanted Roe know the identity of those involved. Julio opened a ledger, flipping through several pages before listing what he knew. Only two merchant groups in Tebe's black market dealt with explosives, the Kerr Group and the Caligo Group. Karen immediately asked for more. Julio explained that the Kerr Group had recently stabilized its business in Div and was slowly withdrawing from black market dealings. That left only Caligo to consider. Karen wanted to know what kind of people Caligo were. Julio described them plainly. Caligo was a merchant group made up of former slaves. They accepted any job so long as it produced profit. And earlier that day, several members of Caligo had already left the city. Karen paused at Julio's last detail, replaying the timeline in his mind. Earlier today, exactly when the attack on them had occurred, Leo caught on instantly, pointing out how neatly the pieces aligned. The coincidence was too sharp to ignore. Karen reviewed the facts aloud. Caligo, a group built from former slaves who accepted any profitable job. Kerr, already pulling out of the black market. There was no time to investigate both, and their window was closing fast. Leo asked where they should go. Karen didn't hesitate. The choice was obvious. Those with nothing to lose were always the most reckless. Caligo fit that description too well. Julio nodded, then offered to lead them straight to Caligo's black market branch. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Gael and the mayor sat over wine in a quiet, lavish room. The mayor questioned Gael's decision to let Karen move alone, unsettled by the boy's age. Gael answered with a weary certainty. His in-law had written to him personally, pleading for his return. There was little choice, whereas Mayor admitted the truth. Karen had approached him earlier, asking for a favor. He wanted Gael delayed, kept in one place by any excuse necessary, so he must have planned his move without the Grand Duke's approval. Gael sighed into his glass, calling the boy troublesome. The mayor tried to reassure him, noting Karen had already proven his ability. but Gale reminded him that brilliance didn't erase the fact that the boy was 13. Gale leaned back, eyes sharpening as he considered the city around them. Tebe was a place where danger lurked at every corner, where merchant groups bought influence by bribing central politicians. In such a place, Karen's skill would be tested at every step. Gale finished his drink with a quiet resolve, saying, House Leston always remained under heavy watch by capital's other Nobel families, while his son-in-law stayed stationed on the frontier by choice. The mayor sighed, accepting Gale's reasoning. For now, he chose to wait for Karen to return safely before their conversation could settle. Gale received news. Mason had arrived in Tabi. The name hit him hard, the unyielding shield, Mason of the 8 stars. If that was true, their situation had shifted far more than he expected. Meanwhile, Karen's group reached the hidden entrance. Julio confirmed it was the only way in. In emergencies, it could be sealed from the inside, a harsh but effective safeguard. They moved on through the narrow, dim corridor, descending deeper until the stone steps opened into a quiet chamber. It didn't take long for trouble to appear. Leo pointed out that the guards clearly weren't planning to let them pass. Julio greeted them stiffly. He tried arguing that he'd brought important clients, but the guards refused. The black market wasn't accepting newcomers. The order came directly from the chairman. The men shuffle, irritated, demanding at least an explanation. Even they don't know why this is happening. A knight finally snaps, scoffing if Karen plans to cut them down. Their confidence shatters the moment they realize who they're talking to. Young Master Karen. Karen steps forward, calm enough to terrify, fingers brushing his sword. He tells them to try, draw, steal, and see what happens. Leo pleads behind him, but Karen doesn't bend. If they want him to draw, then they should push harder. Then he orders Leo to begin the second plan. Leo freezes. There was a second plan? The room erupts. Light bursts, blades swing, and several knights are thrown back before they understand what hit them. One knight finally lunges, shouting that if words won't work, steel will. Karen meets him with a single clash, speaking as though explaining basic logic. If their blade touches his, then yes, anything is possible. Shock ripples through the knight just before Karen's power rips the attack apart. The man's sword breaks. The second knight steadied his blade, confusion flickering across his face as he demanded what the boy thought he was doing. His voice faltered when he caught the cold glint in the young master's eyes. Before he could form another word, the boy moved. The knight barely raised his weapon before instinct screamed too late. Julio watching the clash with a low, impressed murmur, as if evaluating a test subject rather than a battlefield. The two men braced themselves, but the young master only shifted his grip and taunted them, noting how even Leo seemed to be enjoying this twisted scene. A voice cut through the chaos, a woman's voice, asking them to stop roughing up her subordinates. Shock rippled through the knights. The boy noted how familiar she already seemed with their identities, his eyes narrowing in recognition. After a brief pause, as if welcoming a guest rather than an opponent, Karen nodded that trust was still lacking, so naturally a hostage would be required. He grabbed the knight without hesitation, forcing steel against his throat. The knight flinched, but as Karen tightened his grip, playing the role almost casually, the chairman's order followed. Soon after, delivered with irritating politeness, their knight, Cal, obeyed at once, guiding the intruders deeper with the hostage in tow. Far away, beneath the glow of a mansion's warm windows, Gale questioned Mayor about the knight involved. Mason Paul, 8th rank, stationed in Thebe. The answer made him pause. If Mason was present, then so was the one he guarded, the Emperor's illegitimate son, the 6th Prince, Relevio. The revelation hit him hard. Unease settled in his voice as he discussed. His concern wasn't the prince himself, but the possibility of him crossing paths with Karen, a man who didn't need an excuse to stir chaos. If nothing happened, he'd make sure something did. Back in the castle, doors burst open as Karen called out for the guest to be received. He raised his blade, only to falter at the sight before him. A masked figure of gold, silent, regal, and far too composed, waited in the darkness. Karen stood rigid as the masked stranger called his name, his casual voice curling through the silence. As Karen, hearing his own name spoken so easily, unsettled him, yet the man showed more amusement than threat. Still, the swordsman's gaze sharpened. He sensed power gathering behind the golden masked figure, raw magical pressure thick enough to prickle across his skin. It wasn't coming from the loud one, but from the shadow lingering just out of sight, pulsing with the weight of an 8th rank monster. Someone on par with Sabino or Xeris. Someone who shouldn't be here, Leo murmured as he edged closer to Karen. He answered in a low breath, confirming what they already feared. The man behind the mask was no ordinary talent. Then the stranger stepped forward. He dismissed the idea of being the chairman of Caligo with a wave, announcing he was only here to see his sister. That alone stunned the guards. If he wasn't the chairman, he must be the chairman's younger brother. Their confusion barely settled before he smiled again, introducing himself as one of the pseudo-siblings. whatever twisted structure that implied. Karen tensed, blade rising instinctively as his aura stirred. In the next instant, Karen moved, shouting the name of his technique as he lunged forward. Shock broke across his face while behind him, Leo and the others froze. The golden mask gleamed as the stranger reappeared behind them, entirely unfazed. He laughed, delighted at the reversal, telling Mason to look, claiming he had somehow become the hostage instead, and then his smile softened, almost boyishly thrilled. He admitted the chaos was far more exhilarating than he expected, that coming to Thebe had been the right choice after all. Karen murmured about golden eyes and jet black hair, whereas Blade hovered near to the masked stranger, his tone almost bored, as he wondered if demands would escalate into something absurd. His gaze drifted toward the others. He recognized Mason, an 8th rank knight, and quickly pieced together who he was holding. Realization sharpened in his eyes as he identified the 6th prince. The masked stranger man seemed amused, joking about overthrowing the palace as if the thought held no weight. Karen stared back in silence, his grip steady, refusing to react to the provocation. Confusion flickered as sound echoed calling the hostage as switched. Before he could assess it further, a presence emerged behind them, an elf with crimson hair and calm composure, carrying a tea tray as if the chaos around her meant nothing. Karen's eyes narrowed, measuring the magic flow coming from her, then from the masked man. Both carried the signature of mages, though the elf's skill was clearly sharper. She met their tension with quiet certainty, insisting that the explosives tied to the Leston raid had nothing to do with her kind. Her back turned as she stepped past them, dismissing their suspicion without hesitation. Her offer lingered in the air, urging them to lower their weapons and speak instead of escalating the standoff. The chamber held its breath as Karen asked, "How can he trust them?" The pink-haired mage's voice soft but edged like a blade. She mused that, if she had destroyed House Leston herself, she would have erased every trace. Power coiled around her, brilliant, dangerous, the kind only a 7th circle mage could wield, warping the air into a storm of light. Karan watched her magic flare, the floor glowing beneath her feet, as she demanded again if they were finally ready to talk. His grip on his sword tightened, a thin bead of sweat sliding past his mask as silence became his only answer. A mask clattered onto the table, tea poured calmly beside it, the fragrance oddly at odds with the interrogation. The woman repeated herself. The explosives from the Leston attack weren't theirs. They handled such things only for Red's research, nothing more. Speculation flickered around the room. Other factions, desperate groups, but she dismissed them all. Cowards wouldn't dare attempt something this bold. Then 6th Prince stepped forward with a grin far too casual, brushing past Karen as if they were longtime companions. He called it friendly banter, but the Karen's jaw tightened, muttering his annoyance under his breath. A stern voice cut through the moment, warning Karen to watch himself in front of royalty. But the 6th Prince only laughed, brushing aside the reprimand while calling out Karen's bloodline with unbothered familiarity. The room falls quiet as Mason's reprimand hangs in the air, stiff and humorless. For a moment, even the 6th Prince, who liked to be called out Rio, doesn't know what to say, though the silence irritates him more than the scolding. Across the table, Karen thought whether this man knows the truth about Halo. The question lingers behind his eyes. The red-haired woman taps her cup lightly, her voice cutting through the tension as she steers them back to business. She apologizes for the late introduction, presenting herself with a calm, practiced smile. Doina, chairman of Caligo. She speaks with the ease of someone used to commanding a room, calling it an honor to meet the grandsons of Grand Duke Halo. Then her tone shifts. She reminds them again that the explosives weren't theirs, but she knows who's responsible, and she'll share it, on one condition. Karen expected as much. He lifts his cup, urging her to continue. Doina sips her tea before revealing her price. They must befriend Rayo. The air tightens instantly. Karen's thoughts race. Linking a ducal heir and a prince is dangerous, a rumor waiting to happen. Doina agrees. People would twist it instantly. Friendship wouldn't be seen as friendship. Rio brushes it off with an easy grin. So what? They can still be friends. And besides, it benefits House Leston, not the other way around. Karen narrows his eyes. Benefits them how? Rio answers as if it's obvious. He explained that House Leston would soon have to act. He insisted that such a move would rattle both the Emperor and the nobles at the center. Karen studied him, realizing the prince wasn't entirely unreasonable. Even so, he wondered why Relevio pushed the idea so far. The prince answered with a sly smile, claiming he lived to irritate his father and calling himself the disgraceful son who stirred trouble for fun. Karen dismissed the thought. Madness suited the prince well enough. Doina then pressed for his answer, reminding him that the night in Tebe was slipping away and their time was limited. Karen asked what she meant. Doina explained that the Imperial Guard under Special Division 1 had arrived with a separate agenda. Relevio leaned in, suggesting there was something deeper at play. He pointed out how the attack on the grandsons of a founding house still hadn't been handled properly. Karen slowly pieced it together, hinted that the guard's behavior made sense only when considering who the true culprit might be. She added that their goals clearly didn't align with Karen's. She then produced a document, stating it contained every detail they'd tracked about the enemy's movements and the chain of events. Her gaze sharpened as she asked whether he would accept her terms. Karen fell silent, weighing his choice. Far from their hidden gathering, the night settled over the city. Workers hurried a loaded wagon through the streets, their overseer barking at them to move faster, while the servant below forced out a strained reply and scrambled to obey. Frustration twisted across Owen's face as he muttered under his breath. Once the mission was done, he reminded himself, the guard would erase all evidence. The promise of a noble title echoed in his mind, along with the merchant's smug assurance, until the darker possibilities surfaced. Maybe he wouldn't be rewarded at all. Maybe he was next to be cleaned up. Fear tightened around him as he cursed the Leston siblings for surviving what should have been their end. Noise tore through the tension. A servant burst in, shouting for his lord. Owen tried to calm himself with the thought of evacuating his family, barely a shred of solace. Before the news hit him, knights had broken in. Shock dragged him toward the balcony. If knights were here already, that meant only one thing. His breath hitched. Not the Imperial Guard, someone else. He rushed downstairs and froze as a boy stepped through the door with a blade in hand. Karen Leston himself, the worthless noble Owen and his partners had tried to kill. Karen's voice dropped cold as steel. For someone who'd wanted him dead, the man seemed quite protective of his own kin. Sir Xeris entered behind him, carrying a blood-soaked sack. Karen's request. The trembling man recognized the shape inside. Horror locked him in place. Karen swung the sack just enough for the truth to spill out, telling him to look for himself. His hands shook violently as the severed limb rolled free. A choked scream tore out. His family. Karen's blade pressed against his neck with icy precision. He was ordered to look closer. Owen's eyes widened. These weren't his family's hands at all, Karen explained flatly. They belonged to the assassins his partners had hired to slaughter his household. His family had been spared, only because they were blameless. But he wasn't. Karen listed his crimes one by one. Conspiracy, bloodshed, innocent lives taken. Sir Xeris stepped forward, emotionless, and pronounced his fate. Endless torment in Blue Sea Castle's dungeons. The man collapsed into silence as the knight seized him. Outside, Karen ordered his knight to take the prisoner away. Torches flickered across the mansion as the Leston men carried out his commands without hesitation. Far away, in a dim chamber, news stirs among trusted allies. Rumors claim the emperor's health is failing, shaking the capital into turmoil. Nobles panic, old warmongers grin, and tension festers through the Imperial Guard. Rio explains how factions are splitting, some aligning with war, others resisting. Even amidst the chaos, he acknowledges that their recent efforts earned them a valuable ally. His sister smiles knowingly, teasing him for the bond he's formed. He admits she's right. When he escaped the palace's schemes and fled, disaster followed. His mother was murdered, blood staining the forest floor. Only Sir Mason's intervention saved him from joining her in the grave. Without that rescue, he would never have reached the city, never met those who taught him magic, never become who he is now. Their guidance shaped him just as much as his past did, and now, with House Leston preparing to act, the tides shift. The Grand Duke's silence breaks, and strategies unfold behind closed doors. At a council meeting, elders worry their house will suffer if the truth about the attack on Leston is revealed publicly. But Karen insists. Justice matters more than prestige. He vows to expose those responsible, leaving no room for cover-ups. The mayor hesitates, but Karen's conviction forces the room to listen. He promises to bear the burden himself, to ensure no traitor escapes judgment. If Karen succeeds, he'll stand as the righteous mayor who challenged corruption. The decision is made. The family head orders everyone to let Karen proceed, no matter the risks. Though puzzled by the man's intentions, the knight obeys. He knows the order isn't his to question. Karen ends it with a single request, to trust him, just this once. A message arrived at the estate for Lord Yahello, delivered from Karen. Yahello was informed that Karen intended to make public the damages and the results of the investigation concerning the attack. Yahello confirmed the report. Pale entered when summoned. Yahello explained that Karen's message had just arrived. He read that Karen would announce the Leston household's leap to the arrest of a council member involved in the attack, along with full cooperation from the council to prevent future incidents. Yahello asked Pale for his opinion. Pale examined the paper, describing it as a plan that risked destabilizing political balance in Thebe. He pointed out that the announcement would effectively empower the long ineffectual mayor of Thebe. He added that the council members had held immense power until now, but if it became public that one of them had been involved in terrorism, they would suffer a heavy blow. Yahello noted Karen's recklessness, yet admitted that this time Karen had succeeded in revenge. Because of that, their house had gained even greater influence over Thebe. Pale acknowledged Yahello's trust in Karen, but questioned whether the burden placed on him was too heavy, considering Karen was only 13 years old. Yahello reminded Pale of his earlier claim that he trusted his son. Pale fell silent. Yahello stated that a wolf must walk the wolf's path, saying it was natural to worry for a child stepping into the wider world, but urged Pale to keep believing in Charon as he had said before. Pale agreed and declared that he would trust his son to the very end. Yahello added that, thanks to Charon, the incident would serve as a warning to the corrupt scoundrels in the capital and the Imperial Guard parasites clinging to power. He reflected that if someone else were present, he would have executed them all without hesitation. He then ordered Pale to prepare for the coming storm, saying it was time for Reston to move again. Pale agreed to make preparations without fail. Later, the mayor addressed the citizens. He expressed shame that such an incident had occurred, stating that a councilman had attempted to kill the heir of Grand Duke Yahello. The crowd shouted his name, urging him to deal with the corrupt council. The mayor promised to give the city back to its people and to do his utmost. Watching from above, Leo remarked that the mayor acted like a fish in water. Gail commented that Mayor Grain was an excellent politician who never missed an opportunity. Leo asked if all capital politicians were like that. The response explained that Grain had reached his position because he had the ability to back it up. Leo noted that the mayor was more impressive than he appeared. Gail thought that a 13-year-old's plan had been approved by none other than the head of House Leston, his father-in-law. Grand Duke Yahello must think very highly of Charon's ability. Charon might be added to House Leston's line of succession, though whether that was good remained uncertain. Amid the cheering crowd, Charon addressed his grandfather. His grandfather Gale asked what the matter was. Charon asked if he was all right. Gale replied by asking what he meant. He explained that he had been dragged into something tied to House Leston's interests. He remembered what his mother once told him, that she knew he disliked mixing public duty with personal interests. He admitted he had worried he might have forced him to break his principles. He firmly called his name, stating that there were times in life when principles had to be broken. Charon's grandfather, Gale Leston, added that in this case no principle was being broken at all. He explained that His Majesty the Emperor also intended to keep Thebe's power in check. Gale told him not to worry, saying he was fine. Charon then quietly addressed him as grandfather. Gale Leston told him that if the day ever came when doing what was right clashed with his principles, he should not hesitate to break them. Gale then said he had something to handle before returning to the capital and would leave first. Charon responded with a respectful farewell, while he added his agreement with a short yes. After Gale left, Leo called out to Charon. Charon turned with a small huh. Leo asked what he thought citizens found so moving about the mayor's words. Charon answered simply. He explained that the mayor had declared he would tear down the entrenched powers for Thebe. With the old guard broken down, opportunities would open for the latecomers, so of course they were happy. Even so, Leo admitted he still didn't fully understand. Charon told him it was because he had grown up pampered in a dream house. Yet, he noted that Leo's family was the richest in their house. Charon suggested a sparring match for old time's sake. Leo immediately declined, insisting he was fine. Night settled over Thebe. Charon the mayor's speech, saying it had been splendid. The mayor and Charon sat together. Charon thanked him, saying Thebe was full of life again. The mayor laughed, saying it was all thanks to young Charon for giving them the cause. The mayor responded modestly, and Charon added he was only stating the truth. The mayor then asked Charon about the Harang Knights. Charon said additional forces had already been dispatched from Chonghae Castle. The mayor praised House Leston's decisiveness. Leo muttered to himself, trying to understand political maneuvering. The mayor realized he had kept them too long, saying he needed to prepare for the return trip to the capital. Charon replied that he'd actually brought something for him. When asked what it was, Charon said it wasn't anything grand, but since the mayor handled important matters, he likely needed funds. Charon handed him a coin. The mayor reacted in surprise. Charon explained that he and Leo had prepared it from profits earned at the Bellis Baron's Mana Stone mine. He asked the mayor to keep it between them. The mayor happily thanked them. Leo quietly insisted he hadn't agreed to any of it. Morning arrived as the luggage was loaded. Sir Xerus reported that the Imperial Guard would escort them to the capital. Charon noted something felt off. Xerus said the arrangement had been approved by the family head. Leo asked if Sir Xerus would accompany them, but Xerus said he'd been assigned to transport prisoners and the wounded. Instead, Lord Hugo would protect Charon in the capital. Charon responded with surprise, thinking of Hugo Leston, the son of his eldest uncle, Tails. Charon recognized the man as a genius who had reached the threshold of 6-star at 28. The thought disrupted his plan for a noisy incident in the capital, and nothing about the situation pleased him. A loud voice approached from the gate, calling out to Charon and Leo. The two watched silently as a golden vehicle rushed toward them. The driver leaned out, shouting again and asking whether Leo had eaten breakfast. Charon quietly asked Sir Xerus if he could avoid going to the capital. The Prince Reo has arrived there too and asked Charon how he felt about traveling there together. When Charon admitted he wasn't excited, Reo guessed he disliked being escorted by the Imperial Guard. He then said it was understandable, considering the tension with House Leston. Reo assured him that everything would be fine since a prince was joining them. As the group waited, he noticed someone approaching and pointed it out. A knight stepped forward, apologizing for his lateness and explaining he had been finishing repairs on the destroyed rail line. Reo told him it was fine, and suggested they exchange greetings. Introducing the young lords of House Leston, the knight identified himself as Luke Heiner, asking them to call him Sir Luke. The two acknowledged him. Sir Luke added that escorting the young heirs of House Leston was an honor. Karen remained silent, recalling the real reason the Imperial Guard wasn't acting on the Duke's assault case. He wondered if the importance of the rail investigation had truly outweighed everything else. Facing Luke directly, he asks Luke whether the investigation of the destroyed rail was truly more important. He points out that the guardians of a house connected to the throne were attacked, yet Luke didn't bother. Luke states that damaging the Emperor's property, the railway, is essentially treason, leaving the Imperial Guard no choice but to prioritize that investigation. Karen quietly repeats the word treason. Karen waves it off as a mock, saying they must be busy, so we'll accept it for now. They prepare to depart. Xeris tells Karen he endured well. Erden advises him not to ruin relations with the Imperial Guard before they even identify who attacked their house. Karan accepts it for now but has a hunch. He thinks that if it's ever confirmed the Imperial Guard acted as the lackeys of a noble house, he'll deal with them himself. He reflects that the Imperial Guard should stand above reproach, not become servants to nobles. Even he, forced to sell his soul to a demon, never fell that low. Later, inside the vehicle, Karen sits quietly by the window. Rio comments on it and asks what he wants to talk about. Karen says that's not the reason Rio brings up the mayor's speech, hinting it was Karen's influence. Karen asks why he thinks that. Rio says the mayor was trying to place himself at the center of power instead of the assembly. He laughs and says it was all backed by House Leston's support. Karen questions his reasoning. Rio calls it a perfect justification, prompting a look of surprise from the two youths sitting nearby. Rio praised Karen for shoring up House Leston's prestige through the incident. Karen remarked that dealing with black market merchants hadn't been a waste of time. Rio responded that he had grown up on the streets and survived many things. As the carriage moved, Karen said noticing such things should be obvious, which Rio admitted. Doina contacted Rio, asking how things were. Rio complained that Karen was ignoring. Doina told them not to fight because they were friends, but Karen insisted they weren't. Doina then mentioned their deal. Karen said he hadn't agreed to anything and needed the terms. Doina admitted he walked into that 1S. He still pushed Karen to consider the offer, claiming it benefited Karen as well. Karen replied that it was too early to talk when there was no trust. Doina repeated the words no trust. She remarked that joining hands with an elf-run guild without approval could get her punished by the elders. She then corrected him, saying he misunderstood. Oina stated that she wanted to work with him, not with House Leston. When asked why, she answered that good investments were always worth making. Oina added that Rio also needed a friend, which Karen said was the part he disliked the most. Their vehicle moved across the road. Karen listened to Doina, reminding him to treat the shared information as a gift, saying trust was all he wanted. Doina added that they would have plenty of reasons to help each other in the future. Before parting, she told Karen to contact her through the crystal if he ever needed anything, then said farewell. Karen watched Rio smile confidently as she ended the call. Rio then told Karen they should get along, calling him little brother. Karen observed the two of them and thought they really were cut from the same cloth. Karen gave a short, wordless reaction before Rio leaned out of the window and said they were almost there. Karen glanced outside, responding with a brief sound of acknowledgement. The gates of the capital came into view as Rio welcomed Karen to Dekas, the capital city of Karen's kingdom. Their vehicle rolled to a stop in front of a large estate. Rio offered to guide Karen anywhere he wanted to go free of charge. Karen declined immediately. Rio waved it off, insisting Karen would see everything soon anyway, and told him not to sulk. Karen muttered to himself about the Rio's behavior. Once the car left, Luke told the boys they would also take their leave, addressing them respectfully as young lords. Karen thanked Sir Luke. Luke told him not to think much of it until next time. Karen stood quietly as the group departed. Karen responded with a quiet confirmation, then stated that they would meet again someday. Leo asked Karen if he knew what the bright tower in the distance was. Karen explained that it was the Mage Tower. Leo asked if there were mages inside the tall tower. Karen answered that there were more or less. Leo noted that the building looked flashy, and Karen agreed. Karen thought that a fortune must have been spent on the place since it looked completely different compared to 50 years ago. Karen repeated the words Mage Tower while looking at the structure. He mentioned that it finally felt like they had reached the capital. Leo paused and said the capital, whereas Karen was thinking of his past, comparing the return to approaching his own grave. Ahead, a voice greeted them, saying they had arrived. Hugo stepped out, surprising Karen, who hadn't sensed him at all. Karen looked at the man and realized Hugo was difficult to read. The narration stated Hugo as one of the most renowned warriors in the Empire. Hugo welcomed both Karen and Leo after their long journey. He introduced himself as Hugo Leston. Hugo repeated their names, noting their arrival. He commented that it was his first time meeting Karen. Karen hesitated before shaking Hugo's hand and saying it was an honor. Hugo joked that if he'd known their youngest relative was this impressive, he would have visited Blue Sea Castle sooner. Karen added that Hugo was just as impressive as the rumors described. Karen and Leo stood before the blazing hall as Hugo wondered if the two traveling with him were managing fine. An elderly woman hurried toward them, greeting him as her little one. Karen recognized her as his grandmother. She held Karen tightly, commenting on how long it had been and how he had grown taller. Karen returned the greeting, saying it had been a while. She welcomed Leo as well, explaining that she had warmed the bathhouse and arranged comfortable rooms for them. Leo thanked her politely. Karen mentioned grandfather had some matters to handle and would arrive later. Grandma already knew and urged Karen and Leo to go inside quickly. She reminded Karen that they needed to buy him a brooch for the banquet tomorrow and that he should sleep early. Karen agreed. She added that their luggage would be moved once it arrived. Hugo stayed behind for a moment, staring at his hand. His mana had been pushed back. The moment he tried to read Karen's skill through mana flow, Karen had countered directly with his own. Hugo examined his hand again. The mana he felt wasn't the calm flow of the sea but something rougher, like turbulent waves in a storm. A memory surfaced of a command. Hugo was to keep a close watch on the younger cousins to prevent trouble in the capital. Hugo repeated the word trouble quietly. He concluded he would need to pay closer attention to Karen. Hugo questioned himself, what kind of person is Karen? Whereas Karen stepped into his room and sat down with a tired breath. He muttered in frustration, annoyed that Hugo had abruptly pushed mana into him earlier. He tried to make sense of Hugo's unfathomable nature, recalling Hugo was unlike others, yet he brushed it aside and claimed he didn't care. He reminded himself that he had returned to his grave after 50 years. Spotting the liquor bottle he had taken from the prince's carriage, he considered drinking it. He opened the bottle and glanced toward the sword leaning in the corner. After a moment of hesitation, he drank directly from it. The sword reacted with a questioning tone as Charon poured some on the sword too. Sword asked what he expected from it. He said he needed someone to talk to. The sword observed that he wasn't normal. He asked the sword to bear with him because the place felt like a grave to him. The sword replied that it already knew. He became confused, saying he had never mentioned that before. The sword explained that it had read his memory. He called the sword a demon sword. The sword protested that it wasn't just any demon sword. He recalled the sword's past form, the blue dragon slay he had used in his previous life. The sword admitted it didn't know why it became a demon sword either. He asked if the sword lacked memories from that time as well. The sword repeated that it had already told him it didn't remember. Karen vows that if he ever finds the one who turned him into a demon sword, he'll cut off their head thousands of times. The sword tells him he can only cut off a head once. Karen asks why he doesn't go to the north sea and ask the blue dragon directly. The sword mocks him, calling him too weak. Karen says he can always find out on his own. He drinks again while the sword stays silent. Karen comments that it isn't answering and calls it a demon sword, and the sword protests again. Karen insists he absolutely has to find out the reason this second life began, the reason for this life, which shouldn't be possible unless some immense power intervened. The sword calls out to him, asking for more liquor like an alcoholic. The scene shifts to night outside the mansion. Morning arrives. Vendors shout about new goods and portrait drawing. Karen walks through the street with Leo and Hugo. Leo looks around excitedly, and Karen calls it embarrassing. Hugo tells Leo to act with proper decorum as a member of the family. Leo apologizes. Hugo tells Karen to show respect when they're outside. Karen reacts, then agrees. Hugo explains they can be informal when they're alone, but outside they must observe proper etiquette for the sake of the family's prestige. Karen asks if he'll eventually be able to speak informally with Hugo when they're alone. Hugo is left speechless. Then he mentioned they were almost at the shop they were heading to. Karen noted how easily he changed the subject, wondering if he was being ignored. Karen spotted the sign first and called out. Hugo paused when Karen asked if they could stop there for a moment. Hugo explained that the shop made clothes for older nobles and asked if Karen liked it. Leo commented it looked a little old-fashioned, and Karen replied that trends come back around. Leo accepted it with a short response. As they walked toward the entrance, Karen teased that Leo knew nothing about fashion, and Leo admitted it too. They entered the shop, greeted by the tailor. The man expressed surprise that such young nobles were visiting. He asked if they were sure, explaining he didn't normally make the kind of clothes young people preferred. Still, if they entrusted it to him, he would do his best. He then asked for whom the clothes were being made. Karen hesitated and began to answer, but before he could finish, Karen recognized the man from his past life when the man was quite young. He was scolding Karen, or say past life Cain, demanding how many times he needed to repeat himself. He grew frustrated, complaining about how hard the mending was. Cain apologized, saying the tailor's skill made him feel at ease. The tailor sighed, thinking he might finally have had a comfortable day. At present, he says that since the request was for Grand Duke Halo's grandson, he told himself he needed to work even harder. When Karen asked if he recognized their family, the tailor said it was hard not to know the Leston crest. He explained that the shop was once a frequent stop for Sir Cain. the Grand Duke's close friend. He said he wasn't sure how Kane treated others, but Kane had always been warm to him, despite likely not knowing his name. Remembering that, he added that Kane had always called him Kid. The thought made Karen briefly pause. He wondered if being remembered by someone felt like this. Karen then asked for the tailor's name. The man introduced himself as Ruhan. As he spoke, his granddaughter suddenly burst in, calling out to her grandfather and announcing urgent news. She claimed Lord Kane's enemy had appeared. Breathless, she reported that the grandsons of the Leston Dukedom, Grand Duke Yahello's grandsons, were in the capital. Karen, confused, questioned whether Yahello was considered his enemy. The girl greeted Sir Hugo. Hugo commented that this was their first meeting since he and Sir Amy had competed. Karen reacted at hearing the name Amy. Leo heard this name before, and he recognized her as Amy Altura. Hearing this, Karen was quite shocked, whereas Leo tell Karen that she's the swordsman prodigy who reached 4 stars at 17. Karen brushed it off, saying why the heck there's so many genius prodigies in this world. Meanwhile, Hugo excused Sir Amy for his cousin's behavior, saying Karen is still lacking manners. Then Hugo entrusts Sir Amy to Karen and Leo. Karen says it's an honor, but Amy cut it off. She recognized the Leston siblings as well. She identified Karen Leston, and then pointed out Leo Leston, leaving Leo flustered. Realizing she knew him, Leo wondered how she had learned their names. She explained that the escorts who traveled with them had informed her. Karen noted silently that she seemed perceptive. The tailor then asked if Sir Amy had eaten yet, startling Tori. Sir Amy urged him not to use formal speech with her, and insisted he treat her as before, saying she was still only an apprentice. Hugo told her she was being too humble, reminding her that people expected she would lead the Imperial Guard for the next 50 years. Sir Amy dismissed the praise and says, "You flatter me." Karen asked why their grandfather was considered Sir Kane's enemy. Karen bluntly told them that their grandfather was simply a man who had sold his soul to a demon. Karen spread his arms and questioned what was so great about a man like Kane, insisting he wasn't wrong. Amy reacted sharply, and Hugo immediately told Karen to watch his tongue. Amy turned toward him and asked if he had really said that and whether he was just running his mouth. Her presence flared with intensity and she stepped forward, calling it an insult to Sir Kane's honor. Hugo moved to restrain her, but Amy declared a duel. Karen demanded what right she had to challenge him. She answered that she would inherit Sir Kane's will. Karen asked what that will even meant, whether it was the desire to protect the Demon Emperor until the end, or just the result of selling his soul. Amy froze in confusion, then said Sir Kane would have protected the Demon Emperor regardless. She insisted it was because Kane was a man of high pride. Karen sighed, calling Amy someone who couldn't be reasoned with, and questioned whether someone that hostile could become a great knight. Amy stepped forward again, claiming her challenge wasn't personal but for Sir Kane's honor. Her stomach gave loud voice of hunger as she tried to hold her stance. Nearby, Leo wondered about the loud noise they heard. Karen suggested that before the duel, they should fill their stomachs first. Amy stiffened, asking what he had just said. Karen asked Amy what she preferred, if she preferred pork, beef, or lamb. Amy suggested let's go outside and fight. She wondered what this overwhelming mana was and noted she had heard he was at the 4th rank like her, but he was on a different level. The tailor asked Amy if she would dine with Sir Karen. He noted she must not be eating properly due to paying her family's debts. Since they met like this, they should eat something delicious. Hugo told Amy she should eat at the proper time. She answered with silence, embarrassed, and finally responded with a quiet groan. At the table, everyone fell silent. Amy ate steadily. She claimed she was eating diligently only for the duel. Karen pointed out her sudden politeness. She insisted they shouldn't misunderstand and said she would pay him back on the next payday. Karen said he wouldn't misunderstand. Amy said she couldn't promise that with words alone and extended her hand, asking him to shake on it. Karen looked at her calloused hand before taking it. He noted its roughness. He considered the effort from early training that made her like this. Aside from her stubborn personality, he acknowledged she had talent. When they handshaked, Karen called out for one more plate, and Hugo turned in confusion. Outside, a blonde man saw toward the window, whereas Karen asked Amy if she knew Professor Eurus. She confirmed, saying the professor had once proposed a new perspective on Sir Kane. Karen explained that Eurus had been his private tutor when he was young. Curious, she asked what the professor's teachings were like. Outside, the man told his guards he would go alone and ordered them not to follow. They acknowledged him. At the table, the group discussed when to have their duel. One suggested they could do it after finishing the food they had ordered. Amy commented that he was straightforward. She warned him that if they fought seriously, he might not get better until he was on the brink of death, and she wouldn't go easy on him just because he was young. Amy's older brother entered, remarking that she looked like she was having fun. He said she should have contacted her big brother first if she was going out, instead of spending time with outsiders. He then questioned whether the Imperial Guard apprentice knights had too much free time if they could fool around with boys like this. Karen muttered that a rogue and reckless bastard had been spotted. The older brother suddenly wrapped an arm tightly around Amy. She reminded him she had already paid this month's interest. He replied that he wasn't interested in trivial things like that. He was interested in her. He said it would be wise for her to stay on his good side, and asked if she agreed. Hugo asked who he was to disrupt someone's dining. Isn't it proper etiquette to reveal one's identity first? The man seemed surprised that anyone would not recognize him. He called it unbelievable that someone in the capital did not know him, then introduced himself as Daegol Kian. Hugo repeated the name, recognizing it as the youngest son of the Kian Count family. Daegol reacted with satisfaction when Hugo acknowledged knowing the family's reputation. Hugo continued, explaining the Kian family was known for lending money to other nobles and being the biggest loan sharks in the capital. Daegol was caught off guard by how accurately he described them. Daegol added that Hugo should know his family's name well, since they controlled the purse strings of the Diaz Marquis family. Karen dismissed the explanation as nonsense. Confused by the statement, he asked if Daegol really thought he came to the capital for casual conversation. Daegol demanded clarification. Annoyed, Karen mentioned reporting everything to grandfather, which startled Daegol. He nervously asked what was going on. Karen retrieved something from his pocket and asked if Daegol saw it. He explained it was a potion capable of healing a fracture instantly. Daegol grew frustrated, asking what he was talking about. Karen raised his sword and began preparing for a fight. He said that meant he was about to beat Daegol straight. Daegol reacted with alarm as Karen launched at him. Karen approached with glowing eyes and reassured him that he would not kill him. Daegol screamed in panic. Scene shifts and we see the manor stood in the afternoon light when a startled voice inside asked what had just been said. Another voice nervously asked for the words to be repeated. Inside the office, an attendant hesitated before continuing with a quiet well, then reported that Lord Karen Leston, the Commissioner General's grandson, had been arrested by the city constabulary about 30 minutes earlier. The Commissioner General Gael sighed, calling it trouble again. He noted that Karen hadn't even been in the capital long and asked for the reason. The attendant explained it was on the charge of assaulting the youngest son of the Kian Count family, Daegol Kian. The Commissioner General repeated the name, saying it sounded familiar. The attendant added that Daegol was infamous as a womanizer. The Commissioner General recalled he was the man who harassed daughters of those indebted to his father. The attendant confirmed it. The Commissioner General muttered that Daegol was the type who deserved a beating but questioned why Karen would go after him. The attendant said the reason was unknown, but reports said Karen kept beating Daegol senseless while feeding him healing potions. The Commissioner General was shocked at the extent. He noted that since it was a dispute between nobles, the Imperial Guard would have authority over the investigation. Considering the strained relationship between the Leston family and the Imperial Guard, he thought the situation was disadvantageous for Karen, especially since the opponent was Count Kian's descendant. He decided he had no choice but to step in, and said he must go to the constabulary. The attendant stopped him, saying the Commissioner General didn't need to go personally. He asked if Count Kian would stay quiet. The attendant reported that the victim, Daegol Kian, was actually pleading for leniency. The attendant explained that Daegol was claiming Karen was innocent and that everything was his own fault. The attendant added that Daegol was insisting he wanted to turn over a new leaf. The commissioner asks what kind of magic he used. Later, alone at his desk, he worries that rumors about Karen will spread through the capital and wonders how he will explain everything to his in-laws. He suddenly pauses, realizing his in-law would never send Karen to the capital without a plan. The idea troubles him, pushing him to question whether something was intentionally released upon the capital. Outside in the evening streets, and Charon bids farewell to the chief constable, saying, "I'll visit often from now." Charon stands with a guard, whereas the officer questioned himself if Karen intends to cause more trouble. Charon adds one more request, asking if the confessed victim will be freed today. The officer hesitates, saying that incidents involving nobles fall under the Imperial Guard, so he cannot decide alone. Charon replies that he will ask his grandfather Yahello. When the officer realizes he is referring to the Grand Duke, he becomes startled. Charon casually continues, saying he will also ask his maternal grandfather Gael. The guard stammers and asks his maternal grandfather's identity. Charon answers simply with the name, the Commissioner of the National Tax Service. The guard freezes, overwhelmed, and immediately promises to do his utmost. Charon tells him to keep up the good work and walks off. From a distance, his companions watch him leave. One of them asks what he said to make the chief constable act that way. Charon brushes it off, saying it was nothing. Charon called his talk a pep talk for justice. Hugo looks at him in silence, then ends the matter, saying the case is closed and he isn't holding Charon responsible. Hugo then asks Charon to inform him beforehand next time he causes trouble. Charon responds with a short pause. Hugo thinks the kid is uncontrollable, though he expects the trouble to only get bigger the more he tries to control him. Hugo reflects on how someone like Charon could come from his respectable uncle. Amy apologizes for dragging them into an unpleasant affair. Charon says he had fun. Amy offers to treat them to tea if they're amenable. Charon accepts. Hugo mutters "father" as Amy leads them onward. She says, "This way, please." Hugo wonders what he's supposed to do when Charon isn't just getting caught up in trouble but starting it himself. He questions whether he should stay with the magic tower or buy a magic rope. They follow Amy through the street, Soon they reach the shop with the tea sign. Inside, Karen sits at the table, wordless, looking at the cookies and desserts. Leo comments on how delicious everything looks. Amy notices Karen doesn't touch his plate and asks if something's wrong. Karen says it's nothing. A man arrives with more desserts, telling them to eat as much as they'd like. Karen remarks it seems too much. Man denies it, saying it's nothing for a fine lord like Karen. He mentions Karen was the one who brought divine punishment upon Helman de Gaulle. Hearing this, Karen wondered why he was being treated as a hero, instead of a mad dog as he bit into the food. He admitted it tasted good. He then asked Amy how she ended up in debt to the Kane guys. She hesitated before explaining that her father had gone into debt after expanding his business too aggressively. Karen asked if it was difficult to manage with only territory taxes. She explained that life in the capital was hard for local nobles like them, so they needed a separate source of income. Hugo asked whether there was no support from the Imperial Guard, mentioning that with her talent, it would be natural for them to assist her. She paused before saying she hadn't chosen a side yet. She explained that if she had aligned with a faction beforehand, she probably could have received support, but she couldn't bring herself to do that. When asked why, she said it was because a man of high principles like Sir Kane would choose the path of the sword over politics. Karen thought to himself that he wasn't a man of high principles, only someone struggling to survive, leaving him silent. He asked if she would be willing to join him, offering to pay off all her debt if she did. The others reacted in shock, calling his offer too far. Confused, Karen asked what he had done. Leo scolded him, saying paying her debt in exchange for her becoming his woman was no different from de Gaulle. Karen denied saying anything like that. Hugo lectured him that even if she wasn't officially knighted yet, he shouldn't trample on someone's honor or their dreams of becoming a knight. Karen insisted that wasn't what he meant. He clarified that he had simply asked if she was willing to join the Harvan Knights. She stared in silence as the others accused him of changing his story. She laughed, asking what story he supposedly changed. Then Amy declines the offer, saying she must refuse. He responds with confusion and says that he assumed she wanted to stay in the Imperial Guard and change it from within. Amy confirms this. He notes he expected that answer, whereas Amy adds that Sir Kane would have said the same. Karen denies being the kind of person she assumes, but admits he knew many people like her, people who stubbornly stood their ground and valued loyalty. His memories shift to soldiers surrounding their commander and Karen's past life. Sir Kane ordered they should run if they want to live, but the soldiers insist on staying with him until the end. He calls them foolish for it, though they remain resolute. Back in the present, Amy asks what they should do about the duel. Karen changes his mind and decides not today. Instead, he plans to ask his grandfather for a formal exchange match. Amy agrees that it sounds fine. They all exchange farewells. Amy reminds Karen to use formal speech next time because she is older. She adds that she only shows respect to people stronger than her, telling him to beat her during the exchange match if he wants her respect. Later, in a room, Xeris questioned about Karen's earlier actions through a orb-type communicator. He questions what they were thinking, beating up the son of Count Kane. He acknowledged that a knight sent the report but still can't understand the decision. Karen reflects that a beating is the only cure for a mad dog. Xeris remarks that they didn't expect him to act that boldly, even with Sir Hugo present. Karen answers that Hugo is actually a huge scaredy cat. Xeris informed him that thanks to the victim asking for leniency, there was no major problem for now. Xeris then reminded him that his actions had drawn the attention of the capital's noble families. Karen answered that he had already been warned several times. Xeris told him that tomorrow at the Imperial Palace, he must be on his best behavior, while the Majesty is present. Karen agreed. Xeris asked if he could promise. Karen swore on his father's honor. Xeris questioned why not on his own honor. Karen replied that he had none to speak of. He mentioned he had made a recruitment offer to an Imperial knight named Amy Altier. Xeris said he knew of her and acknowledged her as a remarkable talent, then asked for her answer. Karen said he was rejected. Xeris noted it was a shame, as she was too good a talent to be wasted in the Imperial Guard. Karen changed the subject and asked if Xeris could connect him to the family head, saying he had something to tell him directly. A moment later, the family head answered Karen's call, asking if Karen had been looking for him. Karen confirmed. The family head noted that Karen only addressed him formally when it concerned the family. Karen agreed. The family head told him to speak. Karen requested a formal exchange match with the Imperial Guard. The family head asked the reason. Karen explained that the Guard were a knight order with whom they had a long-standing rivalry, and he wished to clash swords with them and test their skills. The family head asked if that was all. Karen confirmed. The family head accepted but added a condition. Karen asked what it was. The family head stated that until Karen had his audience with His Majesty and the exchange match in the Imperial Palace, Karen was forbidden from causing any trouble. He asked if Karen understood. Karen answered that he understood, calling him family head. The communication orb starts to dim as the call ends. The last instruction echoes through it, reminding him to be mindful of his conduct at the imperial palace. He looks toward the window, noting to himself that staying quiet for a day isn't a big issue. He adds that he doesn't particularly want to cause a scene anyway. After a moment, he looks out at the night sky, thinking that the place in question is his grave too. Morning arrives over the large palace structures. Inside a hallway, a knight announces himself, stating that it is Xerus. A voice from inside tells him to enter. The family head stands at the window. Xerus reports that, as Karen requested, he sent the official document to the Imperial Guard. The family head asks for their answer, and Xerus replies that they accepted with pleasure. The family head considers this, noting that since Duke's grandson personally requested a duel, the Imperial Guard will prepare properly. Xerus asks if family head is worried, but the family head denies it, saying there is nothing to worry about, and that he was reminded of Cain. Xerus confirms if he meant Sir Cain, and the family head says yes. The family head adds that if Cain were alive, the Harkonnen Knights and the Imperial Guard wouldn't have to constantly check each other like they do now. Xerus asks if he is missing his old friend. The family head dismisses the idea as absurd, claiming that he would never miss someone who was always difficult and hard to deal with. Xerus quietly reacts, unsure, while the family head insists there is no way he would miss that man. He asks the family head and his lord if he knew a knight named Amy Astal. The lord replied that she was an apprentice knight of the Imperial Guard. He reported that Karen wanted to bring Amy to the Harreness Knights. The lord asked for the reason. The reply came that her talent was too good to waste in the Imperial Guard, and that another reason was her respect for Sir Cain, which bordered on obsession. The lord noted it was unusual for a young knight, since most Imperial Guards avoided even mentioning Cain. To them, Cain was a history they wanted erased. He added that without his own intervention, Cain would have been labeled the greatest villain of the age. After a pause, Xerus said the Imperial Guard wanted to avoid mentioning it. The lord asked if that was what sparked Karen's curiosity. Xerus said yes. Karen was also highly interested in Sir Cain. The lord then asked if the man knew anything about Amy's family. He answered that they were an ordinary provincial noble family, except that about 50 years ago they had changed their family name from Act to Astal. The lord reacted, repeating the name Act, asking if it was that Act. The scene shifted to a cheering crowd shouting for the heroes of the Reston Duchy. Leo asked Karen if the situation wasn't embarrassing. Karen questioned why it should be. Leo said all the people were praising them. Karen tells him not to worry, the people are not praising them. Leo questioned what he means. Karen explains that the Imperial Palace arranged this event to display that the Reston family has the Imperial family's backing. Leo asked his brother who else they could mean, and Karen replied that it could only be the nobles trying to control the emperor. Leo fell silent. He turned to the window and watched the capital outside, thinking that even a puppet had some political awareness. When the carriage stopped, the two brothers stepped out. The knight greeted them, welcoming the young lords of the duchy. Karen recognized him as Sir Luke, and Luke admitted it was an honor that young master remembered his name. Karen told him not to mention it. Luke informed them that they could not enter the main palace with their swords and asked for their cooperation. Karen agreed. As they handed their weapons over, Karen mentioned casually that their grandfather had once broken this rule. Leo asked when, and Karen said it had been 50 years ago. Leo paused, realizing what that meant, and Luke quietly told them to watch their words in front of the emperor. Karen said he would keep that in mind, but then suddenly felt a sharp impact from behind. He stumbled, reacting to the unexpected push. The knight growled in pain as Karen's sword and the knight fell to the ground, releasing crackling blue energy. Luke stared, confused by the sword's strange aura. Karen straightened and explained his sword tended to be fierce. Luke advised him to handle it carefully. Luke says he will escort them to the main palace. They agree and follow. As they walk inside, Leo comments on how glamorous the palace is. Karen does not respond, and Leo calls his name. Leo notices something off in Karen's expression and realizes Karen's magic power is active. He notes that the knights didn't notice, calling it strange. The thought of having seen this expression before comes to him. He concludes that Karen doesn't seem angry. Leo recalls his master telling him to carefully observe Karen's sea. He quietly says master, and remembers her instruction that it is the only thing he can do in the Azure Fortress. He wonders if he will be able to understand Karen. Karen walks, his mind slipping into a memory. Flames rise around him in that recollection. People shout that the commander has fallen and order everyone to retreat. A voice commands them to drop their weapons and surrender. At this time, Karen stands at the place where Sir Cain was dies, then thinks that he should set those thoughts aside, noting there was still much left to handle. At the entrance, a knight addressed them, asking for their identities. Luke answered for them, stating they were young lords of the Reston family. The knight in charge acknowledged this and invited them inside. Luke responded with a simple yes. Inside, an attendant announced them formally as Leo Reston and Karen Reston of the Duchy of Reston. The large doors opened, and the two brothers approached. Karen muttered to himself, preparing mentally while the hall brightened in front of them. He then looked ahead, ready to face the successor to the emperor. A calm voice welcomed them to the imperial palace. Karen reacted with quiet confusion, wondering about the unexpected tone. A man explained that His Majesty the Emperor was in poor health and recovering, unable to greet them personally. He added that the future heir to the throne would meet them instead. The man conveyed the Emperor's message, asking them not to feel disappointed. Karen recognized the title, Crown Prince Yoralun Karhen. Leo and Karen bowed, greeting the Crown Prince. The man observed them silently before speaking again. He said he had heard of Karen's actions in suppressing the villains in Baron Bellis's domain. He remarked that Karen lived up to the reputation of being the hero's grandson. He tightened his fist while explaining that they had only done what was necessary. Inside, he noted how similar the man's face looked to the infamous ancestor. He steadied himself, reminding that such resemblance was expected and not a reason to react. The Crown Prince mentioned hearing that they had become friends with Levelio. Leo answered that it had only been a brief exchange, but the man seemed pleased regardless. Karen whispered in disbelief, wondering if that was meant as praise. Karen kept his composure and replied that he was grateful for the prince's words. The man, or say Crown Prince, added that their cooperation would strengthen relations between Reston and the imperial family. Karen replied they intended to keep good relations with the sixth prince. The Crown Prince accepted this, and then ended the audience, announcing a banquet for them that evening. He instructed them to rest until then, and dismissed them. A palace attendant approached to guide the twins to the detached palace. As they left, the Crown Prince watched them in thought. Karen and Leo followed the attendant. Their weapons had already been stored in the detached palace. As they walked, the Crown Prince thought about Karen, recalling rumors that he was an interesting figure. Later, in the lounge, Leo called out to Karen. He asked if their grandfather truly defeated the evil emperor. Karen confirmed it. Leo reasoned that the current emperor was the evil emperor's son, which made the situation unusual. Karen reminded him that speaking this way in the palace was unwise. Karen's sword concluded Leo's bloodline sense was weaker than expected. Leo asked if it wasn't strange. Karen told his sword to focus on detecting any traces of kidnapping magic. The sword complained he wasn't a detector and had already checked. Karen explained the situation to Leo that would normally be simple, but the emperor had personally joined the coup, giving their grandfather stronger justification. Leo then questioned why the imperial family seemed unfriendly. Karen asked why Leo thought that. Leo said maybe it was his imagination, but earlier the Crown Prince seemed hostile toward Karen. Karen noted Leo was becoming more observant. Leo was confused. Karen said he had wanted to warn Leo when he started interacting casually with the sixth prince. The Crown Prince's behavior earlier had clearly shown hostility. Leo asked why. Before Karen could answer, a voice remarked that their older brother held the support of their maternal family, the Marquisate of Diaz. As he spoke, the door opened, and the sixth prince entered. He greeted them, asking if they'd been well, and commented that they looked presentable in their tailcoats. Leo stiffened and addressed him formally as His Highness, the sixth prince, whereas Karen called him a troublesome visitor. The sixth Prince Rio waved off the formality, telling them to sit. They complied. He mentioned that since his brother's maternal family was the Marquisate of Diaz, the natural order placed them beneath the Reston Duke's faction. He reminded them this was the same as he had said in Thebes. He added that whether they liked it or not, it was time for the Reston Duchy to act. Karen felt there was more the prince was not saying. The sixth Prince Rio replied that they could call it an imperial family tradition. When asked what he meant, he explained that it was simple. A son ousts his father and takes the throne. Karen, listening, stayed silent. The prince commented that the timing was good. When asked what for, he answered that the Kiel County also had the backing of the Diaz Marquisate. Karen, listening, responded again in silence. The prince went on, explaining that every noble in the capital would be at the banquet tonight, and that thanks to Karen, the event would be even more eventful. Karen then asked what exactly Rio wanted to say. Rio answered, suggesting Karen wanted to cause a scene. Karen replied that Rio was actually the one who wanted to cause a scene. Rio admitted that was true. He then offered to set the stage so Karen could run wild as much as he wanted, asking what he thought of the offer, and will he join him. Karen hesitates in silence before finally telling him to explain what he has in mind. Rio's expression brightens, calling that response excellent. Leo flinches in surprise, thinking that causing a scene at a banquet hosted by the emperor must be a joke. Scene shift, and we see in the hall noble ladies chat under the warm lights, and more nobles turn toward the entrance as the two boys walk in, one of them muttering in awe. Karen looks around and thinks that it has been a long time since he attended a banquet, noting how no one had ever welcomed him when he was a former slave. His attention suddenly snaps as his sword calls out to him as master. Karen steps forward, sensing the same thing and recognizing the energy. A cold aura surrounds him as he focuses, identifying the surge as unmistakable black magic. A dark violet stream tears through the sky, hanging over the palace. People in the hall look up in confusion as Karen wonders how such a surge of black magic could appear in the imperial palace itself. Karen quietly notes that detection magic should be everywhere. He reasons that anyone skilled enough to bypass the tower's mages isn't an ordinary practitioner. Ahead, two men observe Karen and Leo. One asks if that's them, and the other confirms. Leo mutters that the affair looks huge, while Karen tells him to stop fussing because he is embarrassing them. Leo insists he isn't the only one embarrassing anyone, but Karen immediately says he is. The two men came forward saying the capital is buzzing with praise for them. Their arrival is described as fitting for the wolves of House Reston. Karim of Marquise Diaz introduces himself and offers a handshake. Karan ignores the gesture, giving only his name. Karim silently calls him rude, and Leo quietly reminds Karan to make eye contact when shaking hands. Karim laughs it off, saying Karan must be nervous since it's his first banquet as a Reston. The group exchanges formal greetings again. Someone criticizes the rudeness of the Grand Duke's grandson. Karim then thanks Karen for subjugating the bandits, but Karen replies that he only did what was necessary. Karim thinks Karen lacks manners and is no different from a commoner. A voice gets their attention as 6th Prince Areo say to risk danger for His Majesty's people. He steps in, identifying the newcomers as the ones from the academy, while greeting Karm wondered how a half-blood dares run his mouth, and warns that this is a gathering of nobles under the king's invitation, and asks him to watch his words. The 6th Prince Reo apologizes for his temper, blaming mixed blood for occasional loss of control. Karan notices something faint, an aura, a trace. He follows it through the crowd, tracking swirling purple energy until he finds its source, a masked woman. She turns slightly as the magic coils around her, but Rio welcomed both of the Reston boys. Karim tries to continue the earlier conversation, but he interrupts. Rio suggested that talking together would be more enjoyable. Karim sternly says some conversations aren't meant for subjects of the crown. Rio mocks Karim, asking if he's trying to teach others who holds real power. Karim goes silent, as Rio adds that even street dogs know the Marquisate of Diaz is the center of power. Karim panics, denying it. Leo calls out to Karen, as Karen scolds Karim to shut his mouth. Karim stares in shock as Karen's expression changes. Karen murmured to Rio that the play is over. Rio asks why so suddenly. Karen answers that someone is hiding here using black magic. Rio reacts with disbelief. Karen tells Rio to buy him some time. Rio whisper whether they should call the Imperial Guard. Karen smirks and reminds the prince who he is. Rio recites their house motto before asking what Karen needs him to do. Karen tells him not to let anyone leave. Rio warns he can't hold people for long. Karen answers with a simple okay. Karim tries to block him, but Karen clearly said get out of the way. Karim steps aside as Karen walks forward, his presence pressing down on the crowd. Karen mutters that he couldn't even draw his sword under the pressure. The crowd watches Karen advance. Leo asks to Rio what Karen is planning, then notices him preparing something. Rio forms a glowing sphere. The prince recognizes it as a hallucination attack, a technique used only in emergencies. Rio explains that it should buy time until the Imperial Guard arrives. Leo asks why they need to buy time. Karen raises his sword, repeating the Reston family motto. The masked woman notes whereas he expected no welcome for their family, saying their existence must be a thorn to others. Leo repeats the motto in confusion, then realizes something. He wonders if someone here is welcoming Karen. The masked woman quietly smiles to herself. The woman studies him with a glowing eye, saying this level of perception is expected from Halo's bloodline. She admits she worried he wouldn't locate her. Her power gathers around her as she steps forward. Rio turns sharply, noticing the barrier reacting. The barrier suddenly ruptures, drawing everyone's attention. She addresses Karen, calling him by his family name and remarking that he's quite pretty. She adds she likes him. Karen reacts angrily, demanding how she dares. He swings immediately, his blade cutting through the scene. Gasps follow as bystanders watch the woman fall. She collapses to the ground, blood spreading beneath her, her eyes open, glowing with an unnatural purple light. She stated loudly, "You're truly lovely." A scream cuts through the hall as violet petals scatter among the crowd. People recoil and stumble backward, panic spreading as shadows press in. Karen steps forward, sword drawn, blue energy crawling along the blade and his arms. His gaze sharpens as the petals drift around him. He notes the petals, registering them as unnatural. A mocking presence responds, amused by his reaction. The demon woman emerges fully, her body restored but flawed, violet aura leaking from the cracks in her regeneration. She acknowledges that the regeneration is imperfect. She recognizes the weapon, realizing it consumes mana, and notes that the Reston family possesses such a sword. Karen warns her to consider herself lucky, stating that with slightly more strength, she would already be dead. The demon woman counters, admitting that if things had gone her way, she would have devoured him there. She clicks her tongue in dismissal. She lunges forward, claws spread, violet energy surging around her as she attacks. Karen braces and swings upward to meet her, blue energy flaring against the incoming strike. A slash of violet energy tears past Karen's neck, grazing him. His breath catches as blood runs along his collar. The demon woman watches calmly and remarks that Charon still tastes sweet. Behind Charon, Leo reacts in alarm, but sixth Prince Rio restrains him. Leo turns back shocked and is told not to go. He is reminded that this fight belongs to Charon alone. Leo hesitates, arguing weakly. Rio tells Leo that he knows Charon better than anyone and that Charon would have spoken if he needed help. Frustration follows, and Leo falls silent as Rio grips his shoulder. Leo thinks that if he were stronger, things would be different. Rio thinks that not now, and Leo will become a great warrior one day. But if he faces that demon now, he will only be killed for nothing. Ahead, Charon and the demon face each other in the hall. Charon's sword addresses him directly, warning that the opponent is far beyond his current strength. He touches his shoulder, blood seeping through his fingers, his power fluctuating as he listens. The warning continues that persisting will only lead to a meaningless death. The words linger. Charon lowers his head, repeating the idea of a meaningless death according to his own beliefs. When he tightens his grip on the sword, then the thought of a meaningless end is dismissed. He advances, aura surging, and launches himself forward toward the demon. The demon turns, measuring him, noting the intensity in his eyes and sensing something unusual within his bloodline. Amused and intrigued, the demon moves to meet him, purple energy flaring as the clash becomes inevitable. Charon steps forward, blue energy tightening around his body as he raises his weapon. Purple power surges from the demon's side, tearing through the air and striking nearby fighters, forcing them back. A random woman is hit and collapses, blood spreading as the impact lands. The demon introduces herself as Shunya and declares that Charon will remember her name for the rest of his life. Charon moves again, aware that the surrounding people will be harmed if the fight continues unchecked. Rio watches from behind, eyes fixed on the clash. Green light erupts as he raises both arms, forming a barrier and telling Charon to continue without worrying about him. Shunya twists midair, her purple aura coiling as she evades encounters. She remarks that Charon is not truly dodging, and claims her petals are not merely for display. Charon's focus sharpens, blue light flooding his eyes as he pushes his power further. A vertical surge of blue energy forms, layered like linked cores, releasing an unstable force that even the sword recognizes dangerous. Blue energy condenses overhead, forming layered patterns as water and lightning twist together. The technique completes. As the C-shaped force crashes downward, the strike spreads into a rotating surge, swallowing the space in front of him as the maelstrom expands. Charon stands within the flow, blade drawn, blue light wrapping around his body, as Shunya watches in disbelief. Blood stains the floor near Charon's feet as he steadies himself. He coughs, shoulders dipping, but remains upright. His grip tightens around the sword as he raises his head again. He dismisses the damage, focusing only on striking through the demon's heart. He steps forward, sword angled ahead, violet haze filling the chamber behind Shunya. As several figures gather in the background, she turns slightly, amused, dismissing the threat, and expressing satisfaction as the illusion breaks. Rio nearby reacts sharply, realizing the illusion magic failed earlier. Outside, the palace towers rise under the night sky. Guards stir as magic is detected within the imperial palace. Orders are issued and squads rush toward the banquet hall. Inside, guards burst into the hall and demand an explanation. Several mages are restrained as they report being unable to dispel the barrier. A barrier that even mages from the magic tower cannot break is identified. The conclusion follows that the barrier is black magic. The realization spreads. The implication of black magic sinks in as the city stretches beneath the moonlit sky. Confusion and alarm ripple through the palace. Back in the hall, Shunya speaks calmly, stating that the king did not grant permission, and therefore she will not kill him. She advances, violet energy rising, telling him not to worry and insisting on prolonging the moment. Charon looks up, silent, blue light still flickering in his eyes. The demon lunges. Charon swings his sword in a wide arc, water-like energy spiraling around the blade as it cuts through the space between him and the demon. Shunya descends from above, twisted and grinning, black-purple energy coiling around her body as she closes in. Charon turns his head sharply, recognizing there is no clear path to evade the incoming strike. A warning echoes for him to remember something, stating that the power of the sea is not meant to be controlled but accepted. Those words linger as Charon steadies himself. Shunya lunges again. Leo shouts Charon's name and urges him to dodge. The attack crashes past, tearing through the space behind him, leaving streaks of dark energy and blood splashed across the wall. Shunya watches him with interest, calling him intriguing and addressing him by name. She admits she expected a counterattack, not restraint. Charon raises his sword, water energy tightening around the blade as he faces her directly. She continues, stating that taking damage was intentional, only to create an opening. Blue energy runs along the sword beside Karen's face as he remains still. Shunya remarks that it is a bold decision for a mere kid. Karen stands below with his sword drawn as Shunya toward him amid dark energy. Her voice states that Karen Reston is amusing, and declares that the sword will be taken. She approaches closer and names the sword Guillotine, identifying it as the devouring sword Guillotine. Sword tells Karen that it can devour dark magic and make it its power, adding that the more demonic blood is absorbed, the more magic it can grant, but trails off, whereas guards react as barrier shatters, with an announcement that the barrier has been dispelled. Sword states that the demon before them is not the main body. Karen responds that he figured as much and notes that even with an accomplice inside, the Imperial Palace is not a place where the main body can run rampant. Luke orders everyone to step aside, while Karen adds that someday he will wait and tear the demon's real body to shreds. The demon, or say Shunya, suspended in dark energy before Karen, says she is looking forward to it, and declares that she will be waiting beyond the North Sea, adding that the king will be looking forward to it as well. The demon then departs, leaving Karen standing as the dark presence disperses. Luke stammers in shock, realizing that a demon had appeared in the Imperial Palace. A man repeats the thought, stating that a demon was present in the Imperial Palace and that he nearly died. People around reflect that if the sixth prince had not protected them with magic, the situation would have been fatal. Someone remarks that they cannot believe the delinquent was actually helpful. Luke focuses on the word magic and trails off before concluding in disbelief that the sixth prince knows magic. A subordinate addresses him, prompting his confusion. Karen mutters that he may have lost too much blood as he staggers, and Leo urgently calls his name. He insists that Karen needs treatment quickly. Karen tells him not to make a fuss. Rio responds that this is exactly the time to make a fuss and offers him something. Karen questions what it is, and asks if Rio is trying to feed him something strange. Rio explains that it is dew of the world tree, and adds that it is something money cannot buy. Karan acknowledges that he knows it is precious. Ario states that he has decided to invest in Karan, and will see it through. Karan understands that the item is dew of the world tree, the elf's miracle elixir said to grant immense magical power. Karan notes that this means he will not have to worry about the side effects of forcibly unlocking his mana. He thanks Ario and says he will not forget the help, to which Ario responds that he had better not. Karen tells Leo that he will take care of things there and instructs him to contact their grandfather. Leo protests that Karen needs to rest immediately, but Rio dismisses him with a huff and strikes Karen, knocking him unconscious. Rio comments that Karen always makes him do things the hard way. As Karen collapses, Leo panics and asks what just happened. Rio tells him not to worry, saying he only knocked Karen out, and adds that Grand Duke Yahello has probably already arrived at the palace. He explains that because traces of dark magic were found in the Imperial Palace, the Ducal House of Reston is supposed to intervene. Guards approach and announce that they are arresting Ario as a suspect in connection with the attack. Leo protests that the accusation is ridiculous. Ario says that it is fine and that he was expecting this, adding that there is no need for ropes and that he will go on his own. After a brief pause, Luke responds that this is acceptable. Ario states that he will say this now, and that he is innocent. Luke responds that it is hard to simply believe the words of someone who broke the Imperial family's rules and secretly learned magic. As Rio is led away, he says that his bet is over, and that it is now the Reston Duchy's turn. Leo, holding Karen, reacts in confusion. Rio turns back and calls Leo his little brother, telling him to make sure to inform Grand Duke Yahello that he helped. A man then tells Luke that they should go. Leo internally questions what is going on. Elsewhere, an attendant addresses the Crown Prince, saying that this is not a situation for formalities. The Crown Prince calls for the Grand Duke. The Grand Duke Yahello speaks regarding the incident, stating that the Ducal House of Reston, in accordance with its pact with the Imperial family, will eliminate the villains who invaded the Imperial Palace. He then interrupts himself, saying that before that, he must see his grandsons first. The Crown Prince responds that he has no objections to this request. In past, the castle walls rise under a glowing sky as banners move in the wind. Kane sits on the edge of the rampart, quietly looking out at the city. A knight named Cursia approaches and asks what Kane is thinking about so deeply. Kane recognizes him and says Cursia's name. Cursia asks if Kane is nervous. Kane questions what there is to be nervous about. Cursia says Kane could be nervous and points out that he has never beaten Vice Duke Yahello. Kane insists that he is stronger than Yahello and says he has been holding back until now. Cursia responds in agreement. Cursia calls Kane's name again, and Kane answers. Cursia explains that Kane will be chased for life because of the dark magic power granted by the Emperor, but says Kane can survive with his skills. Cursia urges him to run away before Yahello's army storms the capital. Kane gives a brief sound of consideration. Cursia comments that being chased for life sounds like a headache. Cursia declares that he will die there as well, together with the captain. Kane calls him a fool. Cursia asks why Kane never makes a choice for himself and demands to know why Kane would risk his life for a mad emperor. Kane answers that it is not for the emperor. He says his life as a slave led him to this, and that choosing to end it there is his own decision. He adds that it will be both his first and last choice. Curcia calls it foolish, but says that if this is the captain's loyalty, then he will become Kane's companion in the afterlife without complaint. Kane calls him a foolish guy. Later, in present, armored knights walk through a corridor inside the castle. A knight mutters angrily about the Heilang knights, and warns that they should not get too comfortable. Another voice comments on how blunt the situation is, calling it an uncomfortable relationship for both sides. A knight asks when they will return to Chonghe Castle. The reply is that they will stay until the Grand Duke finishes the investigation, and that given the incident, it will not be resolved easily, so they may be there for quite some time. Someone remarks that Lord Charon nearly lost his life. Charon lies on a bed in silence, while Miss Amy and Leo stay nearby. Leo thanks Amy. She asks what he is thanking her for, and he says she helped both him and Charon. Amy replies that considering the relationship between their house and the Imperial Guard, it could not have been easy. She adds that if Sir Kane were alive, she does not want to hear that kind of talk again. Charon suddenly sits up, startling them. Leo asks about his condition, then Charon immediately asks where that Rio bastard is, saying the man dared to hit his head. Leo explains that the prince was arrested by the Imperial Guard, and that Charon's grandfather should be going to get him by now. Charon asks if his grandfather is at the palace as well. Leo says that right after the attack his grandfather went to the palace leading the Heilang Knights. Charon concludes that the attacker must have used a teleportation magic circle, and asks if there were any further attacks. Leo answers that there were none, since no one could attack with the Heilang Knights guarding. Charon acknowledges this. Charon then asks why this woman is here. Leo says that thanks to Miss Amy's help, he received treatment quickly. Charon dryly asks if she helps him so she could beat him. Amy says she was only trying to repay her benefactor. Someone asks Charon if his body is feeling better. Amy calls out to Yahello as the family head arrives. Yahello tells everyone to sit, saying they must be tired from caring for Charon. The knights formally greet Yahello. Charon lowers his head in silence. Yahello states that the oceans within Charon have increased to 5, and asks what he did. Charon explains that he forcibly opened the channels to stop the demon, and had to use the 5th form, high tide. Yahello says Charon did something foolish and adds that Charon should have only learned up to the 4th form. Charon admits he learned it by watching, so it was not perfect. There is a brief silence. Yahello stands and addresses Charon by name, saying he commands him as the family head. He orders that once they return to Chonghe Castle, Charon's external activities are forbidden. He commands Charon to focus only on training for 4 years. Charon answers that he will obey Yahello's command. Yahello then asks Charon if he learned anything from the incident. Charon replies that he realized he is still very lacking. Yahello tells Charon that a rash desire for power always brings disaster. Charon says it was not just his greed. He explains that the demon that attacked the palace before, the dream demon, disappeared after leaving words. Yahello asks what it said. Charon answers that it said it would wait for him beyond the North Sea. Charon asks Yahello what exactly lies beyond the North Sea. Yahello remains silent. Yahello states that Charon does not yet have the right to know that. He asks if there is anything else to say. Charon says that the 6th prince gave him world tree due for his treatment. He says he cannot ignore that kindness and should repay it. Yahello adds that imperial bloodlines cannot learn magic. Although they found no evidence linking the 6th prince to the incident, the 6th prince violated that covenant. Yahello declares that the 6th prince will be under the Heilang Knights' surveillance from now on and demands understanding. Leo objects, saying that the 6th prince helped Charon. Yahello orders Leo to stay with Jairus. While the investigation concludes, Charon says he has one more request for Yahello. Charon says he does not have a proper place for training. Yahello replies that he has already secured cooperation from the Imperial Guard, and tells Charon to follow their guidance. Charon thanks Yahello. As Yahello leaves, he tells Jairus to take good care of the children. Jairus answers that he will. Afterward, Leo says that the 6th prince tried to help them. Charon tells Leo that their grandfather is protecting the 6th prince. Leo asks what that means. He is told that their grandfather personally assigned the Heilang Knights to the 6th prince, and that it is protection disguised as surveillance. It is said that things turned out just as Rio wanted. Charon says that their house became the 6th prince's backing. Charon asks Amy if she could guide him later. Amy reacts in confusion. Charon says he wants to go to the Imperial Guard headquarters because he is curious. Amy hesitates in response. She wonders what Charon is scheming. Charon asks what that look is about. Amy says it is nothing. Jairus approaches. Charon gives him a thumbs up and asks him to please take care of them. Jairus remains silent, wondering what Charon is scheming now. It is said that the capital is full of voices praising Charon. Tail tells Pale that he must be proud of his son. Pale answers that Charon nearly died. Pale says those rumors do not matter at all, and that this is the 2nd time he nearly lost his son. Another says Pale is right, and that even the intelligence network Pale was proud of was useless. Pale stays silent. Tail thinks foolishly that Pale should not bare his fangs at him, and as it is Pale's son Charon, whose name is already circulating in society, Pale says he will take his leave. Tail says nothing. Pale adds that someone must take responsibility. Another says he will leave as well, and tells the other to rest comfortably. The other tells Tail to rest too. Tail thinks that Charon is no longer just a potential threat, rather he has become the most threatening opponent in the succession, or say he may be even more dangerous than Raphael. A glowing sphere rests in Tails' hand as he listens. Elder asks Tails what it is, and Tails says there is something he must speak about in person, but Elder says the timing is not good. Tails says it is for the family, and Elder agrees to come visit soon, and tells Tails to wait for him. Tails answers that he understands. Tails looks back in silence as he thinks that Karen will also have to choose soon, whether he will be on his side or become his enemy, whereas Karen sits alone in a closed room surrounded by a faint aura, remaining silent. He comments that it is impressive, noting that even though it has different properties from pure magic power, it integrated naturally. He says that World Tree Dew is expensive for a good reason, and wonders where Rio got something so precious. He realizes the reason, saying it is something only elves can obtain. Karen thinks that he should ask him to get more when they meet later. Leo calls out to Karen, asking if he is done training. Karen reacts in confusion, then asks if his brother was watching over him. His brother Leo says that their master told him to take good care of Karen. Karen responds that it is touching, and Leo calls him his little brother. As they walk together, Karen says that thinking back to when they first met, Leo has made amazing progress. While Leo adds that he was young back then too, he tells Karen to listen, and says that even though he is very lacking, he will at least block one blade coming at Karen's back. Karen stays silent, then says that he knows. Leo thinks that he knows the depth of Karen's talent, and that Karen will reach a level he can never achieve, but he will chase right behind Karen so he can be even a little bit of help. Karen remains silent. Karen arrives at the Imperial Guard's training hall with Leo. While people train on the steps ahead, Leo explains that this is the Imperial Guard's training hall, then questions why they came here, saying that borrowing a training room is one thing but coming all the way here is another. Karen asks why one would come to a training hall, then answers himself that it is to train. Leo reacts in confusion. Xeris calls out to Lord Karen and Lord Leo. Karen greets Jairus, and Jairus says they have agreed to proceed as Karen requested. Karen reacts in surprise when Miss Amy appears. Amy says she does not really understand why they are having a sparring match in this situation. Karen asks if she needs a reason, then suggests this instead. Karen says he wants to confirm whether she has the skill to follow in the footsteps of Sir Kane that she respects, then asks how about it. Amy asks what he means and questions what exactly he is talking about. He asks whether she does not want to prove herself in front of all these people. Amy stiffens in response. Karen raises his wooden sword and says that is the spirit, then declares that he challenges Amy Altura to a duel. Amy grips her weapon and accepts the duel, addressing him as Karen Leston. Karen asks if they should start right away, and Amy agrees. Leo falls silent as he watches. Leo questions what Karen is thinking, noting that testing a candidate's skills in the Imperial Guard's home ground is no different from a provocation. Karen says they should begin. Karen tells Amy that she can attack first if she wants. Amy answers that she will not hold back and rushes forward. She swings her weapon at Karen, and Karen raises his sword to meet the attack. Amy attacks with force, and Karen deflects her strike lightly, causing her to react in shock. Amy realizes that he has not even taken a proper stance and is stunned that her attack was deflected so easily. As they face each other again, Amy feels something is off and recognizes the Imperial sword style, rather than the Hailong sword. Karen calmly asks if it is his turn. He moves instantly, closing the distance, and Amy reacts in alarm at his speed, realizing she cannot block it. Amy is knocked down and lies on the ground in silence. Karen tells her to get up, saying that enemies on the battlefield will not wait for her like this. Amy struggles up on one knee, gripping her weapon, saying that she already knows without his needing to explain. Amy says she will come again, and launches another attack. She charges forward, gritting her teeth, and aims low to disrupt Karen's footing. Karen looks down at her and notes that she is trying to break his balance, calling it not a bad choice, but warns that an attack where the next move cannot be predicted is no different from throwing away one's life. Amy groans as she is struck again and drops to the ground. Karen tells her that if she dies without defeating the enemy, what happens to the people she is supposed to protect? Amy struggles on the ground. From a distance, Jairus admits that he is right. He reflects on the Imperial sword, whose purpose is to stop the Empire's enemies, saying its irregular movements are characteristic, but taking the enemy's life comes first, and failing to strike the enemy's weakness in one blow leads to death. Leo asks Jairus whether Karen's movements do not seem a bit strange. Jairus replies that Leo's eye has developed quite a bit, and Leo responds that he knew it. Jairus thinks that Karen's swordsmanship is neither Imperial sword nor Hailong sword, but rather a mix of both. Karen tells Amy to get up quickly. Leo wonders why Karen is going this far, and Jairus says it seems Karen cares a lot about Miss Amy, adding that Miss Amy is enjoying it too, and that little by little her movements are improving. Leo watches in silence, noting that even though she is that injured, she is still smiling. Amy smiles and enjoys the exchange. Karen asks if that is all she has got. Karen pauses when he notices something. Amy, lying on the ground, says that she reached it. Karen accepts it and says that is good. Karen then smiles and calls for the next opponent. Leo reacts in shock, while Jairus covers his face in silence. A group of Imperial guards stands still, saying nothing, as one of them mocks the situation, calling it pathetic to avoid the duel while calling themselves Imperial guards. Karen turns his attention to them, and Sir Luke says that if he is that curious about the Imperial guard's sword, he can show him. He suggests that to be his opponent, then adds that his subordinates must focus on defending the palace, so it would be difficult for them to match his pace. Karen admits he did not expect this reaction and calls it quite a catch, then says he would be grateful if Sir Luke would teach him a lesson. The guards react in confusion as Karen asks if they should use real swords. Sir Luke steps forward and asks if it is really fine, since he could be seriously injured. Sir Luke thinks why Jairus is not stopping this, whether they truly think that boy has even the slightest chance of winning. Then Karen states that what happens in the training hall stays in the training hall, calling it Chonghae Castle's law. Jairus confirms it is correct. Karen asked if they should begin. Sir Luke told him that if he wanted it that badly, fine, and said he would face him and teach him a lesson. Sir Luke thinks that Chonghae Castle's young mad dog, then said he would let him have the first strike, and Karen says he would not refuse. Karen rushed in with an attack, and Sir Luke reacted with surprise at the absurd amount of magic power. Sir Luke recognized it as the Highlang sword, and thought that if he did not concentrate, he would be swept away by the tide. Sir Luke notices an opening and decides he will end it quickly. He sees that Karen is smiling and reacts to it. Sir Luke realizes that Karen lured his attack to break his stance. Karen rushes in again, surrounded by magic power. Sir Luke recognizes the movement and realizes it is Imperial sword. Jairus, watching, reacts in silence. He thinks about Lady Sabina, and remembers that she even call him a genius might be an insult to that boy. Jairus asks himself if Lady Sabina feels it, saying that her disciple is facing off equally against a knight evaluated as the next Imperial Guard captain at the mere age of 13, and that he is even appropriately adapting his opponent's swordsmanship. Sir Luke finds it interesting and says he can feel his Imperial Guard senior's swords from Karen, and now he will give it his all. And Karen says that is what he wanted to hear. The senses killing intent from Sir Luke and reacts in surprise. Sir Luke says he is coming. Karen feels Sir Luke's energy and wonders what it is, then realizes it is moonlight. Karen thinks that not bad. Now Luke's using Imperial swordsmanship 6th form, moonlight. He thinks that if he cannot dodge the sword energy hidden behind the moonlight, he is done for. To block moonlight, he uses Blue Wolf sword 5th form. Sir Luke moves forward to attack. Karen moves too. They both face each other's attack. Karen realizes it is a fake and thinks that this moonlight is something else. He wonders why Sir Luke's moonlight is like this. Leo urgently tells Karen to dodge. Sir Luke attacks again. A blast erupts. Karen coughs and asks Sir Luke to speak, asking where he learned that original form. For a moment all of them stays silent. Karen says it seems he got too excited. Sir Luke coughs, and Karen apologizes to Sir Luke, asking him to forgive him. Sir Luke is shocked and wonders what kind of child has that grip strength. He asks if Karen is okay. Karen reacts and asks if he mean this, saying it is nothing and that it will heal quickly. Sir Luke says he thinks he was too excited as well, and then apologizes. Karen tells Luke no need, then says, by the way, Sir Luke, and asks where he learned that moonlight from. Luke asks how Karen knows about moonlight. Karen thinks about how on earth Sir Luke knows the moonlight of Circaria, one of the last Imperial guards. Karen says Luke asks for an answer without answering his question, then says more importantly, and brings up Luke's moonlight. Karen suggests having multiple fake moons instead of just one. Luke reacts. Karen suggests perhaps imbuing physical force into the fake moons as well, then asks if that was unnecessary interference and apologizes. Luke says not at all and thanks him for the valuable advice. Karen thinks that since Luke is supported by the Diaz Marquisate, which is hostile to their family, he thought Luke was a rotten guy, but it seems he is not all bad. Karen thinks this spar might actually help the Imperial Guard wake up. He tells Luke that although it is not really his place as an outsider, he hopes Luke will not let a gemstone go to waste. Luke says, Karen is speaking of Amy. Sir Luke says he understands what Karen means, and thinks that this boy isn't advising him as an Imperial Guard. Rather, he wants to display Amy's talents. Karen says that then he should leave this on him. Luke thinks that this a complete defeat for him as swordsmanship and human being. He feels ashamed to show killing intent. Luke thanks Karen for teaching him, saying he was missing so much, and says he would like to cross swords with him again in the near future. Karen says that is a shame, but they should meet in 4 years. Jairus says, Lord Karen has been grounded for 4 years by the head of the house's order, since he caused too much trouble. Luke says he looks forward to seeing how much Karen will accomplish in 4 years. Karen repeats that it is 4 years from now, and then says he will look forward to Luke's improved moonlight as well. Luke tells him he can count on it. At night, a man mentions a function to conceal dark magic, and says, that explains why detection magic did not trigger. Duke Yahello asks Their Highness, the Crown Prince, if the Salmon Dukedom is not attending. Crown Prince starts to say the Salmon family is, then says because of the refugees flowing in from the Southern Kingdom's war, it has become a problem. Duke Yahello says the deserters who attacked the Baron Bell's territory were also from the Southern Kingdom, and calls it a delicate situation, asking if that is right, Your Highness. Crown Prince says, that part is being investigated through the Imperial Guard. but it needs more time. Yahello adds that even if they could hide the dark magic, they would have needed a guaranteed identity to enter the palace. Crown Prince mentions the body of the daughter of Viscount Talisman, whose identity the incubus stole was found hours ago on the outskirts of the capital. Yahello asks if it's Talisman. Isn't that family close to Lord Kieran? The man named Kieran says that this is the Imperial Palace and he's the head of his house, so Yahello must use honorifics. And while it is true that the house of Viscount Talisman is close to his family, Kieran asks Yahello to please understand that Diaz's family has absolutely no relation with this. Yahello says that he knows that he could not do something this foolish, and just wished for mere cooperation, cause not only did a demon appear in the Imperial Palace booth, his grandsons almost died during this trip to the capital. Chiron and Leo, those two are our future, however a rat hiding inside Imperial Palace and the forces behind it tried to ruin the future of House Leston. Crown Prince recalls his memories, in which his father asks to come near. Crown Prince named as Iorn answers. His father says to make sure he never offend Grand Duke Yahello, Iorn must not antagonize Yahello. Iorn says he will keep this in mind. While in present, Yahello says that starting from today, 4 squads of the Blue Wolves Night Order will be stationed at the Imperial Palace. Iorn asks is there any need to go this far. Yahello confirmed that he already finished discussing it with His Majesty. He says that his sons will visit Imperial Palace periodically for the investigation, also through an investigation with no sanctuaries. Yahello says he will definitely find the culprit and hold them accountable. Yahello says it might take long time, but no one will be free from this investigation, even if it is someone with Imperial blood running through their veins. Kieran thinks that it is over, and the peace that lasted for 50 years is ending. Later, the tailor asks Kieran if he is going to Cheonghaesong. Kieran says yes, and that he does not think he will be able to come to the capital for a while. He asks when the clothes are finished, can Taylor send them to Cheonghaesong, and Taylor agrees. Kieran asks if he will also prepare a suit for his coming-of-age ceremony, and Taylor says if Kieran leaves it to them, they will do their best. Amy enters and says there he is, and Kieran calls her Miss Amy and asks how her condition is, saying he held back so she should not be badly hurt. She thinks about being beaten like a dog, but answers that of course this much is no problem, though she groans in pain. Kieran then asks Amy when she is paying back the meat money. Amy says she thinks she will be able to pay it back soon, because she will be officially appointed soon, and says Sir Luke said he would personally train him. Kieran repeats Sir Luke's name, then asks if Amy is planning to gradually join that faction, but she denies it, and says besides, Yahello has agreed to become her patron. Amy says which was why she wanted to come and greet Kieran properly. She thanked her again, saying she would never forget the kindness for the rest of her life. Kieran told Amy that when she reached 6 stars someday, she should come visit Cheonghaesong. Amy promised she definitely would. While Kieran thinks he would teach her moonlight very harshly, Amy announced she was leaving, and Kieran waved, saying he would see her again. Leo urged Kieran to get going too so they could prepare to leave. Before Kieran could go, the tailor stopped him, and said there was something he wanted to give him. He handed Kieran Sir Kane's brooch, explaining it had been repaired before Sir Kane passed away. Kieran quietly acknowledged it, then asked why he was giving it to him. The tailor said it was because he saw Sir Kane's image in Kieran, and he believed Sir Kane would have wanted Kieran to have it. Kieran added that Amy might feel sad about it, but the tailor says objects had their rightful owners, and Miss Amy would understand. Kieran looked at the brooch and accepted it, thanking Tailor Ruhan and saying he would use it well. Then he asked how it was and whether it suited him, leaving the others stunned into silence. Tailor Ruhan thinks if Kieran thought it suited him, Tailor Gohan says of course, it suits him well, whereas in the market, Leo asks Kieran if something feels strange, and Kieran asks what it is. Leo says people have been staring at them for a while now, and Kieran reacts in confusion. Kieran turns and sees a crowd watching, then he mutters, "What the hell?" Rio appears and says, Kieran has become a celebrity now, and Kieran reacts again. Rio explains that the rumor about Kieran beating Sir Luke in a duel has spread everywhere, and that Kieran beat the man called the next Knight Commander. Afterward, he asks if Kieran is going back to Cheonghaesong tomorrow, and says Yahello really cherishes him, mentioning 4 years of confinement. Kieran then tells Rio to take his hand off him. Rio complains that even a world tree's dew cannot make Kieran be a bit nicer, and Kieran says if he had known Rio would keep bringing it up like this, he would not have taken it. Rio adds that he knows he beat Sir Luke thanks to him. Kieran tells Rio that he gets it, so he should take his hands off him. Hugo thinks about the madman of the Imperial Palace and the crazy dog of Cheonghaesong, calling it a dizzying combination, and adds that staying so carefree while being watched is something else. He wonders what Kieran is thinking. Then Rio notices Sir Hugo. Hugo responds yes, and Rio says that as a member of the royal family, he has always felt grateful to the Reston family, and hopes Hugo understands that. Hugo says it is simply his duty as a subject. Then Kieran says Rio should be thanking him, calling him Big Brother Prince, and adds that he is the one who saved him from the demon race. Hugo stays silent. Hugo thinks that unlike the rumors going around, the 6th prince at least seems to act like a decent human being, unlike someone else. Rio asks if Kieran is always consistent, and Kieran snaps back, asking if he said anything wrong. Rio says he should head back to the Imperial Palace soon. He says 4 years and adds that he will be looking forward to Kieran going even crazier in 4 years. Kieran stays silent. Karen says he hopes Rio becomes the biggest bastard in the Imperial Palace too, calling him Prince Brother, and Rio replies that he sure hopes so. Hugo stays quiet, and then wonders if maybe not. As Rio leaves with the knights, he says thanks to Karen and Leo he don't need to worry about dying in the palace anymore. Karen says come on let's head back too as this is the time to be ready for confinement. Scene shifts and we see a group of people stands together, with raising his arm while others cover their faces or look on. Karen leans out from a carriage and Leo brings up the matter of the confinement, then asks if there are really no complaints. Inside the carriage, Karen looks toward Leo, who hesitates and addresses him as his brother. Karen questions him, then points out that during the trip to the capital they saw how many strong people exist in the world. He states that they need to become stronger. Ahead of them, Jairus asks who caused all that trouble, and Karen questions whether Sir Jairus should really be riding together, and asks if he truly has no intention of nagging during the ride. Jairus explains that they will return via Thebe, the barony of Bellis, and Count Fail's territory, and adds that the family had ordered him to make sure no incidents occur. Karen remarks that even without a subject it feels like someone is pointing at him specifically. Jairus replies that Karen's intuition has improved, and tells him to behave quietly during his leave before confinement. Later, the group walks away from the carriage in silence. A large building comes into view as Mayor runs toward them calling out Karen and Leo. He enthusiastically tells them to come in and says they must be hungry, urging them to eat. Karen politely thanks him but says they will just take the thought. Mayor reacts in confusion as Karen explains that they still have another place to visit. He responds that he understands and says it cannot be helped as the group moves on at sunset. Later, Karen, Leo and their companions walk through a busy street at night. A hooded man appears and says that he did not expect to see them again. Karen reacts in confusion as the man greets them, saying it has been a while and asking how they have been. Jairus steps forward and asks if the man named Julio has been well. Leo calls out Julio's name. Jairus tells Julio that he has worked hard. Julio replies that it is nothing compared to the kindness Sir Jairus showed him. Julio gestures and says they should go since Lady Poina Dinah is waiting. Dinah thanks them for granting her request. Karen reacts in confusion. Karen says that Diana is misunderstanding something and explains that he did not become friends with that guy. She adds that either way is fine and says it is like Rio gained a reliable protector. She then presents a gift as thanks and explains that it is elven apple wine. She asks them to keep looking after Rio and says that is acceptable. Karen hesitates, then agrees, saying that since it is Lady Dana Poina's request, he will pay some attention. She smiles and expresses her thanks. She then tells them to get a good rest and reminds them that they will be leaving first thing tomorrow, adding a note not to drink too much. Later that night, people walk through the city streets beneath tall buildings lit by windows. The next day at the station, a man approaches Karen and Leo and greets them, saying it has been a while. Karen reacts with surprise and calls him Baron Rohan. Baron Rohan explains that his late father retired so he is now Baron Rohan, and confirms it when questioned. Karen remarks that he is a powerful man causing Baron Rohan to react with slight embarrassment. Baron Rohan laughs and Karen says that inheriting a title in a booming mining business would naturally make someone happy. Baron Rohan adds that it is thanks to House Reston, then suggests they move on since they must be tired, and Karen agrees. They arrive at a workshop district, which is introduced as a place for mana crystal development, built with support from Chong Hasong. He explains that, thanks to Lady Dana Poina, of the Caligo Trading Company, they were able to secure many skilled craftsmen, and someone comments that Lady Dana Poina is truly capable. Baron Rohan presents a mana stone he prepared as a gift for Karen and Leo, explaining that with this level of quality, it should sell for a high price. Karen adds that if it sells well, his own pockets will also be filled. Karen reacts excitedly and talks about his pockets getting full as well, while Leo tells him not to act so rashly. Baron Rohan watches and thinks that Karen is the same as ever, then adds that if Karen's pockets get full, theirs will too. Jairus apologizes on Karen's behalf to Baron Rohan. Baron Rohan tells him that it is quite alright. He adds that even after going through such dangerous events, Karen is still very much like himself, and says it is truly a relief. Karen and Leo smile while holding the mana stone. At Reston's residence, Lady Sabina calls out to Karen, saying it has been a long time. She embraces Karen, and Karen calls her mother. Leo asks if his aunt has been well. She reacts with surprise as the group gathers. The family stands facing each other at sunset. Sabina acknowledges his arrival and says she is glad to see him looking healthy. Leo responds politely and thanks her. Pale welcomes Karen. Karen declares that he is back. Pale thanks Karen for coming back safely and calls him his son. Karen answers that he understands. 2 weeks later in Cheonghaesong, an announcement is made. Family head Yahello stated that Karen Reston is ordered to undergo 4 years of confinement. Yahello asks Karen if he has any objections. Karen answers that he has none and states that he will humbly accept the family's decision. Yahello responds that this is good. Yahello then tells Hugo, Leon, and Leo that they may leave. They answer that they understand. Afterward, Tails asks if there is any separate command the family head wishes to give. Yahello replies that there is, and begins by stating that from today onward, the family's diplomacy will be entrusted to Pale. Those present react in shock. One of them points out that Pale has not awakened his mana, and questions whether such an important role should be entrusted to him. Yahello asks if that is what they think. The reply comes that it is unacceptable. Tails states that they share the same opinion, and adds that this is an unprecedented decision. Yahello acknowledges that it is true, but explains that the problems the family is currently facing are also unprecedented. He then asks who it is that secures most of the family's available assets, and who is trusted by the nobles across the entire empire. He asks if there is anything more to say about what Pale has achieved outside Chonghasong. Yahello releases his mana, filling the room with pressure, and the others react in shock. He states that he will ask the person himself, and calls Pale's name. Pale answers hesitantly and addresses the family head. Yahello tells Pale that this is a position where he will wield great authority and adds that the responsibility will also be his. He then asks if Pale will accept it. Later, in a different place, someone says they heard that Pale was seriously injured in the capital, and asks if he is feeling better now. Charon replies that he ate a lot of good food and is fine, and the others respond that this is good news. Leon then says honestly that she wanted to spar. Charon reacts in surprise and repeats the word spar. She suggests using real swords and asks what they think. Charon thinks that she does not mean any hostility. He recalls a memory in which he asks Lady Sabina if Hugo is the greatest talent on the continent. What about Sister Leon? Sabina says that Leon certainly lacks talent in mana training. She says that if Leon is judged by swordsmanship alone, she might even catch up to her brother. Charon thinks that for a master who is stingy with praise to acknowledge her talent, the situation is notable. While in present, Charon reacts with interest. It is said that for the sister known in the south as the Bandit Slayer, requesting a real sword duel would be an honor. However, there is concern about whether Sir Geras would allow it, and Leon notes that Sir Geras' permission might be a problem. Charon asks why, and she explains that Sir Geras has left Chonghae-song to go to the Northern Sea. Charon reacts with surprise, and thinks if something happened to Master. Leon suggests that if everyone agrees they could ask their grandfather for permission instead, and asks what the others think. Tails calls Hugo and Leon to come with him and then calls for Charon as well. He says that thanks to Charon's achievements in the capital, the family's reputation has risen, but warns him to remember this. Well, he states that if he become complacent with the present, even a carefully built tower can collapse in an instant, and adds that he will be watching. Leon says that next time she will definitely cross swords with Charon. Another comments that preparations should be made in advance for Charon's awakening ceremony, and notes that now that the fire is lit, things seem rushed. Pale asks why this is being said to him now. He states that he is different from his older brother, and adds that he regards Charon as no different from his own son. He observes that Charon and Leo get along like real brothers, and remarks that staying close to Charon would not be a bad thing. He says that he understands if Pale cannot believe his sincerity right away, but tells him to remember this, adding that in the end, they will join forces. Pale remains silent. He calls Leo and tells him they should go. Leo responds affirmatively. Charon then asks his father if he is alright. Pale calls out to him. He embraces Charon and says that his father will definitely protect him, then asks if Charon will trust his father. Charon answers that he will, then repeats that of course he will. Later, the city is shown bustling with people, and it is stated that the city is full of life. In just 2 years, Chonghasong, which had been isolated all this time, has turned into the economic center of the northern region. Baron Rohan remarks that Sir Pale is truly amazing. Gale adds that because of this he is always buried in work. Baron Rohan thinks that, come to think of it, all these changes started after meeting Charon, and wonders how much Charon has changed. 2 years later, he looks forward to it. Charon asks about the thing he requested and whether it was brought, addressing Baron Rohan. Baron Rohan responds that he brought it, and points out that Charon should greet first, prompting Charon to realize it and call out to Baron. Even after 2 years have passed, Baron Rohan thinks Charon is still the same, only that his body has grown, and then Charon acknowledges him as Baron. Charon says that Baron Rohan came to see his father and offers to guide him, causing Baron Rohan to react in confusion when Charon suddenly moves. Charon says he will show the fastest way and walks ahead, while Baron Rohan follows and wonders if Charon has become a bit more mature. As they walk, Charon says that he does not just guide anyone around and questions whether Baron Rohan even realizes that, ending in silence. After a while, Pale welcomes Baron Rohan. Baron Rohan says that it has been a while, and Pale explains that he sent Charon in his place because of work, adding that he hopes Charon did not act rudely. Charon immediately insists that he would not calling Count Pale father, while Baron Rohan awkwardly admits that it was not exactly the case. Pale responds that it is good, then asks whether Baron Rohan truly wants to start the magic stone processing business. Baron Rohan confirms that this is correct, but Pale explains that they are having trouble securing skilled technicians, since they are high-level specialists and it cannot be helped. Pale adds that no family would want to give up their own technicians, and Baron Rohan agrees that this is true. Charon questions why they should worry about that, and suggests that if it is hard to find them inside the Empire, they should look outside it. Baron Rohan reacts in confusion and asks what Charon means, means. Charon explains that the southern kingdoms are in the middle of a war, and Pale clarifies that this means bringing technicians from the southern kingdoms. Charon confirms this, and says that there must be many people who want to flee the war and go anywhere, adding that it would be enough to promise them safety and better conditions. Baron Rohan points out that the southern kingdoms would not give them up easily, since they are valuable experts to them as well. Charon acknowledges this and says that they would have to move them secretly, using the chaos of the war, but Pale adds that even so, persuading the technicians themselves is another problem. Charon then suggests that if someone from their main family line, with solid standing in the empire, were to go in person, Pale tells Charon, just in case, not to even think about going outside while he is in confinement. Charon asks why he would bother going himself, and then Pale wonders who else would go instead. Charon suggests that there is his cousin who is just freeloading, winking as he says it. Baron Rohan and Count Pale fall silent, both reacting with confusion. Time passes and a train station is shown as preparations continue. Leo questions why this is happening as Charon walks beside him and reassures him not to worry too much, saying that Sister Leon will join from the south. Charon adds that Hans is going as well. An announcement states that the train to Tebe will depart soon, and Charon reminds him not to forget to register as mercenaries in Tebe first before moving on, which Leo acknowledges. Charon says that while he is in confinement, Leo should keep taking missions, adding that this might be their last farewell for now. Charon says that they should meet again in 2 years, stronger than before, smiling and giving a thumbs up, while telling him not to get hurt. Leo responds that they should meet again even stronger, addressing Charon by name. The train departs, leaving the platform behind as it moves forward. Charon stands on the station platform and reacts in brief confusion. She turns her head and looks back at him in silence as he approaches from behind. They face each other without speaking for a moment. Charon asks whether she thinks Leo is taking dangerous missions because of him, and then admits that it is true, and says that it cannot be helped. Charon smiles calmly. He says that her son will become the pride of Cheonghwa-song. The castle stands in the distance as a man calls out to the young master. The man approaches and repeats the call, then informs him that the head of the house is looking for him. He pauses before a closed door in silence, then calls out again, addressing the young master. The door suddenly opens, startling the man, who cries out as he is knocked backward. Charon stands inside and wonders if this is his first time outside in a year. He reacts in confusion and asks what is going on. The man repeats that the head of the house is looking for him. Charon asks if that is really so, then decides that he should go. They run along a path toward the castle as the man answers in affirmation. The family head Yahello says over the past 4 years the situation of not just the empire but the entire continent has changed greatly. Through interrogating the imperial guards who were behind the palace attack, it was learned that demonkind has begun appearing all across the continent. The state of the continent is described as pure chaos, and Yahello says that this is the reality of the world that Charon will have to face. Yahello asks Charon how he is doing and brings up the achievements he gained through confinement. He then asks whether the clear blue mana within Charon tells him that he is ready. Charon replies that if he were not ready, his confinement would not have ended by the head of the house's decision. Yahello remarks that Charon's cheeky attitude has not changed. He then asks what Charon wants to do now that the confinement is over. Charon answers that he wants to leave Cheonghwa-song. Yahello says that after being shut in for 4 years, that desire is natural, and adds that he will find Charon a suitable mission. Charon thanks the head of the house Yahello, whereas scene shifts and we see Pale, who notes that it has been a year since he last saw Charon, and Charon comments that father still looks worn out. Pale tells him not to worry and says that he is doing this for a reason. He states that by reaching the 6th rank at Charon's age, he says that no one but the founder ever reached that level so young, and praises him, saying it is impressive. Charon responds that he is being flattered. Pale then asks what Charon plans to do now. Charon states that he is going to take a mission that will allow him to leave Cheonghwa-song. Before leaving, Charon says that he wants to receive what he previously asked for. Pale responds that Charon had something specific he wanted. He hands something over, and says that it is the payment proxy certificate Charon requested, telling him to take it. He explains that, thanks to Leo succeeding in a mission 2 years ago, this is the money they were able to earn, and adds that since it is Charon's money, how he uses it is up to him. He then reminds Charon that it is the result of efforts by their house and the entire Bellis barony. Charon answers that he understands and calls him father. Pale thinks that Charon answered well enough, but adds that he is not sure Charon truly understands. At that moment, someone enters through the door and interrupts, then apologizes for breaking up the father-son moment. The man bursts in loudly, laughing, and says that since Charon's confinement ended, he should also come see his great-uncle. Charon reacts in shock and calls him the third elder. Pale greets third elder casually, calling him little uncle. Third elder grabs Charon from behind, restraining him, and addresses him by name. He tells Charon that when it is just the two of them, they agreed Charon would call him little grandpa. The third elder says that he brought a mission specifically for Charon, and adds that the elders decided it unanimously. Charon thinks about the third elder's name, and then addresses him as third elder Ulrich Leston. He remains silent as Ulrich explains that it is a request for assistance from the south. Charon thinks that the elders opposed his return to Cheonghwa-song because of all the trouble he caused, as Ulrich explains that monster activity was detected in the border region between the Chaos Kingdom and the Holy Kingdom. But Charon thinks that because of this, and after seeing what Charon achieved during confinement, Their attitude suddenly became warm. Ulrich states that they requested forces well versed in the region's geography to be dispatched immediately, whereas Chiron remarks that this is typical of the Leston family, where strength is everything. He adds that it is hard to believe Ulrich is Halo's real brother, and notes that their personalities are complete opposites. Chiron responds that this does not seem like something the elders needed a full meeting to decide. He adds that if it were a normal monster subjugation, it has been routine lately. Ulrich laughs and praises Chiron for being sharp as ever, then agrees that if it were an ordinary mission, that would be true. He then says that just as Chiron suspects, monster subjugation is not the real issue. Ulrich asks Chiron if he has ever heard the name Karya-Akti. Chiron reacts in shock. Ulrich says that judging by Chiron's reaction, it seems he knows the name. Chiron answers that Karya-Akti was one of the Death Squad members who fought alongside Sir Kane. Pale adds that 50 years ago, they were all recorded as having died in the Imperial Palace. Ulrich replies that this is how history records it, but explains that his elder brother spared them despite his strong position. He adds that because of that decision, the cultivation methods in the Imperial sword were passed down to the Imperial Guard. Chiron reacts with confusion and questions who he means. Ulrich states that there were survivors besides Karya, but explains that since they were all imbued with the Dark Emperor's black mana, they were only allowed to live in hiding under the family's surveillance. He continues that this remained the case until Karya's trail appeared in the south not long ago, and adds that, coincidentally, the area mentioned in the request is where Karya was last sighted. Ulrich concludes that therefore, after heading south and joining Leo and Rion, Chiron is to subjugate monsters while searching for traces of Karya-Akti. Chiron immediately agrees. As Ulrich turns to leave, he adds that Chiron should be especially careful not to get entangled with the zealots of the Southern Holy Kingdom, stating that it is obvious what Karya-Akti's existence would mean to them. Ulrich asks whether Chiron understands. Chiron answers cheerfully and calls him Little Grandpa. Scene shifts and we see a train moves through a mountainous forested area. Inside the train, Chiron stands silently by the window. He thinks that Luke's moonlight was learned from Karya, but that its very existence was a secret, so it could not be mentioned. Setting that aside, dealing with the Holy Kingdom would be troublesome, and Chiron wants to avoid being dragged into trouble with their zealots. Chiron decides that he will clean his identity as a mercenary in Tebi, but notes that he still needs to be extra careful. The sword interrupts and tells Chiron that if he is that worried, he should try using the jewel he received yesterday. Chiron reacts and asks the sword to stop reading his thoughts on its own. Chiron remembers the gift bestowed by the family head. Chiron looks at the item in his hand and questions whether it is just a jewel. The sword scolds Chiron for being dense, and tells him to pour mana into the jewel while imagining the armor he wants. Chiron asks why armor is needed all of a sudden, but the sword impatiently tells him to just do as instructed. Chiron gives in, saying he will do it and asking why the sword is panicking. As mana flows, Chiron questions what is so special about it. The mana suddenly spreads through the corridor, and Chiron reacts in shock. He stares at his body in disbelief as armor forms around him. The sword explains that it is Cabana, Rael's armor, and adds that Halo must truly treasure Chiron. Chiron looks down at himself in confusion. The sword continues that Cabana is the culmination of ancient technology, and explains that it is an armor that can freely change its shape. Chiron responds positively, calling it great, but then asks why this one cannot talk like the sword does. The sword answers that of course it cannot, saying only it can do that because it is special. The train continues moving forward as Chiron responds flatly that he understands. At sunset, a beggar kneels on a high ledge overlooking the city and pleads with a passing noble to spare a coin. He says he has not eaten for 3 days and nights and begs for mercy. On the street below, people pass by the poor without care. A man struggles and shouts for someone to let go of him, calling them filthy. Another demands to know what Grine is doing. Chiron turns as someone questions why he has not cleared out the refugees. He stays silent. A hooded figure calls out to Lord Chiron. Chiron turns and recognizes the white-haired man as Julio. Julio says he is honored that Lord Chiron remembers him. A tall tower stands against the evening sky as Julio says they suppose so. He explains that since the southern kingdoms are at war and have sealed their borders, disguising himself as a mercenary works. Chiron replies that there is always demand for mercenaries. Looking toward the tower, Chiron asks what brings him to City Hall and whether he was not heading to the Caligo hideout. Julio hesitates. He then says that President Grine and Lady Doina are in a meeting regarding a business deal and questions whether those two are doing business. Inside a grand hall, Doina asks how he finds the place in the east. The mayor answers that it needed redevelopment anyway, so it looks fine. Keon enters and remarks that it is rare for the mayor and a back alley boss to be discussing business, and wonders if it is not some shady business. Mayor smiles and greets young Karen, saying it has been a long time. He quickly adds that of course the business is legitimate. Karen stands with his arms crossed as Mayor explains that refugees are constantly pouring in because of the war, and that they need a lot to accommodate them. Not just jobs but housing as well. Doina adds that it is the same for Caligo. Even if they are refugees, they still have to feed them. She says that everything is strictly through legal business. Karen admits that he did not really plan to question it and does not even care, unless it is information about the southern kingdoms. Doina understands and says that is why he needs a mercenary ID, then asks why he is trying to cross the southern border when they are at war. Karen stays silent for a moment. The mayor gestures for him to speak freely and says Doina has already set up a soundproof barrier. Doina remarks that it is nothing much. Karen explains that he is on his way to deal with monsters in the south. Doina asks if that is all. Karen then says he needs information about an 8-star knight who operated in Kies Kingdom, and that the knight probably used a pseudonym. Doina replies that an 8-star knight would have been talked about, but that alone will not be enough to find him. Karen says that is why he came to Lady Doina. He adds that the knight might be hiding in the Great Southern Forest. Doina asks if he needs the help of elves, and Karen tells since the Great Southern Forest belongs to them and she would know it best. Doina agrees, but warns that even for her, persuasion will not be easy because her people hate humans. She adds that he will have to earn their trust first. Karen repeats the word trust quietly. Karen approaches a castle at sunset and recognizes it as Lebanon. He curses Doina and says she truly has a talent for casually making people work for her. He recalls when Doina explains that she eliminated all slave trading in TB and the surrounding areas. However, the South is still outside her influence, and because of that, slave hunters have flocked to Lebanon. With the chaos of war, it has been much easier for them to settle there. She then says that according to the information she recently obtained, elves are being traded in Lebanon's slave market. Karan realizes that it means elves are being sold as slaves. He hesitates, then asks if she wants him to rescue them. Doina confirms that is right, and asks him to rescue them. Karen protests, saying he came alone and wonders what he is supposed to do by himself. Doina asks if it is too much even for the young wolf of Blue Sea Castle. She then says he has become a proper wolf now, and thought he would run even wilder. Karen remains silent. Karen says that if she gives him a subspace pouch, he might consider it. She asks if he knows how much money and time that would take. Then Karen adds that if not, she can just give him World Tree Due. Doina remains silent for a moment, then tells him he still has no conscience, and says he should be satisfied with an interspatial pouch. Karen smiles and immediately accepts. While in present, he approaches the city and thinks that he maybe should have asked for World Tree Due too. At the gate, a guard stops him and orders him to show identification. Karen reacts in confusion. The guard notices he is a mercenary. Karen answers that it is obvious. The guard then asks where he is headed. Karen replies that he is going to the Kies Kingdom. The guard warns that he is heading to a hellish place. After a pause, the guard allows him to pass. He adds that the rider should not cause trouble unless he wants to see him again. Karen answers casually in agreement and enters the city. Inside, people move through the streets. Someone groans in discomfort nearby. In a tavern, several men sit at tables beneath a chandelier, drinking and talking as the night goes on. Karen approaches a bald man sitting alone with a mug and asks if he can sit next to him. The man looks up in confusion. The bald man comments that Karen has strange tastes and says there are plenty of seats. Karen tells him not to get the wrong idea and calls him a cobbler. He says that he simply likes beautiful things. The bald man falls silent, then observes that from appearance, he seems like a noble disguised as a mercenary. He asks if there is a reason he came looking for him. Karen states that he heard the man deals with elves. The man reacts in surprise. The bald man says elves are not something that can be obtained easily. Karen asks if that is so, then questions whether they are hard to get and whether that is still not enough. Karen places a card on the table. The bald man stares at it in shock. The bald man says it is possible, then hesitates as Karen asks if Kobler wants to check whether the card is real. Karen tells him to go ahead and check. As the man examines it, Karen suddenly says but, and blue energy begins to surge around him. He says that for wasting his time, the man will definitely pay the price. The bald man trembles and looks down at his hand, unable to speak. In a dark corridor elsewhere, Karen asks if the door is not going to be opened already. Kobler answers that it is being opened. The door cracks open. Karen stands over the bald man, who kneels on the floor and groans. Karen asks if he is okay. He then asks if the man is planning to waste his precious time again. The bald man thinks that the proxy certificate was real, so money will not be a problem. He only needs to endure the humiliation until the deal is done, and cannot believe he was beaten just for checking if it was real. Karen tells him to move faster unless he wants to get hit again. The bald man hurriedly agrees. The bald man leads him through a narrow passage and asks if they should go, addressing him as my lord. Karen responds that it looks convincing. They step outside at night. The bald man tells him to come this way. As they walk, a man warns that the floor is dirty and tells him to watch his step. Cobbler explains that the cobbler compound is very different from other places, and that they manage their merchandise with strict and systematic control. A large man greets the bald man as boss and wishes him a good day. The bald man greets him and asks about his body. The large man answers that thanks to the doctor assigned to him, he is fully recovered. The bald man says that is great to hear, and adds that if he needs anything, he should tell him any time. The large man thanks him as always and again calls him boss. They continue walking, and the bald man urges him to let them go, addressing him again as my lord. Karan remarks that a slave trader full of compassion is a first. He asks if all their slaves are managed like this. The bald man replies that they are more like merchandise than slaves, and says everything is done to satisfy valued customers. He then formally introduces himself as Kobler, owner of the Kobler Manpower Agency. Karen notes that calling it a manpower agency when he is a slave trader sounds like nonsense. Kobler responds that this is how they survived in Lebanon, and that they pursue quality over quantity. Karen cuts him off and demands to know how they procure the slaves. Kobler hesitates and says it is difficult to explain, calling it a trade secret. Karen raises his fist, and Kobler quickly says he will explain. Kobler states that they take in those who have escaped from other slave traders. He explains that they teach them skills, train them, and then match them with suitable customers. Karen points out that other slave traders would not simply stay still, and that Kobler's subordinates do not seem very strong either. Kobler replies that this is not a problem at all. He says the Lord's soldiers take turns protecting them. Karen repeats the phrase about the Lord's soldiers and asks how that is possible. Kobler answers that as someone of slave origin, he had no other option. Karen asks if it is through bribes. Kobler admits that they pay the highest tribute. Karen murmurs about the Lord of Reben City. As they walk through the dark forest path, he asks himself what kind of man Kobler really is. A slave trader who educates slaves and finds them jobs, something he has never heard of before. He calls Kobler an interesting fellow. After a while, Kobler announces that they have arrived. Karen looks ahead. Through the trees, a lit building comes into view. Kobler points and says that the structure over there is the auction house. Karen studies it in silence. He then casually mentions that he had actually been looking for a side business. Kobler turns in confusion. Karen proposes investing in Kobler's business. Kobler immediately says it would be an honor if Karen invested, but adds that business must be built on trust. Karen repeats the word trust. He then states that Kobler is duller than he thought and draws his sword. Kobler recoils in shock and lets out a frightened cry. Kobler trembles, sweat running down his face, and Karen asks if Kobler does not even recognize the mercy of being kept alive. Inwardly, Kobler panics, wondering what kind of man Karen is, first offering investment, now threatening to kill him. Karen, still holding the sword, asks if Kobler still lacks trust. Kobler quickly insists that of course he does not. Karen lowers the blade slightly and suggests they proceed. Kobler hurriedly agrees. At the auction house gate, Kobler greets the guards and thanks them for their hard work. One guard calls out his name and tells him this is not a place he is allowed to enter today. Kobler explains that he is escorting a distinguished guest, but the guard refuses, stating that without an invitation there is no entry. Kobler leans closer and says the guest possesses a black card. The guard questions whether it is a proxy payment certificate. The guards ask them to wait a moment as the heavy doors begin to open. One guard mutters that it is shameless to waste someone's precious time so casually. Karen watches silently and thinks that these men are different from Kobler's subordinates. They appear properly trained. Knights of Reben. As tension builds at the doorway, a red-haired man steps forward. The masked man with red hair steps forward and introduces himself as Nur, the one in charge. He asks for forgiveness for the rudeness shown. He extends his gloved hand and asks to verify the card. Karen agrees without hesitation. Nur thanks him politely. A pause follows. However, the mood shifts as the surrounding knights watch closely. Karen's presence turns cold. Blue energy coils faintly around him as he states that they will pay for wasting his time. Kobler stiffens, unable to speak. Inside the grand hall, an announcement echoes that the auction will begin shortly. The chandelier glows above rows of seated guests. Another announcement welcomes esteemed guests and asks them to take their seats. Servants pour wine. Nobles settle into velvet couches. A reminder is issued to the audience. Karen sits back, hood up, gaze steady. He mutters that it is a damn circus. The announcement repeats that the auction will begin shortly. Karen remains silent, eyes sharp beneath the hood. He recalls a memory of his previous life. Outside, the city rests under a deep red sky. Rooftops and distant buildings glow faintly as night settles over. Bodies lie scattered across the blood-soaked ground. In his childhood, Cain stands in the center, barefoot, clothes torn and stained, a chain hanging from his hand and a sword resting near his feet. One wounded man groans. Cain exhales slowly. The man begs for mercy, saying he does not want to die. Cain remains silent. The man shields his head, trembling, repeating that he does not want to die. Cain tilts his head slightly as a noble asks if Cain is trying to tell him what to do. The noble leans forward and remarks that it is not as though Cain does not know the answer. He tells Cain to act as he already knows he should. The spectators chuckle softly. Cain lifts the sword above his head. The wounded man stares up, eyes wide, tears mixing with blood. Without hesitation, Cain killed that man in an instant. Meanwhile, present inside the auction hall, Kobler leans toward Karen and informs him that the auction for the item he seeks is about to begin. Karen lowers his gaze slightly and acknowledges that he understands. On the stage, the host steps forward under the spotlight and announces the next item. He declares that it is a rare item captured from the southern Great Forest. Murmurs spread through the hall as someone repeats the name of the southern Great Forest in surprise. The host raises his hand as someone asks if it could be an elf. The host then reveals that it is an elf captured near the southern Great Forest. From behind the curtain, a blindfolded elf is led onto the stage in chains, a guard following closely behind. The audience reacts with interest. A close look reveals the elf's long ears and pale hair, her eyes covered as green light flickers faintly around her. In the seating area, Karen lifts his head slightly, a faint glow reflecting in his blue eyes as he notices her presence. He lets out a low sound of attention. People from the balconies raise the bids from 110,000 to 120,000, then 130,000. A man calls out 150,000, and another raises it to 170,000. Nur announces 170,000 and asks if there are any higher bids. Someone declares that he will take the elf for 200,000, and Nur immediately announces that they have 200,000. He asks if anyone is willing to go higher, and states that if not, the elf from the great forest will be sold to the bidder of 200,000. From a balcony, Karen raises his hand and bids 500,000. The hall reacts in shock at the 500,000 bid, questioning what kind of lunatic would offer such a sum and saying that even for an elf, 500,000 is insane. Karen looks down calmly while Nur stiffens in surprise. Nur declares that they have 500,000 and asks if there are any further bids. He then announces that the elf from the great forest is sold to the bidder of 500,000 later. Kobler addresses Karen as Milord and asks if he truly has 500,000 gold. Karen explains that a proxy payment certificate is only issued if there is at least 500,000 in the account and calls Kobler an idiot. Kobler hesitates and begins to respond uncertainly. Karen looks at Kobler and tells him to forget it, then asks if slaves bought here can be smuggled out. Kobler shouts in shock and asks what he means. Karen says that judging by his reaction, he is useless. Kobler explains that with the forces a mere slave trader has, there is no way they could possibly do such a thing, and that they would not even dare. Trembling, he begs to be left out of whatever Karen is planning. Karen calls his name and tells him to think carefully about which side he wants to stand on. Kobler hesitates and asks for pardon, then wonders what that means. When someone from outside knocks the door, Karen tells them to come in. Nur enters with the elf and congratulates Karen on his winning bid, remarking that 500,000 gold is impressive. Karen tells him to skip the pleasantries and asks how they will handle the payment. Nur laughs and comments that Karen is as bold as he is generous, adding that cash is best, of course. Karen says he does not want unnecessary suspicion and does not want to be tracked. Nur tells him there is no need to worry. He explains that to ensure no evidence of a slave purchase is found, they will record it as a purchase of jewels worth 500,000 gold. Karen asks if they are laundering the money, and Nur boldly remarks that Karen could call it that. Karen says that is a problem as Nur asks for pardon. Karen states that he would like to pay afterward. He explains that his money is in a personal vault in Tabi, and that he will pay from there. He adds that they will follow him to wherever he wants anyway. Kobler nervously addresses him as my lord, while Nur folds his arms. Nur states that transactions are strictly prepaid, and adds that since Karen's identity has not been verified, it is even more difficult. He apologizes and says they cannot grant the request, adding that the elf cannot be taken until payment is made. Karen responds that it is about trust and says he understands how it is. After a brief silence, he proposes another idea and asks whether, if he reveals who he is, post-payment would be possible. Nur replies that it is not necessarily so. Karen then says that now that he has shown his face, and lowers his mask. Karen tells Nur that he had better not try making excuses, and adds that if he is not in a position to decide, he should bring his superior. Nur responds that he is the one in charge and says that even if Karen shows his face, it would not change anything. Karen suddenly orders him to shut up and go tell his master. He tells them to inform their master that Karen Reston wants to see him. Nur stiffens, then answers that he understands. After that, Karen tells Kobler to release the elf. Kobler reacts in shock and starts to protest, but Karen clicks his tongue. Kobler says he is doing it and moves behind the elf. He removes the restraints from her ankles, and the shackles fall away from her feet. The elf stands silently. Then Karen throws a small bottle and tells the elf to drink, explaining that it will heal her wounds. The elf thanks him and says it is a fine potion. Karen remarks that she is an elf who speaks the human language and admits he thought she might cause trouble once freed, but says she is surprisingly calm. The elf explains that she sensed her mother's presence from him, and faintly the aura of her kin as well. Karen thinks about Uriel as he considers it, then asks if it is because of the world tree's dew. He asks how she was captured. She begins to answer, and explains that she was ambushed while subjugating monsters near the southern Great Forest. She adds that the monsters had spread even outside the forest, and that there was a knight among the slave hunters. Karen repeats that there was a knight, and says it was probably the Knights of Lebanon. He reasons that since the southern kingdoms are at war, they would not have spare knights. He asks if she remembers the knight's face. She replies that she did not see it. The elf states that she clearly remembers the knight's mana aura. Karen looks at her and says that is enough. He adds that he came to rescue her at her kin's request and asks her name. She answers that her name is Neria. Karen tells Neria that she is not free yet and instructs her not to act rashly. She responds that she understands. He calls Kobler and tells him they will do a job together. Kobler asks what kind of job it is. Karen declares that they are starting a rebellion here in Lebanon. Kobler repeats that it is a rebellion in Lebanon. Startled, Kobler shouts in shock and says he does not want to die yet, calling him milord. He then straightens himself, salutes. As Karen asks whether 10,000 will be enough, Kobler tells him to just give the order. Kobler states that he will lead the charge and bring justice to the slave market. Karen questions what he means by justice. Karen says that he simply hates seeing slave traders live comfortably, thinking that it is not entirely impersonal. The door opens, and a man steps in with a faint smile, apologizing for keeping them waiting. He introduces himself as Leandro, the Lord of Lebanon, and calls it a pleasure. Karen stands and introduces himself as Karen Reston, saying the honor is his. Neria watches silently beside them, her gaze fixed on the newly arrived lord as the atmosphere in the room tightens. Karen's gaze hardens. a cold light gathering in his eyes as a sharp surge of mana spreads through the room. The air grows heavy, pressing down on everyone present. Leandro remains standing, chin slightly raised, his expression composed as if testing the weight of that pressure without flinching. Behind them, Kobler stiffens, sweat forming on his brow as he struggles to breathe. He mutters under his breath, questioning what this suffocating atmosphere is. Leandro remarks that he had heard plenty about young Charon's outstanding swordsmanship, but coming all the way there to rescue an elf slave was unexpected. He did not know Charon had such tastes and comments that, judging by how docile she is, the elf seems to like him quite a bit as well. He says that once the payment is settled it will be a deal everyone can be satisfied with. Charon responds that this is true if post-payment is allowed. Leandro repeats that Charon wants to pay afterward, and acknowledges that he did say that. He then asks how he could make such a big decision without collateral. Charon questions whether there is no collateral and states that his family name itself is collateral. Leandro pauses and remarks that Charon says amusing things, then suggests they sit down and discuss the details. Charon agrees. A servant approaches and places food and wine on the table as they take their seats. Leandro raises a glass and comments that Charon should have come to the Lord's castle first, adding that with such hospitality he wishes he had. Leandro adds that he never expected the mad hound of Chonghe to have such hobbies and remarks that he did not think Charon had a fondness for elves. Charon responds that the youngest grandson of Duke Yahello buying an elf at a slave market for a huge sum should be quite appealing collateral. Leandro repeats that it is appealing collateral, and then thinks that indeed it is. It means he has leverage over someone like Charon. He also says Duke Salmon would be delighted to hear such news. Leandro asks if Charon is worried. Charon asks what he should be worried about. Leandro replies that he could simply tell Duke Yahello about the situation. Charon responds that then each of them would be holding a secret over the other. He will not reveal that Leandro runs a slave market either, and addresses him as Marquis. Leandro says he understands and laughs lightly. He then agrees to concede since it is their first deal. Finally, he says he will assign some of his men to accompany Charon to Tabi, explaining that given the situation around Lebanon, he will need an escort. Leandro introduces Sir Owen and states that he will accompany Charon, adding that Owen is the commander of the Lebanon Knights. Owen says he looks forward to working with him. Charon expresses gratitude for sending the knight commander, and Leandro tells him not to worry about it. Neria watches silently beside them. Outside the castle, a carriage and several horses are prepared in the courtyard. Leandro mentions that he could even arrange a train for Charon if needed. Charon declines and says it will not be necessary because he would like to enjoy the scenery at a relaxed pace. Leandro remarks that Charon is a young man who appreciates refinement, and adds that next time he will prepare another fine elf. Charon replies that he will look forward to it. Leandro wishes them a safe journey, and Charon thanks him. Later, inside the carriage, Charon looks at Neria and asks if the man they just saw is the one who kidnapped her. Neria confirms that it is. Charon says that was what he expected, and remarks that she probably wants to tear him apart, but as for now she must endure a little longer, and Neria wonders if there is no other way. Charon confirms that she is right, and explains that he plans to kill them all at the right moment. Neria says she understands. Charon tells her to get some sleep because the road to Tabi is long. Outside, the carriage continues moving along the forest road while the escorts ride beside it. Later that night, the group sets up camp in the forest, with horses tied nearby and a fire burning at the center, watching the surroundings in silence. Back inside the carriage, Charon asks Neria how her body is feeling. She answers that she is not fully recovered yet, but seems to continue explaining. Charon tells Neria that if she is not fully recovered, she should stay inside the carriage and not come out. Neria says she can at least summon a spirit. Charon replies that she would only get in the way and steps out of the carriage while she watches silently from inside. He looks at a device in his hand and states that the coordinates have been received. Nearby, Sir Owen, standing by the fire, notices Charon approaching. He comments that it seems Charon had quite an enjoyable time with the elf. Charon asks what he means. Sir Owen explains that, considering how beautiful the elf Charon bought is, it is understandable, and adds that he is the one who captured her. Charon asks whether Sir Owen has any alcohol. Sir Owen answers with realization. He says the Marquis gave them some fine liquor. Charon acknowledges it and remarks that fine liquor sounds good, then asks what the other knights are doing. Sir Owen replies that they are checking for monsters or other threats nearby. Charon says that is a shame because it would have been nice to drink together, and suggests that Sir Owen have a drink with him instead. Sir Owen says that since Charon suggested it, he cannot refuse, and moves toward a chest to take out a bottle. He adds that he will gladly join him. Charon watches him and responds that it is good, then says they should enjoy it. Elsewhere, inside a large hall, Doina reads a report and asks whether it is a request from the young wolf. It is, and explains that a report arrived last night along with the coordinates. She asks about the location, and he answers that it is the Terrisfall Forest. She acknowledges it and continues reading the report, stating that the elf rescue is complete, that the Marquis's knights will be eliminated in Terrisfall Forest between Tabi and Lebanon, and that a rendezvous is being requested. She says she understands up to that point but hesitate. Another message reports that forces of the Scion Kingdom should be moved to Lebanon's border through his father, and that an immediate reply is required if the request is denied. Doina remarks that this cannot be possible. Julio, standing before her, asks if something is wrong. She hands him the report and explains that their young master sent it and tells him to take a look. He reads it and says that if things proceed according to Lord Charon's plan, Lebanon will become a defenseless and empty city. He looks at the report and says there is no way. Doina continues reading and states that it seems their young master is planning a full-scale looting of an empty house. Back in the forest camp, Sir Owen laughs and says that hunting beast folk like that gives quite a unique thrill and calls it quite something. He explains that this is exactly why the Lebanon Knights became strong so quickly, and Karen says that it is about maintaining real combat experience. Sir Owen then says there are financial benefits as well, though it is probably not something that resonates with someone like Lord Charon. Karen asks if that means they target elves or beast folk rather than humans, because they are worth more. Sir Owen confirms it, saying that is correct. Karen then asks how many elves he has hunted. Sir Owen replies that since elves rarely come outside the Great Forest, including the one Karen bought, the total is 4. Karen remarks that Sir Owen's sword looks quite nice. Sir Owen answers that Karen noticed and explains that it was personally bestowed by the Marquis. He explains that the sword was crafted by a master smith from the capital. Karen suggests that he should draw it. Sir Owen agrees and pulls the sword from its sheath. He raises it proudly and remarks that it is truly a fine sword. Karen studies it and asks how long he has been using that sword. Sir Owen replies that it has been about 5 years, and after 5 years it is still in good condition because he has taken good care of it since it was bestowed upon him. He also explains that the higher a person's mana mastery is, the less strain is placed on the blade. Charon acknowledges the explanation and then adds that more importantly, perhaps Sir Owen has simply never met an opponent stronger than himself. Sir Owen looks at him in confusion. Sir Owen asks whether Karen is saying his sword is different, and Karen wonders if Sir Owen is curious. He then offers to show him and begins drawing his own sword. Sir Owen tells Karen to go ahead. Charon answers that he will gladly do so. Elsewhere, inside the large building at night, Pale sits at his desk and sighs while working through documents. He says he is tired and decides to call it a day. The glowing communication sphere on the desk suddenly activates. Pale notices it and responds. He introduces himself as Pale Leston, and from the other side, Doina says it has been a while, addressing him as Count. Pale answers and asks if it is Lady Doina. She apologizes for calling so late. She states that his son, Lord Charon, has requested assistance. Pale says he is listening. Doina explains that Charon asks for the forces of the Cyan Kingdom to move to the border of Lebanon. Pale repeats the request in surprise and asks what exactly that means. Doina answers that it seems his son intends to provoke a rebellion against the Lord of Lebanon. Pale laughs and says Doina certainly makes good jokes. She says that even though Pale knows his son better than anyone else, he asks if Doina could explain a bit more what exactly Charon is doing right now. Doina pauses silently, then thinks that he is doing the same thing he always does, something completely insane. Back in the forest, blood sprays through the air beneath the night sky. Charon stands by the fire with his sword raised, while Sir Owen collapses, his severed head lying on the ground. Neria steps out of the carriage and watches the scene. Charon faces her in silence. He says it is too early to get sentimental, the hunt has only just begun. Later, under the night sky, a man runs through the forest while breathing heavily. He curses in frustration and wonders what the hell is going on, questioning why Charon suddenly attacked them. He realizes they must report this to the Marquis. While trying to move, he collapses to the ground and struggles to reach his weapon, letting out a strained sound. Charon approaches from behind. The man grits his teeth and curses again as Charon drives his blade through him. Blood splashes as the man groans in pain. Charon pulls the weapon free and looks back. Behind him, Neria raises her hand and releases a surge of green magic that spreads through the ground and surrounding trees. He asks Neria if she can manage. Neria says she is a bit tired but that she is fine. Charon replies that that is good. He then tells her to go back to the campsite and rest for now, adding that he will deal with the one who escaped. Neria agrees. She looks in the direction Charon left and thinks that for a human, Charon Reston might actually be a decent person. She then decides to head back to the camp. While walking away, she suddenly stops after sensing something. Prince Rio in a hoodie appears in front of her and notices that she is alone. Neria reacts in surprise. She observes that this is bad timing because she is not fully recovered yet, though he says it will not take long since she has appeared right when she is alone. He asks her where Charon Reston is. Neria remains silent. At that moment, Charon appears in front of the escaped man. The man turns in shock and wonders how Charon managed to get ahead of him. Panicking, he asks if Charon sold his soul to a demon. Charon responds that hearing that from him is ridiculous, and adds that this situation is seriously absurd. The man shouts that otherwise there is no way Charon could have caught up to him so quickly and swings his sword down. Charon looks up at him and calmly asks if that is really so. As the attack comes down, Charon moves and counters. Blue streaks of light flash as their weapons clash. In the next moment, Charon's strike lands across the man's body. The man collapses and falls to the ground in front of Charon. Charon looks down at him quietly. He then activates the communication device and hears Doina saying that support has been sent to the coordinates he transmitted and that he will like it because it is a special gift. Charon replies that hearing that makes him trust it even less. Doina insists that it is true and guarantees it. Charon pauses in silence and asks what kind of gift it is. Back at the campsite, Neria stands beside the horse, while Rio sits near the fire. Rio says he has finally found Charon resting. Charon looks toward the campsite and repeats that it is a gift. Rio grins and says he is the kind of man who likes being a gift himself. Charon must be thrilled to see his big brother after so long. Charon angrily demands to know why his brother is here. Even if it is supposed to be a gift, he asks what happened to the surveillance of the Harang Knights. Rio calmly replies that he secretly ran away. Charon calls him a crazy bastard. Rio says not to worry because he did not come alone. Charon reacts with confusion. Lord Mason greets Charon Reston after a long time and comments that Charon has already reached the level of 6-star. Charon acknowledges him and begins speaking to Lord Mason. He observes that Lord Mason still seems to be going through a lot. Neria stands beside the horse and quietly watches the situation. She looks toward the campsite and says she understands now. She remarks that the Prince of the Aureus Empire and the Archmage of Tibi, who is known for helping her own kind, are sworn siblings. She then asks what kind of person Lady Doina is. Rio answers that she is someone who would do anything for justice, just like Charon. Charon immediately snaps back and angrily insists that they should not get the wrong idea because he does not care about justice at all. Rio chuckles. He then remarks that even if Charon says that, everyone understands by now that Charon is someone who will never hesitate when it comes to justice. Charon shouts at him to shut up. Neria calmly states that she knows. Rio then continues speaking, bringing up what happened to the wise clan of the forest and offering an apology on behalf of His Majesty. Charon questions him, pointing out the contradiction of calling His Majesty a puppet while still apologizing on his behalf. Rio shows brief surprise. He angrily declares that Charon is an insolent brat and demands how he dares insult his father, His Majesty. He angrily asks Lord Mason if he is just going to stand there. Lord Mason lets out a sigh and later Rio admits that what was said is true, adding that apologizing is still the right thing to do. Charon tells him to do as he wishes, though he still finds the situation strange. Rio suddenly speaks again and says that anyway, he will help with all his strength so that Lady Neria can safely return to the Great Forest. He then adds that everyone involved in this incident will definitely be held accountable. Neria silently listens. After a moment, she quietly expresses her thanks. Rio then asks her to stay in Tebi for the time being until things calm down. He explains that if she uses the scroll he gives her, she can go straight to his older sister. Neria accepts the scroll and thanks him again. Afterward, she says that she will go ahead and wait. A magical light appears as the scroll activates in her hand. Neria smiles and says she hopes they meet again. Blue light surrounds her as the magic activates. Rio and Charon watch as the swirling energy fades. Caro then turns to Rio and asks what comes next, pointing out that Rio did not come here without a plan and asking if he has thought about how he will help. Rio questions what plan Charon is talking about and remarks that he thought Charon had already planned everything. Rio grins and reminds him of the cheerful rebellion of the Duke's grandson and the Sixth Prince, asking if that was not the idea. Charon reacts with irritation and starts to respond. He suddenly shouts at Rio, accusing him of coming here just to have fun, while Rio quickly claims he was only joking. Nearby, Lord Mason lets out a tired sigh. Meanwhile, Yahello comments that Pale looks terrible. Pale calmly says he is fine, addressing him as the head of the house. Yahello says that he will bring an elixir and tells Pale to stop complaining and take it. He remarks that Pale must have suffered a lot because of Charon. He then asks if the forces of the Kingdom of Sion have been moved. Yahello thinks that Charon's mission was clearly to subjugate the monsters in the south and to find the whereabouts of Karua Act in the office. Yahello remarks that he thought Charon had calmed down a little after 4 years and comments that guy really is something. Pale says he has something to ask. Yahello tells him to speak. Pale explains that moving the forces of the Kingdom of Sion could harm the family, so he is curious why it was allowed. The head of the house, Yahello replies that up until now, Charon has caused trouble many times, but in the end, everything Charon became involved in brought benefits to the family. But above all, now that they know slaves are being openly traded, they cannot simply ignore it. Pale asks if the reason Yahello broke the principle of not interfering in outside matters is because of his memories of his close friend, Lord Cain. Yahello recalls that Cain wanted the status of slavery to disappear from the world. He quietly says he is merely making a cowardly atonement, as a hypocrite who stained his sword with a friend's blood, and adds that this is all he can do. Pale thinks that Lord Cain would surely understand his feelings. Yahello responds that thanks to him the matter will harm the family even less. He then asks if sending the Sixth Prince was his idea. He explains that the rumor about the Sixth Prince and Charon freeing the slaves will benefit both the imperial family and their own house. People will call it the liberation of slaves, not a rebellion. He praises the plan and calls it excellent. Pale answers that he is being flattered and explains that the truly difficult part is what the prince and Charon must do from now on. Yahello confirms that everything has been arranged and says that completing the mission now depends entirely on those two. Meanwhile, inside of Vihis, Charon turns to Rio and suggests that instead of becoming the leader of a rebellion, they will become heroes who freed slaves. Rio laughs and says it is exactly a good plan. He remarks that there is a reason the Grand Duke Yahello entrusted the diplomacy of House Reston to the prince's father. Charon admits he does not like it but says that the presence of the man with them alone gives them justification, calling it a truly clever move. They have no choice but to live up to the expectations placed on them. He then explains that the Margrave has close ties with House Salmon. As long as House Salmon supports him, he will not receive proper punishment. Rio responds by asking what that changes. Charon then proposes that they should make the Margrave take the charge of treason. Rio stares at him and asks if he has gone crazy. Charon calmly says he will not be satisfied with merely stripping his title. Rio realizes the meaning and asks if he plans to frame him with rebellion. Charon confirms that this is exactly what he intends. Rio remarks that Charon truly is crazy. He then asks if there is an actual plan, pointing out that to frame someone with treason there must be a proper charge. Charon replies that evidence is not something one simply finds. Rio asks what happens next. Charon answers that the evidence must be created. Rio falls silent. Charon explains that there is no one in the world who would remain clean if they were thoroughly investigated. He points out that the unclear source of the funds used to maintain the city's security force that controls the citizens is especially suspicious. He continues that the massive slush fund the Margrave likely built through slave trading will become his weakness. On top of that, the excessive military power the city holds compared to other border cities will look suspicious in the eyes of the central government and the emperor. Rio remarks that such things cannot serve as direct evidence. Charon agrees but suggests that if someone from the Margrave's closest circle were to reveal information, the situation would change. At that moment, Sir Mason notices movement and reports that a knight is approaching. Charon says that if there is no opening, they simply need to make one. A knight stops beside the carriage and Rio asks what is happening. The knight apologizes and informs them that martial law has been declared. Rio asks for the reason. The knight explains that the kingdom of Sion has moved troops to the border. To prepare for possible schemes, the city's entry and exit are now being strictly restricted. Hearing this, Rio remarks that stopping him over something like that is a waste of his time. The knight begins to protest, saying that this is not what he meant, but another guard angrily calls him an insolent fool. Rio watches quietly from inside the carriage and remarks that it seems the guard knows who he is. The guard immediately panics and apologizes for his rudeness. He nervously confirms that the man inside the carriage is the sixth prince, His Highness Rio. The guard quickly asks them to enter the fortress. Charon calmly comments that Rio can be useful sometimes and refers to him as brother. Rio reacts with irritation. The carriage then passes through the massive fortress gate as the guards open the way. Later, the scene shifts to a secluded building hidden deep in the forest. Charon, in disguise of a knight, asks if that place is the auction house. Rio confirms that it is, explaining that when there is no slave auction taking place, they pretend to deal in jewelry. He then mentions an artifact capable of changing the shape of armor into whatever form the user wants. He says that even his older sister likely could not create something like that and asks if he could borrow it just once later. Charon immediately refuses. Rio remarks that the answer came too quickly. Charon explains that the item Rio mentioned is the head of the house's treasured possessions. If someone truly wants it, they should be born into House Reston in their next life. Rio reacts by calling the response petty, while Sir Mason behind them remains silent. As the three continue walking through the forest path, Rio asks whether the plan that was mentioned earlier is too sloppy. Charon tells him not to worry. He then reveals that they are also spreading rumors through an accomplice. Rio asks what kind of rumor. Charon answers that it is the rumor claiming the Margrave of Lebanon is plotting a rebellion. Rio pauses in surprise and thinks if Charon is really planning to frame the Margrave like that. Soon they reach the entrance of the auction house, where several guards stand at the gate. Noor greets the visitors and welcomes them. He steps forward and says that they already received notice from Lord Dekal, the vice-captain of the Knight Order. He begins welcoming them inside. He then addresses Prince Rio respectfully as His Highness Rebellio. Rio responds that Charon said there are many good items in this place. Noor observes the group and recognizes Rio as the imperial troublemaker, the sixth Prince Rebellio, arriving at a slave auction house. His gaze then shifts to the large knight behind him, identifying him as the 8-star knight known as the Unbreakable Shield, Sir Mason Paul. He then notices the hooded figure standing beside them and wonders who that person is. Charon slightly lifts his head as Noor speculates that the person might be a knight assigned to guard the prince. He finally gestures toward the entrance and politely says he will guide them inside, asking them to come in. Inside a decorated room of the auction house, host Noor speaks politely to the guests. He remarks that they must have traveled a long way from the capital and asks whether they are hungry. Rio responds that he never said he came from the capital. He explains that he came from Tebi, where he had been on vacation. Noor pauses at the mention of Tebi and says that if that is the case, Rio must have met Lord Charon there. Rio immediately denies it, saying that if he had met Charon, the man would have surely bragged about his elf slave, so there would be no reason for him to hide it. Noor acknowledges the answer quietly. He then remarks that he never expected Lord Charon to introduce such a distinguished person. Rio casually responds by asking what difference that makes. The host, or say Noor, admits that he never thought someone of Rio's status would come to a place like this. since it is not a place that people view kindly. Rio then comments that for someone who trades slaves despite the ban issued by His Majesty, Noor does not seem very bold. He adds that he is not a blabbering idiot like Karen. The hooded knight, Karen beside him, remains silent. Rio calmly says that Noor should not go around telling people that he saw him here. Noor assures Rio that protecting the identities of their customers is the house's pride. He then asks if Rio would like to look at the items they handle. Rio agrees and says they should take a look. As Noor shows them the catalog, Rio notices entries mentioning tiger folk and cat folk and asks whether they also deal in beastmen. Noor confirms that they do, explaining that they respect the various tastes of their customers. Rio closes the catalog in his hand and says this is not what he wants, asking what they should do about it. Noor replies that it would help if His Highness explained his preferences more clearly. Rio asks if they will match it and answers by telling him to bring the ledger. If they are going to report this to the Margrave, they must have recorded it in a ledger, and he orders them to bring it to him. Noor warns that the joke has gone too far and addresses him as Your Highness. Rio calmly asks whether it sounds like a joke. In the next moment, the hooded knight, Karen, suddenly moves. He strikes Noor and knocks him to the ground, pinning him down with force. Rio states that his younger sibling and he are not joking. Noor, shocked and confused while being restrained, demands to know what is happening. As Karen grips his head against the floor, Noor realizes what Rio said and repeats the words in disbelief, asking if he really said, younger sibling. Karen, surrounded by faint blue energy, stands over Noor, gripping and pressing his head down. Karen casually greets him. Noor looks up in shock and asks why Karen is here now, wondering if he has forgotten something. Karen reminds him that he had promised to pay later and states that he has come to pay that debt. Noor turns his head with a pained expression, confused about what is happening. The scene shifts to a forest clearing, where numerous tents form a camp surrounded by trees. People move between the tents as the camp continues its routine. From a nearby hill, 2 soldiers observe the camp from a distance while watching the activity below. Inside the camp, one guard reports that there has not been any unusual movement yet. Leandro sits comfortably in a chair while a woman stands behind him holding a tray. He questions why they are suddenly acting so recklessly. A subordinate approaches and informs him that a communication request has arrived from Lord Dekal of Lebanon. Leandro asks what the message is about. After a brief hesitation, the subordinate reports that the 6th prince has arrived in Lebanon. Hearing this news, Leandro reacts with clear surprise. He repeats the words in disbelief, questioning whether the 6th prince has really arrived. He recalls that the imperial troublemaker Rio is supposed to be in Lebanon. At the same time, Karan strikes Noor again, causing him to cry out in pain. Lying on the floor, Noor panics and says that if he hands over the ledger, he will be as good as dead. Karan calmly tells him that he still does not understand the situation. Standing above him with faint blue energy surrounding his body, he warns that even if Noor refuses to hand over the ledger, he will die here anyway. He then orders Noor to hand over the ledger and follow his instructions if he wants to live, or carefully think about whether he wants to die by his hand right there. Noor remains silent, trembling as he struggles to decide. Karen continues with a cold smile, explaining that dying by his hand would come only after he is tortured until he reveals where the ledger is hidden. He then orders Noor to choose quickly. That's it for now. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more. Let me know your thoughts of this manhwa through comment section.